Chapter 1251. The sudden attack caught the giant stone statues off guard. Golden rays and dense spears and blades of blood struck the statue group below. Dust rose like a sandstorm, obscuring the view. In the chaos, Alurag heard Fang Hao shout, quickly shrank his body, and pulled his sister's body back behind the pillar. Fang Hao removed Amarag's helmet, revealing her beautiful face. "Are you okay?" Amarag wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "I'm fine. Rest for a while, leave the rest to them." Fang Hao took a potion from Cleolando, which they had exchanged, and gave it to the two of them to drink. Dark gold heroes have stronger physiques than ordinary heroes. Plus the giant lineage, and having drunk the potion, resting a while should be just about right. To the side, Cleolando hid behind the pillar, his eyes full of surprise as he looked outside. Besides the Dragon Queen, the other two were also demigods. 3 demigods? Aren't demigods the strongest combat force in this world? Why is Fang Hao able to mobilize 3 demigods? Are they also heroes under his command? Oh my, the gap is too big. In the battle zone, the dust had not yet cleared. Several massive figures burst out from the dust. Bulky giants, swinging huge chain hammers, the Dragon Queen's long skirt rustling, her body leaping from the ground. Wrapped in black long legs, directly swung towards the head of the statue. At that moment, a huge stone hand suddenly extended from the side of the stone wall, reaching for the Dragon Queen in the air. The Dragon Queen's eyes suddenly turned sharp, numerous golden lights crisscrossing. The stone hand was sliced like tofu, clattering as it fell to pieces. And that kick from the Dragon Queen, like a steel whip, struck the head of the statue. Bang! The shockwave exploded, and the statue's head shattered in response. And the Dragon Queen, scanning the front, once again locked her eyes on the giant stone statue holding the giant sword. With a light tap of her foot, she transformed into a golden beam of light, bursting forth directly towards the opponent. On the other side, the bulky water dragon continuously circled in the air, chasing Isabella with unfolded giant wings. Numerous water droplets floated in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Like bullets, starting to spray outwards, puncturing dense fine holes in the ground and walls. As a mist of water arose, Isabella was agile, snapping her fingers and a moon blade formed, slicing the chain-wielding giant below into pieces. Crack! A bolt of lightning, condensed from the sky, struck into the midst of the mist, sizzling. The lightning instantly transformed into countless thunder snakes, spreading in all directions. Isabella's giant wings wrapped around her body, and with a bang, she transformed into a blood mist and disappeared. The next second, she reappeared in the distance, several crimson blood spears piercing through the body of the Thunder Titan, scattering it into rubble. Her figure flashed again, appearing next to the Water Titan, her fingers flicked a blood blade, severing the head. At the far right position, streams of flames fell from the sky. Rolina quickly maneuvered through the flames, condensing moon blades and blood spears, her giant sword constantly colliding with the opponent. A series of cracking sounds echoed. Even though there were many dark gold and some coordination in their skills, but in the hands of 3 demigods, it still didn't change the outcome. Soon, all the giant stone statues had turned into a pile of rubble. The 3 women regrouped, and Fang Hao with several people, also came out from behind the pillars in a sorry state. Cleolando hurriedly ran out, picking up the teleportation scroll that had rolled far away. Then obediently stepped forward to bow. "I've seen the Dragon Queen, Miss Isabella, Miss Rolina." She had not seen Isabella and Rolina before, but a transmigrator has information prompts. A glance was all it took to know their names. Although Isabella was Rolina's mother, she still looked quite young. More like sisters, rather than mother and daughter. The 3 nodded, without saying much. Cleolando then stepped aside. Fang Hao also stepped forward, asking, "Are you all unharmed?" "Unharmed? Look, what is this?" Rolina opened her palm, revealing a crystal-clear fragment. Divine fragment. Description: a fragment formed from the separation or shattering of divinity. Damn! Divine fragment. Last time, in the mission in the divine territory, a fragment of the Flame Titan was obtained in the temple. To encounter it here as well? Where did you find this? Fang Hao asked, holding the divine fragment. Rolina tossed it to him and pointed to several piles of rubble on the ground. It was inside those statues. Statues? Could the statues drop such things when shattered? Cleolando, Have your men carefully search and collect all these things, Fang Hao commanded to someone behind him. Yes, Mr. Fang Hao. Cleolando immediately arranged the remaining skeletons to start clearing the battlefield, searching for these divine fragments. Soon, the search was completed. Mr. Fang Hao, here are the fragments found. Cleolando handed over the collected items to him. All right, we'll discuss the distribution of the spoils later, Fang Hao said. As you wish. Fang Hao did not continue to speak, first handed them to Rolina to store in her storage space. Fang Hao's gaze then fell on the final location. On the other side of the huge night stone. On the bluish-grey stone pedestal, there was another giant statue. The true king of the gods. Mr. Fang Hao signaled everyone to be cautious, taking 2 slow steps forward. This statue, similar to the ones in the temple of the giant city, sat on the throne with a majestic and imposing demeanor. However, instead of a scepter, it held a Rubik's cube composed of black and white pieces in its right hand. Of course, its appearance resembled a Rubik's cube, its true nature was still unclear. Is this the mighty giant you mentioned? Dragon Queen asked. Yes, I think you should focus fire and hit him hard first, Mr. Fang Hao whispered. Upon reaching this point, the statue remained unaltered. This was somewhat different from what was expected. All right. As the words fell, Dragon Queen, Isabella, and Rolina all attacked simultaneously. Various dazzling forms of magic immediately surged towards the statue. Boom! Unlike what was imagined, the statue didn't stand up nor did it counterattack. Under the bombardment of diverse magics, the entire statue instantly turned into rubble. Debris scattered all around. The entire temple, due to the impact of the magical energy, started to shake continuously. The 3 women shared curious looks as if to ask, is that all? Da 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 da. The sound of rolling echoed. The black and white Rubik's cube rolled directly before their feet. Mr. Fang Hao bent down to pick it up, and its properties instantly appeared before him. Eternal Exile, Crimson. Category, Divine Relics. Effect, a special space independent from the real plane, where the sinful gods of the giants are exiled. Imprisoned target, 100-armed giant. Description, endlessly exiled, its divinity firmly sealed within, it is no longer an individual entity but has assimilated with the space. Seeing the description, the soul fire in his eyes flared up again. Yet another piece of crimson-level equipment that was also an imprisonment tool. It was from the time of the giant gods, incarcerated by all deities. Quite a significant background. Exiled by the gods but not killed, what divine laws had been broken? Suddenly, Mr. Fang Hao was startled. This temple, all giant spirits gathered here. Could it be just to suppress the exiled prisoner? Upon reflection, it seemed quite possible. After all, the entire temple lacked any other form of defense, only within this structure did a few guarding giant stone statues show their attack power. Rather than suggesting an attack on intruders, it seemed more like restraining something. Ever heard of the 100-armed giant? Mr. Fang Hao asked the 3 demigods nearby. Dragon Queen and Isabella, with their long ages, were likely to know more. No. All 3 shook their heads. Dragon Queen continued to inquire, what is this? Based on the transmigrator's description, it's a prison tool, I'll explain it to you when we return, Mr. Fang Hao straightforwardly said. This object now seemed like a hot potato. Handled improperly, releasing what's inside might cause great errors. Okay. The trio nodded without further question. Mr. Fang Hao set the Rubik's cube aside, then turned to Cleolando and said, Cleolando, there should be no more danger. Have your people search around, see if there are any treasure chests or anything. All right. Cleolando, hearing there was no further danger, also breathed a sigh of relief. He began instructing his skeleton soldiers to search the hall for spoils. Disregarding other things. Just the central nightstone, 5 meters tall and 2 to 3 meters wide, was a huge hall. If transported back, it could probably light up the entire industrial area. A host of undead comprehensively covered the entire temple. They found some essence formations, but no treasure chests or spoils were found. It seemed, this place really served only to suppress the Rubik's cube. Besides the map, wasn't there also a key? Found any use for it? Mr. Fang Hao continued to inquire. Cleolando pointed in another direction and said, found a stone door over there, the main entrance to this temple, the key opens that door. They hadn't found the position of the main entrance at all, having directly dug a hole out of the roof. So, the key was not used. Mr. Fang Hao nodded, opened the gate of the worlds, and summoned more skeleton soldiers to transport the enormous nightstone through the gate. Once sure there was nothing else, he ordered everyone to leave directly. Exiting the temple, Mr. Fang Hao had people seal the entrance. This temple was left untouched, in case it held further use in the future. Mr. Fang Hao wasn't in a hurry to return. Instead, he took the black and white Rubik's Cube from the demon doll's hands. The moment the Rubik's Cube was truly grasped in his hands, he felt an inexplicable connection with his own divinity. Following this sensation, with the thought, whoosh, the next second, his spiritual consciousness entered a pure white space. There was neither sky nor ground. He seemed like a wandering spirit, drifting in the white void. Looking around, at one end of the white expanse, a small black dot was faintly visible. Thinking of it, he instantly moved above the black dot. It was a continent. In the center of the continent was a city enveloped in warfare. Within the city, a giant, covered with heads and arms, was ferociously battling. Holding swords, hammers, spears, and various weapons, he killed all enemies within his sight. 100-armed giant, divine miscreation. Chapter 1252. As if seen from God's point of view, one could clearly observe the entire battlefield. The 100-armed giant was not an exaggerated term. On its massive body, heads and densely packed arms covered both sides, wielding a variety of weapons, swinging to strike at the approaching enemies. These enemies, too, resembled monsters that spawned in a game. They continuously appeared at the border of the continent, rushing into cities, only to be killed by the frenzied giant. Then they respawned, only to be killed again. It continued endlessly, never ceasing. Could it be, that after this 100-armed giant was imprisoned here, it has been in ceaseless combat? The empire of giants has vanished for so many years. It must have been a few thousand years now, fighting continuously until now. Even if they had inexhaustible stamina, their spirit must have long since collapsed. Fang Hao glanced at the battle. He didn't dare to linger, his mind moved and he immediately withdrew. Stored the Rubik's Cube into the storage space, and opened the Book of Lords to take a peek. As expected, the attributes of the 100-armed giant had appeared. 100-armed giant oligophys, godly monstrosity. Faction, giant. Template, divine being. Racial features, living creatures, godly monstrosity body, legendary alertness, 100-headed 100-armed war god, endless hatred, regenerating hatred. Legion talent, disastrous hatred. Skills, follow through slash, strong blow, shield break, warhammer, powerful chop, battle axe, enhanced heavy strike, giant sword, spinning throw, throwing stones, improved initial attack, precision aiming, crossbow, comma. Innate abilities, legendary physique, legendary weapon mastery, legendary combat mastery. Godly monstrosity body, magic damage -100%, divine effect damage -75%. Legendary alertness, possesses dark vision, legendary senses, undetectable. 100-headed 100-armed, this unit has 50 heads, constantly observing, listening, searching, and identifying all nearby targets at all times. 100 arms, capable of wielding different weapons to shred various enemies into pieces. 100-armed war god, he can coordinate the use of 100 weapons simultaneously in battle. Endless hatred, immune to transformation, petrification, and all attacks that alter form. Immune to mental, illusion, all neural class damage. Unaffected by ability draining, energy draining, and other similar damages. Unaffected by physical decay, organ decay, and other such effects. Regenerating hatred, in hatred, the damaged body will quickly repair itself. Disastrous hatred, the unit leads armies with all attributes plus 200%, falling into an unstoppable killing frenzy. Description: no one can confront him in battle, not even real deities. Seeing the attributes of the 100-armed giant, Fang Hao's heart was even more amazed. Each characteristic simply made this massive monster a war machine. Godly monstrosity body reduced the damage from magic and divine abilities, meaning it can endure more magic attacks. Legendary alertness possesses legendary senses, dark vision, and also untraceable. These first two attributes were already exceedingly exaggerated. Hundred-headed, hundred-armed and hundred-armed war god are characteristics fitting the hundred-armed giant's appearance. And rather than having 10 heads, it has 50 heads and 100 arms. The most twisted trait was endless hatred. Immune to shape-changing attacks, immune to neural damages. Unaffected by various ability, energy drainings, and physical decay. Meaning, any disruptive, controlling abilities are completely ineffective against him. When you face it, you can only clash head-on. Regenerating hatred can repair damaged bodies, and to be listed as a skill, it must be quite a formidable ability. Fang Hao opened to look at the numerous rows of skills. All sorts of weapon skills, related to slashing, chopping, and throwing. The skills were so basic, there wasn't even a special move. The final description also provided a high valuation. No one can confront him in battle, not even real deities. Such a statement, thinking about the fact that he was exiled in this space, made one suspect just how powerful this hundred-armed giant really was. Closed the Book of Lords. The surrounding area was still filled with howling sands. Cleolando was organizing skeleton soldiers, preparing to leave this place. Mr. Fang Hao, I have handled everything here, ready to return. Cleolando came over. Fang Hao nodded, good, be careful on the way back, I'll compensate you with the corresponding spoils of war once we're back. No need, we didn't even get a treasure chest this time, how can I ask for compensation? Cleolando immediately responded. Divine fragments, only those with divinity can consume. And the final Rubik's Cube, though seemingly high level, was clearly a prison. Of limited help to the territory. So, in Cleolando's view, this journey was a waste, there were no substantial spoils of war. Listen to me, think about what you need on the way back, and I will give it to you directly, Fang Hao continued. All right, thank you Mr. Fang Hao, Cleolando thanked him and tightened his scarf once more. I'll head back first, then contact you later, Cleolando said as he climbed onto the camel with the help of the skeleton soldiers. He led his group, quickly heading towards the distance. Mr. Fang Hao didn't linger either, he immediately opened the light screen and returned to the main city with several people. Spat spat spat. After exiting the light screen, everyone was shaking the sand off themselves. Alurug, Amarag, how are your injuries? Mr. Fang Hao asked the black-armored sisters nearby. Alurug took off her helmet, revealing her long red hair, and said, it's nothing serious, rest for a couple of days and I'll be fine. Her sister, Amarag, nodded as well. All right, later I'll send someone to bring you some potions, take a good rest these few days, continued Mr. Fang Hao. Yes, my lord. The two turned and left, and the three demigods, making sure there was nothing amiss, also headed towards the residential area. The desert had left everyone somewhat disheveled, particularly the female members, who wanted to clean up immediately. Mr. Fang Hao at the doorway, shook the sand from his clothing. Then, he stripped off his clothes and headed to the backyard to soak in the hot springs. The moment he entered the hot spring, a wave of comfort swept over his entire body. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and rested a bit. Creak. The sound of the door being pushed open rang out, and Mr. Fang Hao looked up. He saw Elizabeth in a long house dress, sneaking in. Upon seeing Mr. Fang Hao, bare-chested, soaking in the hot spring, her already fair skin blushed pink. Her spade-tipped tail also began to sway uncontrollably. My word, to those who know, you're a succubus, but to those who don't, you seem like an innocent young girl. Elizabeth. The succubus still standing there snapped back to her senses and hurriedly said, my lord, when I came, I found no one in the hall, and the guards at the door told me you might be in the backyard, so I came in. Mr. Fang Hao smiled, it's fine, is there something you need? The commissions posted last night, today 4 factions have already brought in captured priests of the god of deception. Since the store's cash was insufficient, I told them to come back tomorrow for it, the succubus said bluntly. That fast? Last night, Mr. Fang Hao had discussed the bounty for the priests of the god of deception with her, and there were rewards today. Indeed, money makes the world go round. Even at the risk of being watched by divine beings, there were people and forces willing to take the risk for money. After all, the deceivers are considered heretical in some stable power factions, and whether to take action or not often depends on the mood of the higher UPS. Oh? That's good news, and these people? Mr. Fang Hao asked, gesturing for her to sit and talk. The succubus sat down on a stone chair nearby, revealing her fair, straight legs, and continued answering, after confirming their identities, I had them killed directly. Killed? Yes, you were not in your territory during the day, and I was afraid that the other party might find out something through these followers, so I killed them directly to avoid any danger, the succubus continued. Mr. Fang Hao nodded, that was indeed a proper precaution. He hadn't been around during the day with the three demigods, which could have indeed been dangerous. If the other party hadn't known, it'd be one thing, but once they knew there wasn't much defense, it's hard to say what they would do. All right, you did the right thing. I'll get you the money later. A smile immediately appeared on the succubus's face, thank you, my lord. Then, Mr. Fang Hao continued, about the ring and necklace I mentioned yesterday, any leads? The smile on the succubus's face faded slightly as she replied, not yet, it might take some more time. Mr. Fang Hao frowned, as they didn't have much time left. They needed to acquire these two accessories as soon as possible. All right, keep looking, I'll think of something on my end, Mr. Fang Hao continued. Understood, my lord. The succubus paused for a moment and then took small steps closer. Then she obediently kneeled by the pool, her pale hands resting on Mr. Fang Hao's shoulders. Her long tail wrapped around to the front and lay in his palm. She softly said, my lord, the trade alliance is now starting to tally the stores that are being rebuilt. If the succubus inn wants to keep running, we might need to pull some strings. This was news to Mr. Fang Hao. He had thought that the succubus inn was always in the trade alliance, it turns out that securing a store location there was also competitive. Mr. Fang Hao, stroking her tail, thought for a moment and then said, all right, I'll take care of it. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, Mr. Fang Hao gave her 4 10 million Warfire cards. He lay back in bed, taking out the 6 divine fragments he had obtained during the day. They were of fire, water, earth, stone, thunder, and body. The divinity of the giant gods seemed very different from the magic studied by humans nowadays. In human magic, earth and stone are considered the same type of magic. Just two different forms of transformation. But here, they are separated, and in battle, these two were quite well coordinated. Looking at each fragment, Mr. Fang Hao began to hesitate whether to use them himself or distribute them among the three demigods. Chapter 1253. Divine fragments are not divinity itself, they cannot directly produce a demigod, nor can they instantly elevate a demigod to a deity. However, the attributes contained in divinity indeed offer a certain enhancement to personal strength. The three of them didn't bring this up, which likely means they don't know the function of the fragments. I could keep quiet about it. But if Dragon Queen and Isabella find out about this later, it could potentially affect our relationship. Moreover, we are about to face the god of deception, and we still need the strength of these three. The power I can exert is merely a drop in the ocean. The most important point. Hoarding the black equipment is a dishonorable action. Please bring Dragon Queen, Isabella, and Rolina here, Fang Hao instructed towards the door. Yes, my lord. The guard left swiftly. Soon, the three women walked in one after the other. They each took their previous seats. Dragon Queen was the first to speak, what's the matter? The other two also directed their gazes at him simultaneously. Fang Hao gestured slightly, and two bound spirit guardians moved a round table to the center of the group. As the three women watched with full curiosity, Fang Hao took out the divine fragments one by one. Besides the prisoner's gear we obtained last, this is another type of spoils, let's discuss and divide them up. The three frowned and examined for a while. Are these the things that fell from the statue? What do they do? Asked Isabella, curious. Fang Hao now confirmed that none of the three recognized the divine fragments. Rolina had seen them but didn't know their use. According to the system's description, divine fragments come from the fragmentation of divinity, or are separated by some method. Meaning, even though they are demigods, they haven't reached the level of interacting with divine fragments yet. Fang Hao explained, you know about divinity, right? These are fragments separated from a deity's divinity. After consuming a fragment, you can obtain part of the power within it. Dragon Queen and Isabella's eyes widened suddenly. Rolina also showed surprise, but not as exaggerated as the other two. You're saying, these are fragments formed from a shattered divinity of a deity? Dragon Queen inquired. Divinity is the power core of a deity. Naturally, fragments broken off would also contain formidable power. Not necessarily shattered, there could also be a way to separate it, Fang Hao continued to explain. Dragon Queen and Isabella looked at him with serious expressions. Even as demigods, they were still too distant from the realm of gods. They were astonished but understood that this must be true. Indeed, Fang Hao had managed to turn Rolina into a demigod within a month. He had also faced a head-on confrontation with Dragon Queen. Various proofs showed that Fang Hao knew knowledge about the gods that they did not understand. Dragon Queen looked at her daughter across from her and then said, "Why would you tell us this? Wouldn't it be better for you to keep it for yourself?" Fang Hao shook his head, chest held high, and revealed a righteous expression, "We are allies, and you all took part in today's battle, naturally, the spoils should be divided equally. I didn't see it coming, but you do have some characteristics of a lord," Dragon Queen said with a smile. Isabella remarked from the side, "How do we divide them?" "You decide. There are 6 in total, 1 for each of the 3 of you, 1 for Cleolando, today's female transmigrator, and as the leader who organized this battle, and 1, I will take 2. That's fair, right? In the battle, the 3 of us exerted our efforts, yet you're taking 2. Dragon Queen said, arms crossed, continuing to speak. Fang Hao flashed a smile. After obtaining the divine fragment, do you know how to use it? That. Dragon Queen was struck silent, saying no more. Isabella nodded, all right, I agree with this division. What should we do next? Fang Hao explained the attributes of the various fragments one by one. Then he said, these are the few attributes. You can also distinguish by color, choose what benefits you. The 3 considered the fragments and then made their selections. Dragon Queen chose a physical endurance fragment, Isabella took a water element fragment, and Rolina, having already consumed an earth element divinity, also chose an earth fragment. Fang Hao collected the remaining 3 fragments. Now, tell us how we should absorb them, Dragon Queen continued. Guide the fragments into your body by channeling the power of your divinity, and let it integrate into your divinity, bit by bit. Don't rush. The 3 followed the instructions, and the divine fragments in their hands, as if being drawn, merged into their bodies. The absorption was rapid. The fragments dissolved into energy and vanished into their palms. At the same time, delight was unmistakably written on their faces. Suddenly, a system voice boomed in his ear. Zenith Blazing Sun Tyrald has developed a sense of recognition towards you, loyalty has increased by 10 points, the current loyalty is 33%. In an instant, Fang Hao's brows furrowed. Loyalty had surfaced. And through a new way, at that. Recognition. This meant she was gradually changing her impression of him. If the loyalty continued to rise, she might become a hero within his domain. It seems that giving away the divine fragments was the right decision. The 3 women were still enthralled in excitement. For demigods, such an opportunity to enhance their divinity was rare. Fang Hao said, when you return, try to familiarize yourselves with it. In a few days, we'll truly face the god of deception. Mentioning the god of deception, the 3's faces turned serious again. After nodding, they turned and left straight away. Once everyone had left, Fang Hao was left alone in the large hall. Of the 3 remaining fragments, there were fire, earth, and thunder. Without further hesitation, he immediately proceeded to absorb them. The enhancement of the 3 demigods was essential, but his own improvement was even more crucial. The strength of the entire domain was tightly linked to his identity. You can devour divine fragments. Do you wish to devour? Devour. The crystal-clear divine fragments transformed into 3 powerful streams of energy and merged directly into the soul. That warm energy, merging into the divinity, was still vividly felt. Successfully integrated divine fragment, your power of faith has been enhanced. Unlock traits, immunity to flame, spirit of flame, thunder elemental spirit, immunity to soil, mastery of soil, the messenger of storms, understanding of thunder elemental. Immunity to flame, effects like burning, fire, poison, and spreading caused by flame elements will not take effect. Spirit of flame, the effects of flame-related skills increase by an additional plus 20%. Thunder elemental spirit, on the divine blessed land, flame magic plus 8%, blacksmithing/craftsmanship plus 5%. Immunity to soil, effects like soil poison, rotting, and soil elemental curses will not take effect. Mastery of soil, the effects of soil-related skills increase by an additional plus 20%. The Messenger of Storms, deliver divine decrees in storms. Understanding of Thunder Elemental, the effects of Thunder Elemental skills increase by an additional plus 20%. After a successful devouring, the unlocked abilities also appeared instantaneously. I took a quick glance, and the effectiveness of Fire, Soil, and Thunder Elemental skills had increased. The only peculiar trait unlocked was the Messenger of Storms. It enables the delivery of divine decrees in storms. It sounds pretty cool, but when I think about it carefully, it seems somewhat useless. I am quite satisfied with the effects of devouring the fragment. I opened the Book of Lords casually and found Lin Bill in the list of friends. Last time, I learned some things about the space realm from him. Fang Hao was looking for him this time because he had some questions he wanted to ask. He opened the private messaging box and composed and sent a message. Mr. Lin, I have some more questions for you. Soon, he replied, Mr. Fang Hao, please ask. Today, I stumbled upon a stele inscribed with the word God's Pawn and would like to know if there are any related records. More than 10 minutes passed. The other party finally responded, Mr. Fang Hao, my teacher is curious where you saw it, he's very interested in archaeology. Nice, the other party was also keen on archaeology. After a brief thought, I replied, it was in the Undead Desert, but unfortunately, during the internal strife among the transmigrators, the ancient tomb underneath the desert was destroyed and is now buried under the sand. The other party didn't insist but continued to explain, God's Pawn refers to an unintended and unpredictable product of divine power. They possess power close to or even surpassing that of gods, often with twisted and bizarre appearances that are hard to comprehend. Wow! That's intense. If we're talking about a regular game, these God's Pawns are akin to monsters on par with gods. Knowing this, Fang Hao had no more questions to ask. Thanks, I understand now. Fang Hao showed his gratitude and sent 2 gifts in return. Looking at it now, the level of these God's Pawns is comparable to that of gods. I have to be careful not to release one accidentally and get burned. Night fades in gradually. Rollina walked in from outside. She went up the stairs, turned to look at him, and coughed softly. Fang Hao understood and followed her upstairs. First, I'll accompany Rollina, then before sleep, be with Ira and Little White, and check on Yuan and Hungguo later in the night. After becoming a god, my body clearly feels much better than before. The next day, Fang Hao was surrounded by a bevy of maids as he inspected the domain, chattering about where to place such a large nightstone to good use. The Lord's mansion obviously has no need for such a large one. If we really put it inside, the light from the Lord's mansion at night might be like throwing a flash grenade. Some suggest putting it in the amusement park. But the amusement park is outside the city, and I'm afraid someone might covet and steal it. After much thought, the decision was made to place it in the square at the center of the Undead Industrial District, which could illuminate the surrounding area. I called the skeleton blacksmith to ask him to build a high tower to prop up the nightstone, giving the appearance of a man-made sun. I had just given a couple of instructions when the Book of Lords suddenly transmitted a sound from the sound-transmitting shell. I sat down and took out the shell. The tag on it said Young Master Eugene of the Elf Clan. This was a local young city lord I met in the Elf Clan territory, and we had signed a mining agreement for the Mithril mine. I picked it up and put it to my ear. Eugene's voice came through immediately, Mr. Fang, the first batch of ore has been mined, I want to inform you about the quantity mined and our subsequent plans. Fang Hao grunted in acknowledgement. The other party went through the details carefully. I wasn't listening too carefully, as I wasn't really concerned with these yields and revenues. Before, I wanted to buy up these mithril mines myself, but now that I can farm resources, I no longer need to purchase from outside. After listening to the report, Fang Hao directly said, Oh, young Master Eugene, I want to inquire about something. Oh? Mr. Fang, feel free to ask. Have you heard of the Elf Clan's Eternal Heart Ring? Do you have access to buy it? Fang Hao asked. The Eternal Heart is a piece of jewelry produced by the Elf Clan in earlier years, it has been discontinued now. Although it occasionally appears on the market, the prices are hyperinflated, far exceeding the value of the item itself, and it's more like a collectible to showcase the status of nobility. Eugene, being the current lord of a city and managing a trading company, is fairly knowledgeable about these things. When he says hyperinflated, it means the item's price far exceeds its value. After hearing this, Fang Hao said directly, "Help me acquire 3, we can discuss the price." "Understood, Mr. Fang, I'll make the arrangements and get back to you as soon as possible." "Okay." After a brief chat, I put away the shell. I stood up and continued to discuss with the skeleton blacksmith whether to construct an iron tower or something else. To raise the nightstone up. Chapter 1254. Anglina, east of the Supreme Saint Golden City. Sigh. The night wind howled, blowing away the lingering clouds, making the moonlight above even clearer and brighter. In the dense forest, swarms of figures filled the entire woods. Amanda, clad in golden armor and a golden mask, gazed at a village built along the lake in the distance. This village, called Sea Tribe Village, had left a deep impression on her. It housed Sea Tribe captives and some transmigrators brought by Fang Hao, settled here by her arrangements. Close to the lake, it also suited the living habits of the Sea Tribe. But from afar, one could still see the flames within the village. Yet spikes had been erected along the walls, with a head hanging every few meters, belonging to Sea Tribe members, humans and skeletons alike. "Queen, we can attack now," a skeleton general approached softly, reminding. Amanda raised the staff in her hand high, the golden liquid coating the front row skeletons in a layer of golden armor. Then she stared straight at the village ahead and spoke deliberately, "Beat the drums, attack." "Yes." Boom boom boom. The sound of drums, thunderous, suddenly erupted. Grey and white halos rapidly dispersed among the trees, augmenting every undead present. Tramp tramp tramp. 2 columns of undead infantry, shields in hand, stepped out from the woods. Forming a tight formation under the moonlight, they approached the village. This was just a small part of the undead army. Yet it was unclear why the queen had dispersed her forces, allowing only 2 infantry formations to launch an attack. At the same time, a noisy clamor rose from within the village. Figures climbed up the village walls, constantly peering in this direction. Drawing their crossbows, they prepared to defend against these suddenly appearing undead. Facing undead that outnumbered them, these people showed no fear, their bloodshot eyes filled only with excitement and eagerness. Amanda stood far off, watching the enemy that had prepared for battle. Swoosh swoosh pop pop. Entering firing range, various crossbow bolts whistled out from the city walls, falling on the undead forces like raindrops. Yet such attacks and damage, aside from the clinking against shields, left no trace. Creak. Just then, the tightly shut gates began to slowly open. The undead hidden in the distant woods, somewhat confused by the situation, outnumbered and outmatched in weapons. There was a glimmer of hope in defending the city, but opening the gates, what did that mean? Were these people idiots? Under everyone's gaze, the gates fully opened, and a large number of enemies surged out like wild beasts. Simultaneously. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The sky shattered like glass, and a gigantic eyeball coalesced in the midair. The eyeball stared down towards the undead lines near the village. The next second, the neat columns began to descend into chaos. All the skeleton soldiers raised their weapons, striking at their companions. And the enemies who had charged out from the village killed into their ranks, plunging completely into a chaotic battle. Whoosh! In the woods behind, numerous undead also began attacking their comrades. But perhaps due to the distance, or possibly the dense forest, they did not make direct eye contact with the eyeball. There wasn't a complete frenzy. In a moment of chaos, those maddened were swiftly subdued. "Queen, all the uncontrollable soldiers have been restrained," the general reappeared after dealing with the internal issues. But looking at the outside scene, the soul fires were still trembling violently. The undead emerging from the woods were still fighting. The fiercely proud Queen's army, at this moment, behaved like uncontrolled beasts, throwing aside their shields and pouncing on their companions. A battle of chaos, allies attacking one another. Amanda gripped her staff tightly, still staring straight ahead. She ordered solemnly, "Bone Dragon, cleanse inside the village." Whoosh whoosh, dozens of bone dragons soared into the sky, striking towards the distant village. Amanda's commands continued, "Cavalry prepare, bypass the front battlefield, directly target the enemy's rear, spare none but the villagers." "Yes." Clatter clatter. The cavalry mounted, preparing for the final attack order. Silverwing City. Hall of Justice. Rebecca, clad in leather armor, sat sternly in the leadership seat, her face unusually grim. Below, several guards stood, with many more guards entering the hall. Leader, a nearby village of Osel City has been attacked by unknown believers. Habuzal, the city lord's mansion has been besieged, requesting assistance from the Hall of Justice. Lamat Port, requesting to close the port to prevent infiltrations by heretics. Leader, the villagers in the eastern village are crazily attacking each other, the patrolling general requests church assistance. One by one, voices arose, causing Rebecca's scalp to tingle. In an instant, problems arose simultaneously in various locations. The entire 100 Cities Federation, like an unstable building, began to fiercely shake at this moment. Notify Osel City to ensure the city's safety and rescue the trapped villages. I will inform the nearby transmigrator cities to assist. Habuzal will have support from reinforcements, they must hold till dawn. Lamat Port, close the port, no vessels allowed, reopening will be notified later. Adjust all Hall of Justice guards' resting schedules, increase surrounding patrols, the church, and the Mage Association must coordinate flawlessly. All aerial ships enter standby mode, prepare to reinforce various cities. Rebecca ordered coldly, sending out one command after another. As all the soldiers left, a cool breeze passed by, giving one a chilling sensation on the back. Unknowingly, her body was completely soaked. Damn it, what exactly are you up to? Rebecca muttered under her breath, then said to the maid beside her, bring me the sound-transmitting shell from my room. Yes, ma'am. 8 Peaks Mountain, Grey Iron City. A series of deafening explosions caused this sturdy fortress to start trembling violently. Soldiers stumbled and rushed into the royal palace. Anxiously shouting, King Belarga, the powder magazine has exploded, thousands of dwarves armed with firearms are approaching the palace. King Belarga's expression became sharp and he ordered coldly, arrange for fire extinguishing, the Iron Whisker Guard army is to immediately head to the armory to defend, deploy the stationed undead troops to suppress the rebels. Yes, your majesty. Tap tap tap. Clang clang clang. The battle in the Sea Tribe village continued. But the subsequent fighting was not as brutal as in the main city. After the appearance of Huge Eyes, it seemed like the god of deception no longer paid attention here. There were no threads filling the sky, nor did any giant masked monsters appear. This brought a slight relief to Amanda, who immediately ordered to speed up the attack. The bone dragon circled a few times before flying back, and large troops of skeleton cavalry charged directly into the battlefield, pouring into the village. Blood and limbs covered the ground. There was no surrender or escape, only a fight to the death. As the battle drew to its end, the frantically attacking undead infantry gradually returned to normal. Rotating their skeletal heads, they looked around in confusion. Queen, all enemies have been killed, the skeleton general walked back. What about the casualties? We're still counting, but initial estimates suggest over 3,000 deaths. The enemy's numbers and ranks were simply no match for the army. The casualties were mainly caused by internal fighting. Amanda nodded and continued asking, are there any villagers left? By the lake, we found many corpses, no surviving villagers have been discovered yet, the general continued. Keep vigilant and clean up the battlefield. Yes. A group of skeletons began the cleaning process. As dawn approached, surviving Sea Tribes people were actually found in the lake. These Sea Tribes had been hiding in the lake during this time, luckily saving their lives. They only came ashore to investigate the situation after discovering Amanda had retaken control. Main City, Lord's Manor. The morning light rose from the horizon, illuminating the hall and causing the nightstone to gradually dim. Fang Hao sat on the throne, with the sound-transmitting shell for contacting other cities beside him. Last night, affiliated towns had simultaneous problems. Villages were slaughtered, villagers crazed and attacking the Lord's mansion. Every city under his command could see flames and frenzied brawling crowds. The entire territory was in utter chaos. The true culprit behind this was all too clear. Being meddled with by a god known for deceit and tricks probably brings more amusement than a direct attack. Tap tap. The footsteps sounded again. Isabella and Dragon Queen entered from outside. Since their arrival, they rarely slept. Drinking tea and playing cards at night, it was almost like a vacation here. Sitting down on a chair, Dragon Queen asked, calling us over this early in the morning, is there something new? Just as Fang Hao was about to speak, Rolina also walked down from upstairs. Greeting her mother and Dragon Queen, she took a seat nearby. Everyone had arrived, and Fang Hao spoke directly, last night, our territory was attacked by followers of the deceiver. On hearing this, the three's expressions all tightened up. What was expected had arrived. Any wishful thinking was completely shattered at this moment. What do you plan to do? Isabella asked. Fang Hao took a deep breath, his expression determined. We'll prepare for another 2 days at most, then launch a direct attack on him. Win or lose, we'll let him know how painful it is to be beaten. 2 days? Dragon Queen and Isabella exchanged looks, both seeing doubt and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Only Roland nodded in agreement. He's always proficient in tricks and hiding. Are you sure this isn't a trap to lure you into attacking? Isabella pondered before speaking directly. Fang Hao rubbed his chin but shook his head. He may be enjoying toying with us, but that would not include forcing us to directly attack him. Otherwise, attacking the main city directly would have been the best way. Isabella nodded, agreeing with this idea. In this world now, the death of some citizens really isn't a big deal. Fang Hao's territory is safe, but before, bandits ran rampant here. Destroying a village, killing some people, probably no one would care. Using this method to force Fang Hao to attack him is not a good plan. Fang Hao could simply ignore it or arrange for nearby city troops to handle it. The god of deception's actions felt more like annoying and meddling with him. Dragon Queen continued, do you mean like last time when he manifested, possessing his followers? Not exactly, directly attack his divine realm. Isabella followed up, can you locate him? And take us there? Yes. Fang Hao continued. How can you achieve that? These matters still need to be kept confidential for now, you'll know when the time comes. What's the plan? I'd like to hear your plan. Sure. Fang Hao had someone bring over a wooden table and began to discuss his plan with the three. Chapter 1255. Morning, Silver Wing City. Hall of Justice Knights, escorting a luxurious carriage, slowly approached the east gate. The residents in line to enter and exit all stopped in their tracks, parted to both sides, and bowed in salute. The carriage drove to the city gate. Several guards from the Hall of Justice blocked the carriage. How bold! This is the Archbishop's vehicle, are you going to inspect it too? A Hall of Justice Knight shouted loudly. Since Rebecca became the Federation leader, the Church's status has plummeted. Nevertheless, the identity of the Archbishop was not to be insulted by these soldiers. The soldiers, paying no heed, went directly to the side of the carriage and in a lowered voice said, Archbishop, Leader Rebecca asks for your presence, she specifically had us wait here for you. Their tone was extremely respectful. From inside the carriage, the Archbishop's deep, indifferent voice responded, I am tired, let's go to Leader Rebecca to report this afternoon, go, back to the church. The coachman flicked the reins, and the carriage slowly moved. The soldiers, anxious, immediately stepped forward, attempting to grab the carriage. The knight guarding beside warned coldly, the Archbishop was busy all night dealing with heretics, let's talk in the afternoon if there are matters. As the carriage was about to leave, the soldier immediately spoke up, Dragon Queen, the Dragon Queen has arrived, specifically asking to see you. Leader Rebecca is with her, waiting for you. The carriage abruptly stopped, the curtain was lifted slightly, revealing the Archbishop's old yet still bright eyes. Who did you say has come? The Dragon Queen, from the Dragon Clan, she is waiting for you in the Hall of Justice. Leader Rebecca doesn't know what happened either, she sent me to inform you to be mentally prepared, the soldier said softly. The eyes that the Archbishop revealed were filled with surprise and confusion. The knight standing guard by the carriage also looked incredulous. The legendary Dragon Queen, the most powerful demigod, has actually come to this small place. After hesitating for a moment, the Archbishop lowered the curtain and softly said, let's go, to the Hall of Justice, notify the temple to prepare a banquet to receive the distinguished guest. Yes. The carriage set off again, heading towards the Hall of Justice. Hall of Justice. The Dragon Queen and Rebecca, both women sat on either side speaking in low voices. Compared to the somewhat reserved Rebecca, the Dragon Queen seemed much more relaxed. Moreover, she took an interested tone, inquiring about past matters concerning Fang Hao. How someone commanding an undead army gradually gained the trust of the Human Federation. She felt that the past of Fang Hao was rather interesting. They were having a lively chat. Archbishop, holding a golden staff, strode in. When he saw the woman dressed in a golden gown with dragon horns on her head in the hall, he immediately bowed respectfully, Archbishop Milton of the Church of Light stationed in Silver Wing City, meets the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen glanced at him and said directly, "Yeah, take a seat. There's a small favor I need your help with." The Archbishop didn't dare to sit but glanced at Rebecca. Seeing her slightly shake her head, indicating she was also unaware of the other side's intentions, he directly said, "Please speak, Dragon Queen. We will try our best to help." With this attitude, good, the Dragon Queen smiled. A bit of relief eased the Archbishop's inner pressure. The Dragon Queen picked up a teacup, sipped lightly, then continued, "You should have the Holy Lantern Talisman, right?" The Archbishop's eyes widened, surprised. The Holy Lantern Talisman was a talisman produced by the Church for clerical personnel and above. It had no special enchantments on its own. Its only effect was to provide defense against psychic and curse-type attacks. Simply put, it was a distributed talisman. But for bishops or archbishops, this talisman was also a symbol of identity and faith. There were no precedents to lend it out. Moreover, the Dragon Clan borrowing something, would they return it? If they returned it, they would not be the Dragon Clan. "Dragon Queen, this talisman represents..." Before the Archbishop could speak further, the Dragon Queen interrupted first, "Go prepare 3 or 4, I will take them soon and return them in 2 days. This, the Archbishop hesitated. "What? Do I need to find them myself?" The Dragon Queen's voice instantly turned stern. The Archbishop, sweat forming on his forehead, hesitated and could only agree, "Okay, Dragon Queen, give me a moment." The Dragon Queen nodded, then turned back towards Rebecca and curiously asked, "You said Fang Hao has opened a cosmetics store?" The Archbishop, walking away, stumbled. "Damn, how is it related to Fang Hao again?" Main city, outside the South City. Mech parts were piled up into several small hills. Even knowing these were mechanical, the arms and legs still looked somewhat frightening. Found Valkyrie mech blueprint, set the production to maximum. Added all the components produced recently by the subordinate cities, and those purchased from the Trade Alliance. Confirm production. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained Valkyrie mech units 305,424. Whoosh! A vast swath of light appeared around. The light dissipated, revealing numerous splendid Valkyrie mechs. A total of 300,000. These 300,000 mech units were neatly arranged. To mobilize only a few million military forces felt somewhat insecure. But there was no other choice, as the current overtimes had only produced over 3,000 energy cores. "Sir, the skeleton technicians are all here," the bound spirit guardians approached, followed by hundreds of skeleton technicians. Chapter 1256. "Yes, let them stand by," Fang Hao said, proceeding to another clearing. He began crafting the fine iron Valkyrie longsword. Hundredfold enhancement triggered, obtained 305,424 fine iron Valkyrie longswords. Scores of Valkyrie longswords appeared, clanging as they scattered across the ground. He signaled to the nearby skeleton soldiers to equip the Valkyries with the swords, while he continued to another clearing. Arriving at the new clearing, Fang Hao flipped to a new blueprint: Core Overload. Core Overload, Cast Iron Blocks 5. Mithril, Precision Parts 35. It was the same quantity as with the construct bodies. Confirmed production. Whoosh! An even larger pile of items appeared from thin air, scattering on the ground. This Core Overload device looked like a flat, palm-sized precision instrument. It was hard to tell if it was high-tech, but the various internal parts looked impressive. "Come here, install these Core Overloads onto the construct bodies," Fang Hao ordered the skeleton technicians standing by. With the flame of faith providing basic souls, these skeleton soldiers could understand more complex commands. A group of skeleton technicians immediately stepped forward. After picking up the Core Overload devices, they directly opened the Valkyrie construct body's chest armor. Despite the armor's raised lines, there were no flesh and blood beneath, only precise components. The technicians connected the Core Overload directly to the energy core. Then, with a snap, the chest armor was completely closed. "Is that all? It doesn't seem difficult." He watched for a while, but his assistance wasn't needed. So he returned to the main city. Back at the Lord's residence, Fang Hao took out the sound-transmitting shell to contact Eugene from the Elf clan. "Eugene, any leads on the Ring of Eternal Heart?" After about 5 or 6 minutes, the sound-transmitting shell conveyed a message. "Mr. Fang Hao, I contacted several trade houses and influential members of the elf clan yesterday. The price they're asking for is a bit outrageous, so I plan to wait a while longer to see if anyone else is willing to sell. It seemed that these people knew Eugene was eager and deliberately quoted an exorbitant price. However, with the battle imminent, there was no time to delay. He asked directly, "How much are they asking for?" "The cheapest one is 7.5 million elf coins. In my opinion, it should be between 2 and 3 million. The price is just too outrageous." Eugene sounded somewhat helpless. Eugene also wanted to help Fang Hao solve this problem as a gesture of gratitude for saving lives and for mining rights. But the price was clearly ridiculous, even a deliberate trap. Thus, Eugene hadn't responded yet, still trying to negotiate through his connections for potential ring holders. Hearing this price, Fang Hao did some mental conversions. The elf clan's currency was well crafted with high gold content. The exchange rate to Warfire coins was 2 to 1. That's over 3,700,000 Warfire coins. Perhaps in Eugene's view, it wasn't worth this price, but Fang Hao felt it was acceptable. After all, orange-grade accessories were rare on the market, and auctions usually went for similar prices. After some consideration, he said, "I urgently need it and must get it today. I'll buy 4 rings for now, and you keep collecting more for me at that price later on." There was silence on the other end before he replied, "All right, Mr. Fang Hao, but I'm afraid the funds I can use here might not be sufficient. Can you go to the Trade Alliance headquarters? Or tell me your local Trade Alliance station number, and I'll have someone deliver the money to you." Night fell. Lights still shone brightly inside the Lord's residence. 3 demigods and all the heroes stationed in the city sat in the lower seats. Like Zuleika in charge of patrols, Blackthorn responsible for the dungeon, and the reclusive Little Yu. They could only sit in the second row, listening to the Lord's further arrangements. Fang Hao explained the situation to everyone. Basically, this time they would be fighting the same enemy as the last assault, and they must prepare for possible emergencies, such as if their subordinates went mad or became delirious. They needed to be ready to prevent chaos at a critical moment without knowing what to do. After explaining, Fang Hao turned to the Dragon Queen. "Dragon Queen, did you get the necklace?" "Got it." The Dragon Queen handed 4 necklaces to Beata. The latter excitedly brought them over. Holy Lamp Talisman, orange. Category, necklace. Effect, light magic plus 20%, mental resistance plus 75%, curse resistance plus 55%. Description, under the protection of the Holy Lamp, the filthy darkness shall not devour your soul. The church really looked after its bishops and above, they were actually outfitted with such equipment. After examining the talisman, Fang Hao took out the ring he had obtained. Eternal Heart, orange. Category, ring. Effect, magic recovery plus 15%, mindful melody. Mindful melody, every 30 minutes, clears mental and spiritual abnormal status. Description, a meticulously carved ring, guarding the wearer's soul. Different from the necklace. The Ring of Eternal Heart doesn't directly increase mental resistance, but has a timed negative status removal function. Every 30 minutes, it cleanses abnormal mental and spiritual status. Even if you go mad or are controlled, as long as you survive 30 minutes, you'll recover. This equipment was indeed quite useful. The necklace increases mental and curse resistance, and the ring clears mental and spiritual abnormal status every 30 minutes, both are very practical, Fang Hao explained from the perspective of a transmigrator. Then, he distributed the rings and necklaces to the 3 demigods. At that moment, Angia came down from upstairs. She drew the 3-headed skull dagger from her waist, flicked her wrist, and with a ping, the blade stuck into the tabletop. Meanwhile, a commotion arose. "Angia, I've told you not to keep throwing things around, what if it breaks?" "Woo. It smells so nice, like a woman's scent." Suddenly, the 3 skulls on the dagger each spoke up. And they caught everyone's attention. The 3-headed skull dagger was a crimson-grade weapon obtained from a demon. At this moment, the 3 dog heads on the dagger, the 2 on the sides were somewhat normal, while the middle one was gagged with a ball, unable to speak. "Can you confirm you've found the god of deception?" Fang Hao asked directly. "Who's the god of deception?" asked the dog head on the left. "The one that turned into countless faces last time, didn't you say you remembered his scent?" Angia reminded beside him. "Oh, him. Yeah, we remember his scent, we can track down his plane of existence," replied the dog head on the left. "Woo. the middle dog head rolled its eyes. Ah! He's not a woman, what do you want with him, said the right one. Chapter 1257. The two dog heads on either side spoke at the same time. The intermediate one, with its eyes rounded, was forcefully whimpering. But it was confirmed that this dagger could indeed track the target. It was clearly written in the attributes of the equipment. Effect: traces targets across worlds and spaces. It's just that these three uniquely characteristic dog heads always diverted one's attention with their nonsensical talk. Of course, we also find that guy annoying. It's not that we can't help, but we can't just help for free, said the left dog head again. Woof woof. Yeah, right, nodded the right dog head in agreement. Angia hissed and flicked each of the three dog heads on the forehead. Dare to make conditions, hey. Angia, don't be too excessive, we have our dignity too, shouted the left one loudly. Three dogs in a door, what dignity do you have? I've tolerated you for a long time, you uneducated wild girl, shouted the left head loudly. Woof woof woof. Can I lick your toes? Upon hearing this, the quarreling sides instantly fell silent. They all turned their gaze toward the right dog head. Forget it, then. Fang Hao stopped the bickering between the person and the three dogs, saying directly, what are your conditions? Let's hear them, I might consider them if they're reasonable. The left dog head pondered for a bit, then said, craft us a sheath, must be gold, filled with gems, and engraved. Added the right head, arrange a beautiful woman every day to clean our bodies, we want different ones. What did these three dogs even do in the past? Why are 2 out of 3 dogs not normal? Fang Hao thought for a second, then directly said, I can agree to a gold sheath, no gemstones, no engravings, and definitely no women. The 3 dog heads immediately huddled together. 2 of them whispered back and forth, while the middle one hummed. Eventually, they raised their heads and said, fine, we agree, but you must keep your promise and not go back on it. Okay, Fang Hao nodded in agreement as well. It was just a gold sheath after all, no big deal. Shall we go find the god of deception now, continued the left head. I want to know, what must be done? If you can locate him, how would you bring us there? Fang Hao continued. Demons are highly knowledgeable about teleportation and invasions. Even though they have never truly conquered this plane, their cross-planar teleportation technology was unmatched by any other race. Hence, he believed in the 3 skull daggers' teleportation capability but still didn't know how it worked. The right dog head remarked, by teleportation, of course. Added the left, do you have a gate of the worlds? We can link to your gate, open the gate of the worlds in the target's plane, and then whether you attack or what, it's up to you. Fang Hao nodded, understanding. Meaning, this dagger is a long-distance device, substituting for Fang Hao to directly open the gate of the worlds. Once the gate is opened, they could also pass through to the designated area. This was indeed quite convenient. How about it? Shall we go find that guy now, continued the left dog head. Hold on. Fang Hao looked at the 3 demigods, is there anything you need to prepare? Are you planning to take action tonight? The Dragon Queen was surprised. It was supposed to be 2 days, but now, not even 1 day had passed, and they were about to take action. Fang Hao nodded, he's definitely going on further scheming tonight, wreaking havoc across his territories. His attention is divided, which gives us a good opportunity. Let's wait half an hour then. I also need to inform Eternal Night City, and the Dragon Queen probably needs to instruct the Dragon Clan as well, in case the opponent tackles our territories, Isabella spoke. The Dragon Queen nodded in agreement. Fang Hao added, your forces are chaotic, not as simple as mine. They can strengthen vigilance but should not leak the plan. On their side, unlike Fang Hao, there were many people. If their plan spread through both their races, it might even leak to the followers of the god of deception. That could lead to a massive loss if they were lured into a trap. Hearing this, the 2 women looked solemn. This was him suspecting them of leaking information. Yet, after just glaring at him once, the Dragon Queen said, understood. Let's gather in half an hour, and go slaughter that guy. The others also nodded in agreement. Although they spoke with great conviction, everyone still seemed a bit tense. They were going up against a god, after all. While many unbelievable feats had been accomplished in Fang Hao's hands, the idea of killing a god still left everyone unsettled. Half an hour later. In troop hiding cave. A dense array of assembled constructs neatly arranged, kneeling on the ground, each with a sharp long sword beside them. At the entrance stood 4 women. 3 demigods, along with the grey bear of only green level. He would participate in the battle through a divine descent. There was no choice, as the threat of a god was too great, involving significant risk. Plus, heroes could still be resurrected via the altar if they died. If he died, then it really was death. Whoosh! The space before their eyes, like a torn curtain, revealed a slender slit. Inside the slit, was a twisted and chaotic space. Swoosh! The dagger left the hand and disappeared into the twisted space. The torn curtain slowly repaired itself. At the entrance of the troop hiding cave, complex symbols lit up one after another, filling the entire entrance with a screen of light in an instant. Through the light screen, one could see the grey-white space and land on the other side. The gate of the worlds opened. So it turned out that one could see the world on the other side through the gate of the worlds. "Let's go," said Fang Hao. 3 demigods followed him out of the gate of the worlds. Stepping out of the gate of the worlds, what greeted them was a triangular energy barrier formed by stone pillars. Looking carefully towards the top, one could even see a dog's head, except now the dog's head couldn't move or speak. After a quick glance, he didn't continue to pay attention and surveyed the space again. The sky was grey-white, and the ground was dark red. At the far end ahead was a huge ancient castle, with the road leading to the castle filled with triangular wooden stakes, like makeshift tombstones. It gave off a sinister and eerie feeling. All around, the space was filled with various low sounds. As if someone was constantly whispering in your ear, causing irritation and dizziness. "Oh? You actually found this place, that is truly surprising." Just as they were observing the surroundings, a voice came from the distant castle. Despite the distance, it was very clear. The faces of the 4 changed, their bodies tensed, ready for battle. "You and your followers have been looking for me everywhere." Fang Hao continued to speak. He was also a bit nervous, but he couldn't show weakness at this moment. If he seemed weak, the 3 women beside him would feel even more uncertain. "And then," asked the god of deception, clearly interested. "Of course, to kill you." "Ha ha ha. Interesting, indeed I've chosen an interesting opponent," laughed the god of deception loudly, then abruptly stopped with his tone turning cold. "It seems, last time's victory gave you an unrealistic confidence." Fang Hao didn't bother to talk nonsense, his adversary was skilled in mental skills. Talking too much might just plunge him into the enemy's traps. Without waiting for his opponent to finish, he directly ordered, "Golem, attack." Click click click. The golem strode out of the gate of the worlds. Its silver-white armor reflected the grey-white light. With the long sword pointed diagonally toward the ground, as it ran lightly-footed, continuously emerging from the gate of the worlds, forming a stream of steel rushing towards the ancient castle. The energy he had been gathering for so long was for today. Today, he must kill the opponent no matter what. The stream of steel surged toward the castle. "Constructs. It seems you really did prepare." At the fall of his words, the grey-white sky suddenly darkened. The dark red ground began to roil constantly. One huge palm after another stretched out from the ground, followed by heads made up of masks of agony, bodies, and thick thighs. Like awakening rotten corpses, they broke through the soil, emerging bit by bit before their eyes. Painful soul detachers, mythical troops. Another mythical troops. In the last Divine Territory System mission, mythical troops had appeared. This time, in the God of Deception's Divine Territory, mythical troops again. Could it be Divine Territories are rich in these beings? The soul detachers crawled out of the ground, moving on all fours like powerful giant orangutans. Their masks of agony continuously contorted with agonizing expressions, as if enduring endless pain. The large and strange soul detachers crowded together, watching the approaching constructs. They opened their mouths wide. After a series of ah-ah screams, grey-white beams of light shot out towards the front. Swoosh swoosh. The dense beams of light directly penetrated the front line charging constructs, leaving bowl-sized holes in their bodies. Bang bang bang. The constructs at the very front shattered instantly, exploding on the spot. Even their limbs self-detached, turning into scattered pieces on the ground. But the constructs behind them stepped over the fallen debris and continued to charge forward. Soon, the charging constructs neared where the soul detachers were located. Bang! The construct collided with the soul detacher. Ah ah ah! The soul detacher, with its mask of agony, emitted horrifying sounds. Swinging its huge claws, striking at the construct in front of it. Valkyries, 3 meters tall, seemed exceptionally dainty in front of these monsters. Ducking low, avoiding a strike, their long sword then slashed towards the belly covered in grotesque faces. Whoosh! A long and fine slit was cut open, the mask twisted even more grotesquely and pained. Chapter 1258. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them, the constructs leaped up or slid forth, charging into the enemy's ranks. The lost souls let out strange howls as their huge claws continuously struck the approaching constructs. That kind of sonar should be a form of spiritual attack. It's useless against constructs, Isabella explained softly from behind. Fang Hao thought the same, but he was initially startled by the beams that were fired. If that thing kept firing, his constructs really wouldn't be enough to withstand the onslaught. Luckily, it seemed to be a skill that only allowed for a round of long-range attack before they could only fight in close quarters. Even if the strange faces' spiritual attacks were ineffective against constructs, these mythical units still demonstrated their incredible combat capabilities. Their massive size and bizarre, strong bodies made them formidable in melee combat. Their paws swung one after another, tossing and smashing the charging constructs under the effect of core overload. Explosions rang out one after another. Similarly, the constructs were not at a disadvantage. Hundreds of thousands of constructs crashed into the ranks of the lost souls like a tidal wave. They began pushing the towering lost souls back. And amidst the chaos, the lost souls that were slashed into mud began to rapidly disintegrate. In painful struggles, masks fell off, revealing male and female bodies underneath. It seemed that inside each monster, there was a person. Your bodies are impregnable, your claws can easily tear through metal, the voice of the god of deception rose again. The retreating lost souls swelled up, their claws gaining even more destructive power. They could slice through the outer armor of the constructs and even pulverize them completely. Halting their retreat, they began to rapidly charge through the ranks of the constructs. Do we need to take action? Rolina asked from the side. Fang Hao continued to watch the battlefield, shaking his head slightly. Not yet, let's see what other tricks he has. Demigods were meant to deal with the god of deception. And even if the lost souls had increased combat power, they would at most kill more constructs. It seemed that the quantity of constructs still held the advantage. As expected, the buff on the lost souls had a time limit. After a burst of charging, they again appeared powerless. They were rapidly overwhelmed by the constructs and hacked into mud. Before Fang Hao and the others could rejoice, the second move of the god of deception came again. Whoosh! A massive tripod appeared in the sky. Countless threads fell from the sky, landing on the bodies of all constructs and lost souls. Likewise, they fell upon the Grey Bear and 3 demigods. As if they were marionettes on strings, they latched onto parts of the body and then immediately tensed up. In an instant, Fang Hao felt his body lose control, his arms slowly rising and reaching toward his neck. Fang Hao was startled and immediately connected with the power of his divinity. Thunder appeared in an instant, circling around him. Boom, boom, boom. It was like the sound of threads snapping, and he broke free from the restrictive feeling, regaining control of his body. At the same time, the 3 demigods beside him also returned to normal one after another. The 4 were not severely affected. However, when they looked back at the battlefield, their expressions changed. The constructs that had been charging and clashing had all stopped moving, amidst a series of clicking sounds. Hundreds of thousands of constructs, controlled by the myriad threads in the sky, stood together with the towering lost souls. Slowly, they turned in Fang Hao's direction. In an instant, a sense of oppression loomed over them. In their last head-on battle with the god of deception, he displayed 2 rather troublesome skills. One was the huge eyeball that could release a bewildering mental attack, affecting any unit with a soul, whether living creatures or undead. They would become affected, starting to attack everyone around them. The second was the myriad threads descending from the sky, capable of manipulating dead bodies to reassemble and attack. To counter these abilities, he chose constructs which would not be disturbed by mental interference, and also added the core overload self-explosion device. After death, their limbs would not be reused. However, the current situation was still beyond Fang Hao's expectation. The constructs were still operational but already under the enemy's control. Even if one could see the Valkyrie constructs struggling to break free, they still had no way to do so. Hundreds of thousands of constructs, at this moment, became the enemy's force. It seems your soldiers have chosen a new master, the voice of the god of deception rang out again, full of mockery. Fang Hao didn't respond this time, his expression turning somewhat ugly. Whoosh swish, swish. Beams shot out from the mouths of the lost souls, bombarding their position. The four immediately dodged, the previous location was blasted into huge, deep pits. Crash! Then, the hundreds of thousands of constructs quickly dispersed, encircling the four from all directions with their position at the center. Is this your plan? The Dragon Queen asked in a stern voice, her face serious. A minor setback. With the Dragon Queen's strength, dealing with this scrap metal shouldn't be a problem, right? Fang Hao drew his combat sword from his waist, ready for battle. The Dragon Queen was speechless. In your hands, these are divine weapons slaying gods, in the enemy's hands, they're reduced to scrap metal. What's the next step of the plan? The Dragon Queen asked directly. Kill all of these, then storm the ancient castle, Fang Hao continued. You. Crash. Without giving anyone a chance to continue the conversation, the densely packed constructs, accompanied by a salvo of beams, surged over from all directions. Whoosh, the Dragon Queen gave Fang Hao another glare, stomped her foot, and her figure soared into the air. Transformed into a golden giant dragon, Fang Hao unleashed a beam of golden dragon breath, sweeping beneath him. The other three also spring into action, beginning to slay the oncoming foes. Supreme Saint Golden City. Outside the royal palace, well-equipped undead armies, gripping shields and sharp swords, formed an impenetrable metallic bulwark. Undead residents, donning diverse garments, gathered outside the royal palace, with the eerie colors of their soul fires shimmering. Suddenly, a shout erupted amid the crowd. All the undead sprang into action. They charged frenziedly, slamming their bodies and anything they could wield against the shields, attempting to breach the defense and storm into the royal palace. Inside the royal palace. Crash! The skeleton general, escorted by a few guards, strode briskly into the royal palace. He bowed slightly towards Amanda, who was looking out of the window, and said in a low voice, "My queen, the city's residents have all revolted, this place may no longer be safe. I shall escort you out of here." Amanda glanced at him. She said flatly, "This isn't your concern, return to your post." Escorting the queen was naturally the job of her trusted aides. Taking 2 steps forward, the general said softly, "My queen, I suspect that among these rioters, there are high-level heroes concealed within them. I think it's best to escort you." As he spoke, his hand was already reaching for the long sword at his waist. With a clang, the long sword was drawn, thrusting directly at the figure who was still looking out the window. The assassination attempt was so sudden that the trusted aides nearby had yet to react. As the sword was about to strike, bang! An explosive burst of air. The trusted aide Meatfist's punch smashed the sword-drawing general's skull to pieces. The skull shattered like broken stone. The soul fire was snuffed out too. At this moment, the rest of the trusted aides sprang to action, immediately pouncing on the several soldiers accompanying the general. All were slain. Amanda continued to look outside, without even turning her head. She commanded, "Seal off the royal palace. No general is to leave their post unauthorized. Hold until dawn." "Yes, my queen." Silver Wing City. The Hall of Justice stood at the forefront, followed by the clergy of the church. Sacred light pierced through the night, casting a sanctified glow, and the chorus sang ethereally in the night sky. Countless citizens gathered, standing like zombies with torches in their hands, staring vacantly at the Hall of Justice. Grey Iron City. Boom boom boom. Gun smoke swirled above the city, forming a dense, lingering cloud. Bullets zipped through the streets and after deafening blasts, dirt and stone flew everywhere. Frostwind City. Fierce orcs launched an assault on the clan leader's hall. The main city, Lord's Mansion. Fang Hao sat on the throne with the sound-transmitting shell in front of him, bearing the messages of various cities. The shell continuously transmitted the city's news, signifying that the domain had once again plunged into chaos. Different from yesterday's chaos, today the god of deception aimed to seize political power in the cities. Fang Hao needed to control Grey Bear and continue to deal with the battles in the deceiver's divine territory. He didn't have the spare energy to resolve each city's issues. Therefore, he issued a very simple and direct order. Hold until dawn. He never imagined that he could come out of the struggle with the god of deception unscathed. That was a true deity, one who behaved oddly and even somewhat insidiously. Victory would definitely not come easy. Just then, an immense and terrifying pressure enveloped the main city. Crack! The sound of something crisply fracturing echoed over the entire main city's sky, followed immediately by an endless and sinister dread rising in the heart. Whoosh! Inside the city, all types of troops rebelled, drawing the weapons at their waists, clamping onto forging hammers, pliers, carving knives and lunging at their comrades nearby. In an instant, the sounds of fighting and clashes of weapons resonated throughout the city. Thud thud! Ira, accompanied by the maids, ran in, dragging several newly recruited maids who were bound and furiously howling. "Master, that strange eye has appeared again, all the soldiers have gone mad." As expected. With all three demigods in the divine territory, the god of deception took this chance to come to his side. Fang Hao immediately stood up, moved to the side, and extinguished the flame of faith. "Ira, take the maids and hide in the basement for a while." "Oh, okay." Ira, ushering the maids, descended into the basement. The insurrection among the city's military was actually within expectation. If a revolt occurred, how to handle it had already been discussed. There wouldn't be an issue as long as they followed the planned procedures. Fang Hao then released a DM doll and stepped out of the Lord's mansion. Climbing up the city walls, he saw a tall, thin man standing outside the city. Under the moon's bright light, one could see his tidy attire and a bloody, triangular symbol still fresh on his forehead. Indeed, it was him. Fang Hao, observing the man's divine luminescence, caught the other's gaze immediately. Their divine powers shone like beacons in the deep night. And below, the man at the foot of the city wall displayed a sly smile. Chapter 1259. The man charged towards the city walls, revealing a cunning smile. It was as if he was mocking Fang Hao's ignorance and arrogance, having leaped into his trap. At this moment, figures emerged from all four directions of the city. Scattered about, they filled the distant open space. Fang Hao also understood the god of deception's plan. Having dispatched all the demigods, the main city was left in a vulnerable state. And naturally, the god of deception seized this opportunity, planning to take over the main city, leaving Fang Hao crippled. Both were calculating against each other, and now it was to see who would emerge victorious. "Prepare for battle," Fang Hao commanded solemnly. "Yes." Whir! Heroes and warriors on the city walls sprang into action quickly. Clank clank! Cannons swiveled to aim their muzzles, and numerous muskets extended from the fortifications, pointing down below. As one side moved, the man below began to act. He raised his arms high, looked up to the sky, and mumbled something under his breath. Crack! A grey-white fissure suddenly appeared in the dim night sky, then, countless masks marked by pain emerged from the crack. They swiftly drifted downwards, attaching onto the bodies of the followers of deception outside the city. If the crack was like a river breaching its bank, more and more masks appeared, quicker and quicker. Under everyone's gaze, they built into towering monsters with faces grotesque. Soulless creatures. Such were the appearances of the soulless creatures. A type of soldier responsible for guarding within the divine territory of the deceiver. Monstrous, terrifying, and twisted soulless creatures filled the distant open space. And even more masks stuck to the middle-aged man possessed by the god of deception. A larger, masked creature loomed in the distance. This monster, possessed by the god of deception, had already been encountered before. At that time, it was the Dragon Queen and Rolina, two demigods who together overcame it. One could say it possessed the extreme strength of a demigod. "Ew, they're so disgusting to look at," Millie immediately commented. Beata agreed, "And those faces, they all move." I wonder if we could catch a few to use as mounts," Angia added. The three grouped together, whispering as they pointed at the distant ranks. Completely devoid of the tension of facing a great enemy. Fang Hao immediately turned to the trio, saying, "Angia, Millie, take the maids and craftsmen to the giant ship." "Is that really necessary?" Angia turned back, looking surprised. "It is, go now." "Oh." The two responded and hurriedly ran down the city walls towards the Lord's manor. Roar! The leading monster let out a roar of rage. It was like the scream of a monster, and also like the moans of someone under severe torture. Following that, countless soulless creatures also let out a mournful cry. And launched their attack. Thud thud thud. The soulless creatures ran swiftly, their mouths opening wide, firing grey-white beams directly at the walls. Boom boom. Throughout the explosions, the entire city wall trembled incessantly, warriors hit by the beams disintegrated into scattered white bones. Fire. Boom boom boom. The cannons spit out flames, the trajectory of the shells arced and crashed into the distant ground. Concentrated fire burst amongst the monstrous throng. Shattered rocks flew through dust clouds. The soulless creatures, undeterred by smoke and craters, continued their fearless charge. On the other side, the huge monster the god of deception had become, was drawing close to the city walls. Shields invisible and constructed from their surrounding masks roared into existence, repelling the bombarding shells. Then came the dense bullets. Still, they could only shower down onto the adversary's barrier, unable to truly harm him. As the target drew closer, Fang Hao directly ordered, "Alurug." "Yes, my lord," Alurug responded, donning his black helmet. Taking his 3 sisters with him, he leaped down from the walls. Their figures quickly enlarged mid-air. Hammer in hand, raised high, they chopped at the charging monsters. Ah! Screeching terror emanated from the monsters' heads. Bang! Alurug's body, as if struck heavily, his breastplate caved in instantly, his body flung backwards, crashing into the city wall behind him. While the other 3 black-armored warriors swung their hammers, aiming for the monster's limbs. The other monstrous faces let out varying cries of torment. The 3 halted abruptly, the descending hammers momentarily stilled. The monstrous claws swung, smacking the trio. Boom boom boom. The 3 black-armored sisters were also sent flying, plowing trenches into the ground. A mocking expression reappeared on the monster's face. Taking advantage of the warriors being flung back, it stamped and leaped like a frog, soaring up high. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the city walls. Aha! Cries and howls erupted from the masks. Ordinary soldiers began attacking each other, plunging this part of the wall into chaos. The 4 black-armored sisters returned to the battlefield swiftly, wielding hammers again, they flew at their enemy. Bang bang bang! The black-armored sisters kept charging in, getting repeatedly blasted away. Like a relay race, relying on their resilience, they stalled for time. Indeed, without demigods, it was insufficient. Fang Hao stood at a distance and coldly ordered, "Beata, lead the bone dragon to clear out the enemy outside the city, Frederick take over the city wall defense, all orange heroes, brace to engage the enemy targets, even if it means piling up until dawn." Chapter 1260. "Yes, sir." As the voice fell, Dimitrija, Yzabeth, Furious Lion, and even Nelson, all charged forward. On one side, from the troop hiding cave, a silver-white bone dragon soared into the sky alongside a swarm of bone dragons, attacking the spirit separators below. Next, it was a race to see whose moves were faster. In the divine territory, the battle still continued. Endless constructs, like a steel tsunami, relentlessly rushed towards the 4 of them. The golden bone dragon circled above, continually spewing golden breaths, turning the constructs and spirit separators into molten iron on the ground. Isabella, with a flick of her hand, sent countless blood-colored droplets rapidly condensing in the air. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! They fell from the sky like bullets, penetrating bodies. The sounds of explosive disintegration rang out. Under the blood moon, Rolina, wearing the crimson moon mask, entered berserk mode. Like a berserk war maiden, wielding an exaggerated giant sword, she cast blood-colored magic while swinging the giant sword through the crowd. Large numbers of constructs fell dead, as even more enemies rushed forward. Fang Hao took control of Grey Bear's body again and swiftly approached Isabella and Rolina, saying coldly, "That old dog, taking advantage of the absence of a demigod in the main city, has already attacked the main city. We have to speed up, otherwise all our efforts will be wasted." As soon as the words were spoken, Isabella's giant bat wings suddenly unfurled. An endless blood fog instantly rose. Rolina picked him up and flew towards the distance. At the same time, the blood fog quickly blanketed the battlefield, enveloping the area below. In the fog, the charging constructs began to slow down, their shiny surfaces covered with red rust, and their bodies, like sculptures, staggered a few steps before freezing in place. The spirit separators, their attached masks started falling off, and their bodies rapidly withered within. The whole area continuously saw constructs charge into the mist, turning into rust-covered rejects. The Dragon Queen, continuously releasing breaths, also noticed the situation here. A golden sun suddenly rose in the sky. The dazzling intense light obscured the whole sky. When everyone regained their vision, the area in front was already turned into a scorched earth. The cracked ground flowed with grey molten iron. The two veteran demigods had both unleashed their powerful moves. The numbers of constructs and spirit separators were instantly reduced drastically. All the spirit separators disappeared, while the remaining constructs, under the attack of the four, were also quickly annihilated. The whole domain once again quieted down. How is the main city doing? Rolina walked over and asked. The other two demigods also came over. It can still hold on. Clap clap clap. Clear applause sounded, and a figure slowly stepped out from a distant ancient castle. He was a tall middle-aged man dressed in black and white attire. His forehead prominently arched upwards, his face looking quite bizarre. Wonderful, how does it feel to kill your own people? The man said with a full smile. The three women's bodies tensed, their gazes fixed on each other. They were ready for battle. God of Deception Claire Ladine, lower god. As expected, it's him, the god of deception. Moreover, the responsive level was displayed after the name. A lower deity. This level is actually quite easy to understand. The strength of a deity fundamentally depends on the level of divinity. Of course, a higher divinity level doesn't necessarily mean one is more formidable in battle, it could also mean other aspects are prominent. It can only be understood as having a large battery power, but whether you are formidable or not still depends on yourself. Is it because you've done too many bad deeds that you've turned out this way? Fang Hao directly said. The god of deception was stunned at first, then quickly understood the implication of Fang Hao's words. With an unchanged smile, he continued, maybe, you might end up like me. Oh right, once I find you, there will be no after to speak of. So, I found you first and planned to resolve this trouble today. Fang Hao didn't back down verbally. The god of deception targeting him from the start wasn't hard to guess. It was simply the covetousness of other deities' divinity. Going after old, established deities is not a wise choice, you could easily get found and counter-killed. But a recently elevated deity is much easier to handle. With just these three demigods and a god so cowardly and reliant on believers. The god of deception said with mockery. Then his gaze shifted back to the three demigods behind him, Dragon Clan demigod and Blood Clan demigod, what can a newly elevated deity give you? How about believing in me? I can give you everything you desire, even ascend to the status of a deity. He knew that the words of the god of deception were tempting him. But in the minds of the three, images involuntarily appeared of what they might obtain if they sided with the god of deception. Dragon Queen and Isabella showed a moment of daze in their eyes. Rolina, however, was unfazed. Fang Hao retorted, I'm also curious, after so many years as a deity, why do you have neither deities nor demigods by your side? Is it because you don't trust your own people, or have you devoured their divinity? Being a believer of the god of deception is no honor. Whether it's the believers causing trouble everywhere or when their masks fall off to reveal their true faces. Their ends are exceedingly tragic. Fang Hao seriously doubted whether all his subordinate demigods had been devoured by him. Boosting his own power. If the Dragon Clan demigod and Blood Clan demigod are willing, I will spare no effort in assisting you. The god of deception continued. The three didn't speak, merely standing silently behind Fang Hao. Even though their minds were filled with visions of their races becoming powerful and themselves ascending to deity status, they kept reminding themselves in their hearts that the person before them was not to be trusted. Everything he said was merely to bewitch them. Fang Hao, seeing the lack of reaction from the three, displayed a smile on his face. It seems that your lies aren't effective on everyone. Not waiting for the god of deception to continue speaking, Fang Hao's eyes hardened and he directly commanded, kill him. Whoosh! The sound of air tearing sounded around them, as three figures transformed into streaks of light, whooshing forward. Dragon Queen took the lead, instantly morphing into the Dragon Clan form, and in the blink of an eye, rushed forward. Her gigantic dragon mouth opened, golden energy gathering in the air. The god of deception, smiling, watched the golden dragon approaching. Dragon Clan demigod, you've lost your ability to fly. A flat voice sounded. The giant dragon in the sky suddenly changed facial expressions. Her enormous wings began fluttering in panic, her body plummeting straight down from the sky. Bang! A loud boom as the dragon's body slammed into the ground. Chapter 1261 The golden dragon crashed loudly, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Dragon Queen, recognized as the strongest, was shot down by a simple sentence, causing the others' faces to change drastically. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A barrage of blood-colored droplets, like bullets, burst through the dust and streaked out rapidly. The god of deception, with a casual flick, scattered the droplets. Meanwhile, Isabella and Rolina, with bat wings unfolded, one on the left and the other on the right, had already charged forward. "I am by your side." The calm voice resounded, and the two women's faces changed instantly. Their attacking moves were immediately redirected. The red giant sword slashed toward Isabella, and the blood claw also changed direction, grabbing toward Rolina's head. The god of deception stood by with interest. As if waiting for a good show to start, he was filled with anticipation. The bodies of the two women tensed up, forcibly shifting their attacks while launching another strike towards the god of deception. "I am behind you." As the voice fell, the two again felt their bodies out of control. Their feet swiftly turned, and the attacks in their hands were directed towards the rear. The god of deception stood behind them, his hands formed into palm blades, stabbing toward the backs of the two. Whoosh! A golden beam kicked up swirling gusts, pushing back the god of deception. The two women spread their bat wings, quickly retreating backward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the incoming Dragon Queen. However, the three of them now exhibited a look of wariness in their eyes. The opponent's ability was indeed peculiar. Upon hearing his words, they knew in their minds that he was lying. Yet, their bodies still reacted differently. As if he could directly control their bodies. The three women exchanged glances and immediately dispersed. Whoosh whoosh, golden beams, blood-colored droplets, blood spear moon blade, like swarms of swallows returning to their nest, attacked the opponent. Boom! Dust rising, three silhouettes once again attacked from the front. The Dragon Queen, her kick whistling with explosive force, aimed at his head. "I am on your right." Bam! Rolina immediately positioned her giant sword across her chest to block the suddenly redirected kick. Her body instantly flew backward. "Your enemy is on the left." Isabella's hands, then reached for the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen swatted away the incoming arms, her gaze sharp, two golden beams converged and shot towards the god of deception. "Blood Clan demigod, you can't feel your own arms." Isabella's arms instantly went limp, unable to be raised again. Using her bat wings in combination with her blood-colored magic, she utilized her legs to wrestle. With the mask on, "Blood Clan demigod, your eyes can't distinguish distances." Rolina blocked her mother's attacks, the giant sword in her hand directly cleaving in front of the god of deception. While continuously swinging her sword, she was only hacking at the air. Whoosh! Bam! Various magic continuously fired out. Like dense bombs, lifting dust into the sky. The silhouettes of the three, in the thick smoke, kept attacking the target close at hand. "I am on your right." The Dragon Queen's hand transformed into a dragon claw, tearing through Rolina's shoulder. Rolina's cleaving giant sword turned on her mother, while Isabella's blood spear stabbed at the Dragon Queen. The three fought more cautiously and with growing dread. Their moves were hesitant, not daring to really exert their full strength. Fearing that the next blow would truly injure one of their own. They could only continuously attack, entangle, and wait to find the opponent's flaw. The main city. The artillery fire continued, with gun smoke gathering into thick clouds over the city. Bullets interwove into an orange giant net, ceaselessly shooting downwards. A large group of revenants had already approached under the city. Bone Dragon, chasing with howls, followed along the base of the wall, spewing streams of death breath. Inside the city, the large revenants condensed by the god of deception, did not disappear despite battling in the divine territory with the Dragon Queen and the three. Just like Fang Hao can summon the Grey Bear while controlling the demon doll. Any god can maintain their own presence while descending divinity onto their followers. The giant revenants rampaged through the city. Their twisted faces on their bodies emitted piercing sound waves and flung out giant arms, sending the approaching heroes flying, crashing into nearby buildings. Lock the dragon crossbow, fire! Bang bang bang! The locked dragon crossbows atop the surrounding buildings let out a huge bow resonation. Arrows after arrows whistled towards the opponent's body. An invisible barrier reappeared, deflecting the bolts, sending them flying to one side. "Stop him from moving forward, block up the road." The four black-armored sisters continuously struggled with it, slowing down its pace. Dmitrija, raising his hand to mark, Furious Lion, closely following behind to attack. Little Yu kept reappearing in the darkness, her sharp stinger attempting to strike at the target's eyes. On the wall tops, Bia released water clones, unleashing various forms of water elemental magic. In the air, Succubus Yzabeth pulled out her long whip, lashing towards the opponent's head. The city's heroes all came out. A force capable of taking a city in any power, at this moment, could not even stop the opponent's advance. Continuously heroes were flung away, skeleton soldiers, stepped into fragments like ants. The terrifying monster, breaking through all barriers, endlessly moved closer. Getting nearer to the front of the Lord's mansion. Inside the divine territory. An orange ring bearing the mindful melody effect activated. Fang Hao stood at a distance, his expression extremely ugly. From his angle, he could better observe the entire battlefield. The three demigods were no longer daring to use their full strength. Every attack ended up striking their own people, and while they persisted, they could not find a way to defeat the opponent. On the other hand, the god of deception, with hands behind his back, appeared very relaxed. The entire battle seemed like the three demigods were chasing the opponent. In reality, it seemed more like they were merely toying with the three. As well as stalling for time, preventing the three demigods from disengaging to attack the monstrous body that could directly breach the Lord's manor. Completely capturing the city. The Dragon Queen's arm transformed into a massive dragon claw, grabbing straight towards his head. Attack on your right side. The dragon claw went directly towards Isabella's body. Isabella's body suddenly shattered, turning into a puff of black smoke and disappearing. The next second, she appeared behind the god of deception, bat wings spread, her hands conjuring a giant scythe wrapped in black mist. Got you. Caught who? A questioning voice sounded from behind. Isabella focused and saw, standing in front of herself, was her daughter, Rolina. Thud. A palm pierced through her chest from behind. Blood sprayed, and a beating heart was pulled out. Snap! In front of everyone's eyes, the heart was instantly crushed. Isabella's aura quickly faded, falling from the sky to hit the ground. Isabella! Mother! Both exclaimed. Mother! A flash of excitement passed through the eyes of the god of deception. Looking at the descending giant sword, he softly said, "Your target is below." Whoosh! The giant sword, swiftly reversed, cleaving downwards towards Isabella's head. The Dragon Queen, with one kick, knocked away the falling giant sword. "Take your mother and go." The Dragon Queen instantly soared into the sky, a round golden sun condensing in the sky. Perhaps feeling the pressure, the expression of the god of deception became slightly serious, directly saying, "Dragon Clan demigod, you cannot use your powers and you cannot breathe." Whoosh! The condensed golden sun suddenly shattered. A mysterious fear appeared in the eyes of the Dragon Queen. "You go first," Rolina once again charged back, standing in front of the Dragon Queen. The red moon enveloped the sky, making the entire sky even more somber. The god of deception, eyes slightly narrowed, said to Rolina, "Your blood begins to ignite." Whoosh! Rolina let out a painful wail as her body began to burn spontaneously. The god of deception then turned to look toward the distant Dragon Queen, Isabella, and Grey Bear. In a soft voice, "You cannot breathe, your hearts cannot beat." The complexions of several changed, instantly lying back on the ground, their skin turning purplish. In violent struggle, one by one they closed their eyes. Rolina, who had not died even after being dismembered and sealed away for decades, this time, also met death. Elsewhere, Fang Hao heavily slapped the throne, his complexion exceedingly grim. He hadn't expected the gap between them to be so large. Three demigods, who in front of any force, were more than capable of overwhelming. Yet when faced with a deity from the divine territory, they seemed so weak. There was even a feeling of being toyed with and abused to death. "My lord, we will escort you away," two Nisbets walked in. Outside the city, the monster had already attacked the central plaza, and reaching the Lord's manor was merely a matter of time. Fang Hao closed his eyes, quickly brainstorming strategies. Is there really no way at all? If this battle is lost to the god of deception and he seizes the territory, everything developed will become his dowry. In the future, the god of deception will also chase him more recklessly. If so, running away now would only be the difference between dying sooner or later. Might as well fight it out, worst case, die together. Reopening his eyes, the two Nisbets still stood silently waiting. Fang Hao stood up and directly said, "Notify Nelson to resurrect Rolina and Grey Bear, have her contact Isabella and the Dragon Queen, to defeat the monster in the city." "All right, my lord, shall we evacuate now?" "No, let's go to troop hiding cave number 1. After saying that, he walked toward one side. In the divine territory, the god of deception, eyes watching the gradually fading disappearing corpses. "These are being resurrected. Died a bit early, but it doesn't make much difference," he murmured softly. Then curious, he walked towards the 3 stone pillars in the distance. It seems, through these things, they found the location of his divine territory. Perhaps, it could also be used in reverse to find their location directly, seizing their divinity. Just then, approaching the portal in front of the 3 pillars. Gurgle. Suddenly, a black and white cube rolled out from the screen, landing at his feet. While the stone pillar, instantly turned into a small dagger, disappearing with a whoosh. The god of deception did not concern himself with the dagger. Instead, curiously looking at the cube on the ground, "What's this now?" But the next second, the cube suddenly erupted with a vast terrifying aura. Continuing. The black and white cube began to click as it turned. In the next second, the cube burst open, a realm unknown overlapping with the divine territory. Where the 2 realms intersected, a gigantic figure slowly stepped out. Chapter 1262. The figure gradually emerging exuded a terrifying aura of dread. A true deity? Could it be that this is the real form of the new divine being? Impossible. Apart from the 3 demigods, did they enlist other assistants? The towering figure stepped out of the overlapping spaces and appeared before him. The gigantic and robust body was covered with heads and densely packed arms. A giant. A giant long vanished from history. And such a bizarre giant at that. For some reason, the sight of the towering figure before him aroused an uneasy feeling in the heart of the god of deception. "Are you the assistance he's sought? Allying with a newly ascendant deity might not be so advantageous for you. What about we join forces instead?" The god of deception, with hands clasped behind his back, once again revealed a sly smile. The 100-armed giant glanced around with a puzzled look and then set its gaze on the diminutive god of deception below. Then, smiles spread across all its heads. The god of deception also smiled, "By uniting 3 demigods' divinity and that of a new god enough for us to divide up fairly." Roar! The 100-armed giant did not respond. Instead, it excitedly charged towards him, its numerous arms wildly swinging weapons, and its 50 heads emitting all sorts of bizarre cries. The god of deception's face instantly turned cold as he scoffed, "You cannot move your feet." Thud! Thud! The 100-armed giant's footsteps progressively quickened as it started to run. Its heavy strides hammered on the ground, producing resounding impacts. The god of deception's face changed as bewilderment and solemnity flickered in his eyes, and he continued, "Stop your footsteps. Your body shall become immobile. Your heart won't beat, you won't be able to breathe. You, damn it!" The god of deception watched the enemy approach, his face gradually consumed by fear. A light tap beneath his feet, and his figure rapidly retreated backward. Boom! Countless weapons fell from the sky. They violently crashed into where he had stood. A tremendous booming like an explosion, a pit several meters deep, opened up before his eyes. The god of deception wasted no more words. Threads dropped from the sky like swift serpents, quickly entwining the giant's body and arms. But the falling threads did nothing to hinder the giant's movements. They didn't even snap as the giant dragged the gathering threads and continued its murderous advance towards him. The god of deception turned and ran to the ancient castle behind him. With a swish of his hand, numerous masks appeared out of thin air behind him. Their twisted faces turned towards the advancing giant. Swish swish swish! The masks spat out beam after beam of greyish light, forming a dense net. Boom! The 100-armed giant raised arms to shield from the incoming beams, not once stopping its feet, and shattered all the masks. The sky darkened once more. Countless eyes, countless mouths, emerged in the air. Eyes filled with endless malice simultaneously fixated on the 100-armed giant, deceitful and beguiling words resounded from all directions. The 100-armed giant looked up at the sky. When it found that it couldn't attack with 2 pebbles thrown from its hand, it had butted its way into the ancient castle, the 100 weapons going berserk, slashing at everything around. Walls collapsed, stones tumbled from above. What kind of monster is this? Fear genuinely gripped the heart of the god of deception at this moment. No interference or spell had any effect on the giant before him. Rumble. The god of deception quickly fled further away. Whoosh. A chain instantaneously wrapped around his body. With a strong pull, the god of deception's body was yanked backward. He landed before the 100-armed giant. Countless heads looked down at him with excitement. Don't, whatever he offered you, I'll double it, anything you want. No response came, as the densely packed arms slowly lifted their weapons. I am willing to serve you as lord. From now on, you will be my master. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, countless weapons fell upon him. Rapid and synchronously, striking down upon his form. The earth shook violently. With every hammering blow, the ground caved in more. The gusts raised sent the already ruined ancient castle tumbling down even further. 100-armed giant release countdown, 5 minutes 22 seconds. In the Lord's Hall. Fang Hao looked at the displayed countdown and frowned slightly. This eternal exile seemed to be more than just an ordinary prison. He had thought that once opened and the monster released, it could not be taken back. But now, it seemed there were some differences from what he had imagined. If there was a release countdown, perhaps it could be retrieved? It was like a temporary venting time. Thump thump thump. At that moment, Rolina entered with a somewhat disheveled appearance and directly said, "The monster disappeared." Disappeared. Fang Hao was startled. After Rolina was resurrected, she went to deal with that huge monster. If the divine territory wasn't overrun, but the main city was lost, that would be troublesome. Thus, the city's entire combat power was sent to face that towering monster. So many people couldn't stop it. Now it's just gone? Did you kill it? Fang Hao said. That monster, possessing the top combat power of a demigod, was defeated last time by the joint effort of the Dragon Queen and Rolina. Now the Dragon Queen and Isabella are both resurrecting in their respective territories. Just with Rolina alone, she shouldn't have been able to eliminate it so quickly. No, it just disappeared suddenly. A middle-aged man with a triangle symbol on his forehead fell out. He's already dead. Dimitrija is cleaning up the battlefield. Rolina took a sip of water, then continued. Dead? After careful thought, Fang Hao remembered the 100-armed giant he had released. Good, I see. Go contact the Dragon Queen and your mother, see how they both are doing, Fang Hao gave an instruction. Okay. Rolina nodded, stood up, and went upstairs. Troop hiding cave. Fang Hao, controlling the body of Grey Bear, looked across at the other side of the Gate of the Worlds. At this moment, the divine territory had turned into another view altogether. It was even more desolate than it was during their battle before. The ground was covered in potholed craters. Even the ancient castle at the end had vanished, with vast ruins still visible in the distance. Fang Hao carefully walked out. The entire divine territory was quiet, with no sound at all, not even a breath of wind. First, he went to where several people had died, throwing all the dropped loot back through the Gate of the Worlds. Heroes can be resurrected. But dropped items won't resurrect with them. So, the loot still needed to be collected. When he approached the ancient castle, Fang Hao was startled again by the sight before him. The perimeter of the castle lay in collapsed ruins. And the interior of the castle was like the hollowed-out earth's crust, a deep pit that was perhaps dozens of meters deep or even more. It was filled with rubble and various fragments. Just like it had been struck by a nuclear bomb. Fang Hao climbed down the deep pit, and after searching briefly in the middle of the ruins, he found the black and white Rubik's Cube and a shiny divinity. Divinity, Level 3. Description: the core of a god's power, powerful divine arts, all depend on divinity to operate. At the sight of the divinity, Fang Hao felt an undeniable joy rise from his heart. The 100-armed giant was indeed fierce. It had only been released for half an hour. And it had already smashed the god of deception to death, truly powerful. Thinking about it made sense. How could a criminal personally sealed by the giant's supreme god not even beat a lesser deity skilled in deception and lies? And the god of deception was characterized by enticement and manipulation, where the 100-armed giant was completely immune. Fighting him was like beating up children. He collected both items. Fang Hao went back to the Gate of the Worlds and summoned Dimitrija. Lord N. The battle has ended on the other side of the gate. Arrange for people to clean up the battlefield, all loot must be accounted for, Fang Hao directly ordered. Yes, Lord. Dmitrija nodded and called a large number of skeleton soldiers to enter the gate and begin clean-up work. After collecting the Rubik's Cube and Divinity, Fang Hao dissolved the Descent of Divinity. You've done well, Grey Bear. You don't have to train tomorrow, rest well for a day, Fang Hao smiled and said. Grey Bear, a hero of the Green Tier, had participated in the battle of demigods and deities. That was indeed a bit much for her. But there was no choice, Fang Hao only had 2 followers who could enact Descent of Divinity. Besides Grey Bear, there was an old lady. It was even more impossible to let the old lady take part in the battle. Thank you, Lord. I will train hard to relieve the Lord's worries, Grey Bear said directly. It seemed that today's battle had indeed ignited Grey Bear's fighting spirit. Good, once you become a demigod, I will erect a statue for you. Thank you, Lord. Grey Bear once again saluted, then turned and left. The hall fell into silence once more. It was only when Fang Hao was alone that he took out the divinity. Level 3 divinity. Held in the hand, it emitted a brilliant light. The gap between deities and demigods was indeed too vast. The god of deception, after all, was just a level 3 deity, who rather playfully defeated 3 demigods. Among them, the Dragon Queen was recognized as the first, and Isabella was also a veteran demigod. Their strength was definitely not weak. It could only be said that deities and demigods were simply incomparable. Holding the divinity, Fang Hao began to think. This divinity. Fang Hao did not intend to use it to cultivate his own deity, but to use it for himself. It wasn't that he didn't need a deity to truly bear the brunt. But today, too much information was revealed. In today's dialogue with the god of deception, the other party mentioned more than once that he was a deity. Not to mention the Dragon Queen and Isabella were intelligent, even if slow to respond, repeated mentions would make even them guess something. The allure of divinity could not be compared to mere wealth. He trusted Rolina, but not the Dragon Queen and Isabella. Therefore, he needed to enhance his strength, at least to ensure the alliance of the 3 parties was unbreakable. You can devour a level 3 divinity. Would you like to devour it? Devour. The dazzling divinity turned into a strong energy, drilling into his body. Transforming into streams of warmth, merging directly into the divinity. Successfully fused with level 3 divinity, your power of faith has been enhanced. Unlocked traits, mental resilience, word as curse, enlightenment of the heart. Unlocked skills, seducing the mind, puppet theater. Chapter 1263. Level 3 divinity fusion successful. Fang Hao could clearly feel the expansion of the boundless energy within his divinity. If one must draw an analogy, a level 1 divinity is like a barrel of water, reaching level 3 is like a lake. The immense energy filling him even caused his body and mind to feel severe discomfort. Sitting on the throne, he rested for quite a while. Once the peculiar sensations in his body subsided, Fang Hao began to examine the traits and skills unlocked by the level 3 divinity. Unlocked traits, mental resilience, words cast spells, enlighten minds. Unlocked skills, sway hearts, puppet theater. Mental resilience, immune to mental and psychic abnormal states. Words cast spells, vocal influence / persuasiveness plus 100%, vocal spells take effect immediately upon speaking. Requires learning basic vocal spells to take effect. Enlighten minds, mind magic plus 100%, can influence the target's mind. Sway hearts, unobstructed by mental / psychic defense, can fully control the target's state. Puppet theater, special class skill, can manipulate targets within a fixed area. In total, there are 3 traits and 2 skills. The mental resilience increases resistance against mental and psychic abnormal states. That is to say, such abilities will no longer be effective against him. This is very good, and even more useful than having several more skills. It can prevent others from using such abilities against you. Considered an additional life-saving method. The second one is words cast spells, and this skill looks quite special. The influence of the voice directly increased by 100%, and vocal spells will take effect as soon as they are spoken. It seems that the reason the god of deception can influence others with just a word is due to this trait. From the battle with the god of deception, Fang Hao had some observations. In fact, the opponent did not have much combat power. It was entirely dependent on the mouth, influencing the actions of the enemy. 3 demigods were put in a difficult position and were killed only when the time felt right. This point is actually quite similar to him. Not to say their temperaments are similar, but they also lack combat power. Now that he has acquired his ability, in a sense, he can achieve a similar effect. He won't be as useless as before. After reading through the skill descriptions, there is a special note at the end, requires learning basic vocal spells to take effect. Basic vocal spells? Damn it, they're unlocked but I still can't use them? This feeling of seeing but not being able to have is the most frustrating. Wait. Basic vocal spells. Fang Hao seems to have some recollection, as if he has seen it somewhere before. Rummaging through the storage space. A scroll was taken out. Elder's Oath Skill Scroll. Category, Skill Scroll. Ability, Special Class Spell, Vocal Infection Power plus 50%, Persuasiveness plus 35%. Description, Basic Vocal Spell, mastering this skill allows one to study related abilities. Seeing the scroll's description, Fang Hao's heart leaped with joy. This is the scroll he obtained from the tomb in the Undead Desert last time, and he thought it was just a basic spell, so he kept it. Without mentioning this, he would have forgotten about this item. And it just so happens to fulfill this trait's requirement. Directly using it, the scroll transformed into a ray of light, merging into his body. After learning the skill, the small print at the end, requires learning basic vocal spells to take effect, also disappeared. Proving that the trait has taken effect. The third trait is Enlighten Minds. Mind magic plus 100%, and can influence the opponent's mind. In fact, it looks like a mental spell. Except, the means of propagation is through the voice. Next are the unlocked skills. Sway Hearts, by the name of the skill alone, one knows its function. But whether it can successfully sway the target still depends on the target's mental and psychic defense. Of course, in terms of attributes, Fang Hao is not afraid at all. His level 3 divinity already puts him in a divine state. Puppet Theater's introduction is rather simple, it only mentions manipulating targets within a fixed area. But guessing from the engagement with the god of deception, it should be that move where silken threads descend from the sky. Speaking of which, that move is pretty twisted. It can manipulate not only the dead but even fully functioning constructs. Absolutely twisted. After looking through all the skills, Fang Hao felt completely satisfied. Anyhow, he is no longer a waste. The sky was already brightening. Tread, tread, tread. Rolina came down from the upstairs. Helplessly, she said, my mother is consolidating the Blood Clan's forces, and won't be coming over for the time being. The Dragon Queen seems to be dealing with her territory's issues as well, and said that she won't be coming over for the time being. The news of the god of deception's death was not yet known to these two. They probably don't plan to come over now because they are preparing for the retaliation of a divine being. There was no other choice, since all three demigods had been toyed with to such an extent, there was no capacity left for them to kill their foe. Now, the only thing to think about was to prepare. And wait for the retaliation to come. Fang Hao nodded and continued, tell them the god of deception is dead, so they don't need to worry, and when they have time, come back and retrieve the dropped equipment. Rolina frowned slightly, then her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. She exclaimed in surprise, the god of deception is dead? Are you sure? Of course, why would I lie to you? Just tell them honestly, and tell them not to worry. Everything is going according to plan. A smile appeared on Fang Hao's face. Oh okay, I'll go tell them right now. My mother was so worried, she scolded me for a long time. A look of relief appeared on Rolina's face. Having said that, she then went upstairs with quick steps. The battle had ended, but the entire domain was still bustling. Not just in the main city. Cities like Silverwing City, Grey Iron City, Supreme Saint Golden City, and various other subordinate cities. They were all cleaning up the streets, dealing with last night's mess. After the death of the god of deception, the mobs of people that were rioting in the cities had already come to their senses. And began to dissipate slowly. The followers of the god of deception also lost their faith at this moment. The death of a divine being didn't have much impact on their followers. It just gave a feeling of losing something undefinable. According to traditional beliefs, it is the believers who sustain the gods, while the gods depend on divine power to give some feedback to their believers. Therefore, believers are equally important to the gods. Approaching noon, the maids and craftsmen who had been sent away also returned. Seeing Fang Hao standing at the entrance, multitudes of maids rushed over, hugging him tightly layer upon layer. Master, is it over? Ira asked. It's over, everyone rest for today, no training needed. Fang Hao said directly. Yay! The mates cheered without any sense of crisis. In their opinion, no one could defeat Fang Hao, and no one could truly take down this city. Well, except for the Dragon Queen. Last time was an accident. In the afternoon. In the Lord's Hall. 3 skull daggers were placed on the wooden table in the middle of the hall. As the meritorious heroes of today's important task, they were praised by the many heroes present. Even the dog's head in the middle was released from the ball in its mouth, returning to normal. Of course, the condition for removing the ball was not to swear the moment they opened their mouth. Some small scenes, as long as it's a target we've locked onto, they can't escape. The dog's head on the left raised its head proudly. Motherfu, the middle skull muttered under its breath amidst the cluttered hall. The one on the right also spoke up, now you can fulfill your promise, right? Fang Hao nodded and spoke to the side, Angia. Ah! Angia responded with her fingers intertwined. After this, take the 3 skull daggers to Kulin, let him forge a gold scabbard for them. Fang Hao thought for a while and then added, first go to the storeroom and pick a gemstone, embed it, and from now on, every time you perform significantly, you will be rewarded with a gemstone, as your military medal. All 3 dog heads were taken aback. After pondering for a while, they agreed. Fine, but make sure the gemstone isn't too small, said the one on the left. I want a crimson one, the color of blood, the middle one roared loudly. What's the use, might as well be a young girl, sighed the dog's head on the right, seemingly not very interested. Seeing both parties had agreed, Angia had no hesitation, she immediately picked up the dagger and walked out. Once Angia had left, the heroes also left the Lord's Hall according to their respective tasks, to busily attend to their own matters. Dimitrija, then, was directing 2 skeletons who were carrying a gorgeously designed, sparkling treasure chest walking in. Lord, in the center of the ruins, we found this crystal stone and this treasure chest, also a large number of precious items, but most were damaged. Now allowing the skeleton merchants to sort through them, Dimitrija stepped forward and opened her palm to reveal a black crystal stone. The crystal stone was completely black and looked to be made of the same material as the 3 skull daggers' blades. It seemed they should belong to the same type of thing. Border stone, land of deception, lower tier space. Category, border stone. Ability, access to the recorded spatial area via the border stone. Description, the key to a fixed area. The border stone that connected to the land of deception. After taking a serious look at the ability and the description underneath. That is to say, this border stone served as a recorder of coordinates and a key. Otherwise, Fang Hao was planning to make use of that divine territory. Now it looked like he could directly use the border stone to go there, without needing the 3 skull daggers to open the gate of the worlds repeatedly. Putting the border stone away, Fang Hao's gaze returned to the shining crimson treasure chest. Divine Heritage. The level of the treasure chest had been upgraded again. No longer called Gold Treasure Chest or Platinum Treasure Chest, but Divine Heritage. Coming over to it, he did not hesitate to choose to open. Whoosh! In an instant, dazzling light, a large swath appeared. Obtained, High Priest of Eloquence Robe Blueprint, orange, High Priest of Eloquence Crown Blueprint, orange, High Priest of Eloquence Bracers Blueprint, orange, High Priest of Eloquence Boots Blueprint, orange, Cicada Chanting Staff Blueprint, orange, Deceiver's Visage, crimson, Blade of Lies, crimson, Beast's Henchman, dark gold, Tier of the Stars, orange, Divine Battalion Integration Blueprint +3, Lost Ancient Stone +355, Warfire Coin +5332. Chapter 1264. Dense blueprints dazzle the eye. Fang Hao merely glanced at them, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. So much orange, and even crimson-colored things. When had his luck ever been this good? Taking a deep breath, he began to examine this generous reward. The first prize was the Orator Bishop set. Set attributes: Spiritual Power +45%, Magic Recovery +35%, Magic Resistance +25%, The Messenger, Protector. The Messenger, Vocal Influence +55%, Spread of Faith +35%. Protector, Constitution +25%, Poison Resistance +20%. An orange set, indeed powerful in terms of attributes. A normal increase of 3 amplifications, along with 2 special effects. The Messenger, increasing vocal influence and the spread of faith. Protector increases constitution and poison resistance. Among the orange equipment, this set could be considered strong. The enhancement of attributes, saying it's close to dark gold isn't an overstatement. Moreover, he was indeed planning to establish his own church. It was only because of the god of deception that he hadn't implemented it yet. Now that the issue was resolved, he could establish temples and organize his church in various cities. The name still needed to be catchy and pleasant to the ear. Something that could quickly spread among the common folk. He catalogued the blueprint of the set and continued to the next weapon blueprint. Cicada Staff Production Blueprint. The Cicada Staff, though named a weapon, functioned more like a church's scepter. Ability, Spread of Faith plus 50%, Magic Recovery plus 25%. In terms of ability, it increased the spread of faith. Meaning, this weapon's function was greater than combat. Well, now he had the bishop's set and the scepter. All that was missing were the people. After finishing the blueprints, next were two varieties of crimson weapons. Deceiver's Visage, Crimson. Type, Divine Relic. Effect, Increase of Devotees plus 30%, Evangelism plus 35%, Blind Faith. Blind Faith, generates temporary devotees, who can be converted into official devotees. Description, behind the charitable smile hides a cunning smirk. An item used for a divine statue. Compared to the previous divine candle, its attributes were much inferior. The most special attribute was blind faith. It would make praying civilians become temporary devotees, and whether they could be converted into official devotees later depended on the church's capability. However, from the description, it seemed almost deceitful. But the added attributes were still good. At least, it would greatly serve in recruiting devotees and collecting faith. It could be used initially, as it had no adverse effect on him. The second finished item was a weapon. Life Claiming, Crimson. Type, Relic of the Divine. Damage, Level 6 damage. Effect, Ignore Defense, Decaying Body. Ignore Defense, this weapon disregards any form of defense and armor. Decaying Body, target's hit will be unable to recover from injuries or regain health in any form for a short duration. Description, the slaughter never ends. Finally obtaining a top-tier weapon. Level 6 damage. In terms of effects, ignoring any defense was quite terrifying. Meaning, whether you wear armor against this weapon makes no difference. The second feature, Decaying Body, rendered hit targets unable to recover from injuries. This was also quite fearsome, as recovery was a crucial aspect for mighty heroes or divine beings. Like Rolina, a significant feature was bodily recovery. Now, preventing her from recovering would drastically reduce her strength. Beast Accomplice, Dark Gold. Type, Talisman. Effect, all attributes plus 35%, Large Target. Large Target, transform into a large/giant beast form, attack power plus 75%, skill cooldown minus 55%, magic return 50%. Description, the enraged beast will shred its enemies before it. Beast Accomplice. Large Target. If he were to associate this item with the god of deception, he could only think of that enormous monster composed of masks. Not sure if that counts as a transformation. But in terms of size, it surely qualifies as a large-sized target. This item also provided a strong enhancement in attributes. All attributes plus 35%, and it also comes with a large target attribute. Upon transforming into a large or super large target, the attributes significantly increase. Especially the 50% magic return, effectively having the magic cost of skill releases. In his territory, there seemed to be none who could transform into large beasts. Dragon, does that count as a beast? Wasn't really sure. Continuing onward. Star Tier, Orange. Type, Special Item. Effect, Fixed Structure Interior, Enlightenment plus 15%, Perception plus 25%, Training Efficiency plus 30%. Description, a crystal formed from divinity, radiating divine light. When first seeing the name, he assumed it was some special material. Upon seeing the attributes, it turned out to be a special item. It could enhance various learning and training attributes. It could be placed in schools and training grounds, but per Fang Hao's preference, more likely in the training grounds. Training grounds contained his people only, and while schools would also enhance the overall strength of his territory, it wasn't as direct as training grounds. Having finished with the blueprints and equipment, what followed was Divine Barracks Integration Blueprint. This item was also needed by Fang Hao. Remaining in a no-faction state, he needed to create 3 new barracks to establish his own faction. Previously, there were not enough blueprints for the barracks, but now 3 more have been awarded. With the conditions met, the next step was to find some barracks with good attributes to synthesize. He was also eager to research and establish his own faction. That would solve the problem of lacking recruitment materials. He continued reading down. Lost Ancient Stone. Category: Recruitment Material. Description: can recruit legendary troops that guard the deities. Just by reading the description, he understood the purpose of this stone. It was a recruitment material for mythical troops. After reviewing all the rewards, he stored them all in the storage space. One could say, this treasure chest was quite powerful. Once everything was arranged, the power of his territory could be raised another level. On this continent, he was now capable of challenging any force. After reviewing everything, Fang Hao also stood up and walked out of the Lord's Manor to see the damage in the city. At the same time, he directed the work to ensure there were no dangerous buildings that could cause further injury. The sky was dim. Inside the Lord's Manor, all was quiet. Fang Hao knocked on the door lightly and then walked in. As soon as he entered the room, a figure pounced on him, arms around his shoulders and long legs wrapped around his waist. The sudden jump really gave Fang Hao a scare. His hands carried the weight, and he involuntarily bounced her up a bit. Jumping without looking, aren't you afraid of pouncing on the wrong person? Fang Hao said. How so? Don't you like it? Rolina replied with a smile. Rolina was wearing a loose purple nightgown, revealing her fair and beautiful neck and collarbone. Under the hem, her straight, long legs were wrapped in black stockings. Tightly clinging to his waist, hanging on his body. I like it to death. Fang Hao whispered. Rolina also smiled, held up his face full of tenderness, looked at him for a while, then kissed him deeply. Perhaps it was the pressure from being brutally killed today. Or maybe because the god of deception had died, and the tense string in his heart had loosened. Rolina was much more proactive and passionate than usual. It just felt like Rolina wanted to burrow into his body entirely. The two embraced tightly for a good while, then Rolina was held and leaning on the side of the bed. Being an old couple, she naturally knew what would happen next and cooperated without moving, waiting for the next steps. What's wrong? Seeing him silent, Rolina turned her head and asked curiously. After a pause, Fang Hao said, I learned a new move today, want to try it? Rolina's cheeks flushed, she hesitated for a moment then said, we can try, but if I can't handle it, you'll have to find Angia. Fang Hao frowned and immediately said, that's not what I meant. All right, let's hurry up. Upon getting the approval, Fang Hao also showed a smile. Activating the power of divinity, he softly said, Rolina. Ah? What more nonsense? Your body will be exceptionally excited and sensitive. Ah! As soon as the words fell, Rolina's body suddenly stiffened, and she let out a satisfying scream. 2 days later, everything had returned to calm. News had also come in from various subordinate territories. There were no more anomalies among the residents, and cities were undergoing repairs, while the followers of the deceiver were being investigated and captured. The matter of the followers didn't really necessitate captures. After all, the god of deception was already dead. But for the cities, large-scale investigations and arrests were still ongoing. After all, such a big incident required an explanation to the public. That morning, the Dragon Queen and Isabella, after tending to their own territories, came again to the main city to confirm whether the god of deception was truly dead. The 3 of them hadn't killed each other, so how did he end up dead? Somewhat skeptical in their hearts. He's dead? How did he die? The Dragon Queen stared at him. A look as if to say, I'll crush you if I catch you lying. Isabella also looked seriously, needing to confirm this matter. After returning, they had begun to reduce their military forces, preparing for the deity's retaliation. Suddenly, Fang Hao declared that the opponent was dead. Even though they knew such matters wouldn't be casually mentioned, they still found it hard to believe. If Fang Hao truly had that capability, he wouldn't have been in such a dire situation, nearly losing the main city. Hearing the Dragon Queen's inquiry, Fang Hao nodded, earnestly saying, indeed, he's dead, and it's the kind that can never resurrect. Both frowned. How did he die? Isabella pressed. Fang Hao answered, I asked a powerful deity to intervene and kill him. That's all I can divulge. Their frowns deepened. That seemed impossible. Why not ask that being to intervene directly? Instead, why wait until things were so desperate to resolve the situation? And besides, where was there a powerful deity that you could simply ask for help? Are you sure you are not making this up? The Dragon Queen questioned again. Fang Hao gently clapped his hands, and 2 skeleton soldiers came forward, bringing in several pieces of equipment. These are your dropped items, I've collected them all. Both stared at the equipment, lost in thought. Stolen back, the Dragon Queen said. Well, still not convinced, hey. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then softly said, Dragon Queen, you're unable to breathe. The next second, the Dragon Queen's face dramatically changed, her pupils dilated, filled with surprise and fear. Chapter 1265. As the Dragon Queen's expression turned to shock and disbelief, Isabella beside her realized what had happened and abruptly stood up. Filled with surprise, she looked at the Dragon Queen, then at Fang Hao. This situation, to her, was all too memorable. It was none other than the god of deception who had used such methods to toy with 3 demigods, leaving them in a dreadfully tragic state. Now this ability had somehow come into Fang Hao's possession. This signified that Fang Hao indeed had slain the god of deception and devoured his divinity. Could it be that he really had some divine helper? Then why did he wait for the 3 to die before seeking this helper's assistance, and why had his daughter never mentioned it before? Dragon Queen, you can breathe normally now, Fang Hao spoke again. Sigh. The Dragon Queen exhaled a deep breath. In reality, with the physical strength of demigods, they could go without breathing for a considerable length of time. Much like Isabella, who, even with her heart gouged out and crushed, merely fell into a weakened state, rather than becoming as fragile as an ordinary person. But these are conditions where you won't die immediately, although the body's state will continue to deteriorate until death ensues. The Dragon Queen took 2 deep breaths and then, with astonishment, said, This is the power of the god of deception. Yes, now you both can rest assured, said Fang Hao. The Dragon Queen stared at him intently, while Isabella reseated herself. Imperceptibly, a gradual shift in the positions amongst the 3 of them started to take place. Not to say whether Fang Hao was a divine being before, but now, as he had absorbed the power of divinity and even easily influenced the Dragon Queen, it signified that he had gained the power of a deity. A deity who could play with their lives until their demise. A deity capable of remaining in the mortal world. Does this mean you have absorbed his divinity? Isabella continued to inquire. Absorbing divinity was something that Fang Hao himself had explained to them. Even though it was unspoken, they all harbored the thought of whether they could absorb divinity after defeating the god of deception. To break directly through the bonds of demigodhood and become a deity. My divine friend directly slew the adversary, awarding me the divinity as a spoils of war, Fang Hao thought for a moment before clarifying. The hall fell silent briefly, no one spoke. There was no detailed plan for the distribution of the spoils of war beforehand. The thought was to first slay the god of deception and then consider these matters afterwards. However, an error had occurred in the midst of battle. 3 demigods perished in the skirmish, while the foe was vanquished by a divine friend spoken of by Fang Hao, who then bestowed the divinity upon him. Under these circumstances, the situation became quite unique. Both the Dragon Queen and Isabella also had contributed, and by all accounts, they too ought to benefit, yet their contributions were also quite limited. They had, in essence, dropped out midway. In this situation, it was indeed difficult to determine whether they could still get a share of the bounty. Fang Hao cleared his throat and said, The death of the god of deception is also the resolution of our greatest concern. What else is there in the divine territory? The Dragon Queen asked. Nothing else. The place became ruins when the 2 deities clashed, Fang Hao thought for a moment and then added, but as allies and partners who have fought together to the end, I will personally provide compensation for you both. No matter the circumstance, the unequal distribution of spoils can breed resentment between parties. Fang Hao had no desire to see the painstakingly formed alliance crumble so easily. Spending some money to offer benefits to the 2 of them wasn't a big deal. After all, he had already claimed the greatest reward. Hearing Fang Hao's words, both seemed to show little interest. Yet, they still asked, What do you intend to give us? For both of them, nothing now could compare to the value of divinity. Becoming a god in one step was everyone's dream, and the ultimate goal for demigods. The Blood Clan, I plan to provide 100,000 purple sets within 5 years, and if you have blueprints for the sets, we can also customize them according to the requirements of your blood clan, Fang Hao said, looking at Isabella. Isabella, even though she knew Fang Hao was generous, was still taken aback. 100,000 purple sets. If truly produced, such a number could deplete an entire power. It was a bit frightening. Are you sure? Isabella queried in return. If he could truly deliver 100,000 sets of purple gear, that was a considerable sum. Of course, but it would be best if we sign an alliance agreement, and from then on we'd truly be family. Fang Hao directly produced an alliance agreement from his storage space. Although the three parties had been closely aligned, thus far, Fang Hao's allies were limited to the southern lizardman race. The Dragon Clan was bound only by a fair agreement, and the Blood Clan was held together by the relationship between himself and Rolina. Isabella took a sip of her tea and then slowly said, I've entrusted my daughter to you, would I refuse an alliance? Of course not, we've long been family, Fang Hao said, still insisting the contract be passed over. Isabella glanced at it and, confirming it was an alliance contract, pressed the tip of her finger to draw a droplet of blood and pressed it onto the contract. Simultaneously, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Alliance established with the Blood Clan, Eternal Night City. You have gained shared mapping information with the allied power. 2 notifications in succession indicated that the alliance had been formed. In truth, such an alliance held little binding force and was not an eternal bond against betrayal. But having some layer of commitment was always better than none at all. After establishing the alliance, Isabella continued, regarding the gear, when do you plan to provide it to us? I will make the arrangements, I aim to give you a part within this week, and continue to supply you annually thereafter. Isabella nodded, that will do. She was quite satisfied with this compensation plan. And even with her son-in-law, she was increasingly pleased with each look. Endless Blood Moon Isabella and Tobias feels recognition toward you, loyalty increased by 20 points, current loyalty is 44. Another prompt appeared. Isabella had now generated a loyalty score as well. It was not high, just 44 points. For Rolina's mother to have a loyalty score felt a bit odd. After addressing this matter, Fang Hao continued to look at the Dragon Queen. At this moment, the Dragon Queen appeared rather expectant, seemingly waiting for Fang Hao to present her compensation plan. Fang Hao smiled and said, as for the Dragon Queen, I'm planning to give you a dark gold accessory. A dark gold accessory? This made both the Dragon Queen and Isabella even more surprised. Orange-grade equipment is enough to be considered a family heirloom amongst various forces or families. In some sense, dark gold level is equivalent to the level of divine artifacts. Unless you truly become a god, the highest level items you can come into contact with are of the dark gold tier. What is it? Take it out and let's have a look. The Dragon Queen became more curious. Isabella had a much closer relationship with Fang Hao than she had. After all, one has even handed over their daughter to someone else, a sacrifice she herself couldn't match. Though she had a daughter of her own as well. She had prepared herself in her heart that the item wouldn't be as valuable as the other parties, but now hearing it was dark gold, she feared it might not be of lesser value. Moreover, it was an extremely rare thing. Fang Hao directly took out the Beast Accomplice talisman from his storage space. The name wasn't quite pleasant, and the design was rather rough. It was the shape of a fang. From its appearance, it seemed more in line with the style of orcs or trolls. Let me take a look. The Dragon Queen beckoned. Fang Hao tossed it over to her. A necklace? I haven't seen this before. What's it called, and what does it do? The Dragon Queen asked, touching the fang on the necklace. Fang Hao thought for a moment and replied, it's called Accomplice Talisman, and its effects are quite good. It increases all attributes, and after transformation, the increase in attributes is even greater. He gave a brief introduction. He didn't mention the beast part, for even if given away, it might affect the increase in loyalty. Quite nice, all right. Thank you, the Dragon Queen nodded in satisfaction. Zenith Blazing Sun Tyrant, loyalty increased by 30 points, current loyalty is 63. The loyalty directly increased. And it was not a small increase, jumping straight by 30 points, bringing the total loyalty up to 63. It had reached the passing mark. It seemed that with the increase in the persuasiveness of his voice, even the increase in loyalty was faster. The matter against the god of deception has ended, but we should maintain our alliance, it's a good thing for us, Fang Hao continued. Agreeable. Both of them didn't refuse. The three sat together and chatted for a while. Then, they dispersed. Isabella returned to Eternal Night City to deal with the Blood Clan's affairs, as well as arranged for personnel, ready to receive the equipment promised by Fang Hao. The Dragon Queen, on the other hand, wasn't in a hurry to return. With her personality, she's not really adept at managing things. Elders took turns managing the affairs of Mount Dragon Peak as usual. Except for major events, she hardly had to worry about anything. Moreover, with the limited number of the Dragon Clan, there weren't that many troubles to deal with. All she needed to do was to relay the news of the death of the god of deception back home. She returned to the residential area. Silver Dragon Beata came running out. "Mother, you've returned." The Dragon Queen gave her daughter a displeased look and said, "You speak as if this place is truly your home." Beata pouted and hooked her arm around her mother's, heading to the room. Entering the hall, the Dragon Queen suddenly paused. In the center of the hall, there stood a golden throne adorned with carvings and embellished with gems. Glittering gold, making the whole room reflect a golden glow. "What's this?" "Oh, this is what Fang Hao had sent over yesterday. He got it from the Divine Territory and knew you'd like it, so he had it delivered here," Beata explained, then added, "You can't take it away, it can only stay here." The Dragon Queen paused, then sat down on the throne and gently stroked the armrest. "Not bad." Back at the Lord's Manor, Fang Hao was looking through the Book of Lords, selecting various barracks he owned. As the territory returned to peace, he had to quickly resolve the faction issues, even if that meant merging some low-level barracks. After all, the types of troops in a faction needed to be diversified, with recruitment requirements ranging from low to high. Having only tier 10 troops wouldn't do. As his eyes were glued to the screen, the system notification popped up once again. Zenith Blazing Sun Tyralt, loyalty increased by 10 points, current loyalty is 73. What the hell, another increase? What happened? In the afternoon, Fang Hao, with Rolina, directly used her realm stone and returned to the Divine Territory's land of deception. The name might have been coined after the god of deception, typically changeable. The two appeared at the center of the Divine Territory, which was also a huge pit. However, the surroundings of the pit had been tidied up, and ladders were hung around it. These were left by the skeleton soldiers cleaning up the battlefield. Rolina spread her bat wings and carried him up. She asked curiously, "What do you plan to do with this place?" What to do with this place? Fang Hao had also been contemplating this issue. The space here had excellent secrecy. Aside from becoming another life-preserving base, it could also be used to develop some high-tech stuff. But in this world, where is there any high-tech to speak of? First, we'll build up the city as one of our bases, to hide here in times of danger, and we'll plan the rest later. Rolina didn't say anything, her gaze still roaming around. Fang Hao opened the Gate of the Worlds, releasing a dense crowd of skeleton soldiers. Clean up the battlefield, tear down all the buildings, and level the ground. Chapter 1266. Night had fallen. Fang Hao was diligently cultivating in his room until late into the night. After a period of intense focus, Ira and Little White, somewhat exhausted, leaned into his embrace, gasping for breath. "Master, Roundy and Redfruit have reached tier 10 now, they can undergo the trial tomorrow," Ira said, nuzzling into his chest. Both Ira and Little White were still at tier 9. Contrarily, Roundy and Redfruit had advanced more rapidly. They had surpassed the other maids. "All right, tomorrow I will arrange their hero trials," Fang Hao said, hugging her closer. Next to him, Little White had woken up from her stupor. But after a quick glance at them, she turned and closed her eyes again, clearly exhausted from the ordeal. Once uttered, the curse had been formed, which he had learned to use. He hadn't used it in actual combat yet, but instead had developed many additional buffs in this regard, enhancing the sensation severalfold. "Master, I'm a bit tired, are you going to stay?" Ira yawned. Fang Hao pinched her cheek and said, "Rest well, I'll go for a walk outside. I'll help you get dressed." "No need, we are old husband and wife now, no need for so much formality." He kissed Ira on the face, dressed himself, and then left the room. Fang Hao left the Lord's mansion and headed straight to the Undead Industrial District. Giant night stones, lifted high by triangular iron towers, resembled a close-up moon, radiating soft light. brightening the entire area remarkably. Still in the same pavilion where they played cards before, the Dragon Queen sat with her legs crossed, a wine cup and 2 books on the stone table in front of her, and a beast accomplice pendant. It seemed she just finished reading and casually placed them on the table. Fang Hao sat down next to her. Haven't slept, hey? We are different from humans, stop asking this every time, the Dragon Queen replied, taking a sip of her drink, the aroma instantly dispersing. How about I build you a mansion here, it would be more comfortable for you to live. The Dragon Queen furrowed her brows slightly, eyed him, and asked doubtfully, are you suggesting I settle here permanently? Wow! That's quite direct. Of course. Fang Hao averted his gaze and poured himself a cup of wine. Silence briefly fell over the pavilion. After a while, the Dragon Queen spoke lazily, now that you possess the power of the God of Deception, what are your plans? All of a sudden, the topic shifted to this. Given the power displayed by the God of Deception, it wasn't an exaggeration to call Fang Hao the strongest. Of course, it would be best not to attract the attention of other deities. Moving forward, I don't have specific plans, just developing my domain, accelerating the growth and strength internally. With a larger, stable population, gathering faith will go smoothly, Fang Hao thought for a moment and replied. The Dragon Queen, her fair fingers pinching the wine cup, brought it to her luscious red lips. After a gentle sip, she asked, what is your view on the Dragon Clan? We are friends and allies. Given our cooperation this time, we've forged a life and death bond. We should naturally support and help each other moving forward, Fang Hao replied directly. Resolving conflicts and tying the first race to himself wasn't a bad idea at all. Especially since the Dragon Queen and Beata were getting closer to him. Naturally, he wanted to maintain this relationship. The Dragon Queen glanced sideways at him again before saying, I'll consider it. After finishing, she stood up and walked out, not forgetting to add, have someone clean up the table. Damn! Your home or mine? Clean up here, Fang Hao beckoned several skeletons. Then he got up and headed towards the craftsman's area. The next day, early morning. The maids, escorting Roundy and Redfruit, headed towards the merit training ground. Having reached Tier 10, after breakfast, they were ready for their hero trials. Ira instructed once, and Fang Hao added, don't be pressured, just do your best. Oh, okay, master. The two nodded, holding onto the materials and warfire coins, took a deep breath, and walked into the center of the trial ground. The next second, their bodies disappeared in the light. The trial had officially begun. Whether they would succeed depended on their strength now. Ira, you guys wait here for them. It's okay if they don't succeed, just try harder next time, Fang Hao told Ira. Oh, okay, master. Ira nodded. After giving a couple more instructions, he then walked with Angia towards the direction of the teleportation screen. Trade Alliance area. The sun was bright, and the streets were more crowded with various races. Looking into the distance, the streets under construction were nearing completion. Many buildings had already removed the covers and the scaffolding outside. It seems, not long before they will be put into use. He bought Angia some treats on the street, then headed directly to the Succubus Tavern. In a second-floor private room. Just after Fang Hao and Angia sat down, the door was knocked and then opened a crack. Transmigrator Wadey peered in. Seeing Fang Hao inside, he immediately smiled, Mr. Fang Hao. Mr. Wadey, long time no see. Not that long, just a few months. Wadey entered, followed by a purple dwarf hero. Dressed in black armor, with an axe on his back, 2 short-barreled guns at his waist, and 2 daggers tucked at his ribs. Fully armed. The Trade Alliance doesn't have any restrictions on bringing weapons. However, it's rare for anyone to carry so many weapons, looking like they're heading to a battlefield. Mr. Fang Hao? I have the blueprint you requested, it was quite an effort to obtain. Wadey sat down and started the conversation. Fang Hao shifted his gaze and smiled, thank you, Mr. Wadey. I won't let it be for nothing. Yesterday, Fang Hao began to sift through blueprints that could be synthesized. Tier 10 infantry already had the 4-armed skeleton general, the next synthesis direction would focus on ranged and aerial units. Of course, the racial focus would still be primarily on the undead. Not needing to eat or feel tired is what a real army should be like. It's not about gains or losses, we're all transmigrators and should help each other. Wadey continued, pulling a blueprint out of his backpack and handed it over. Thunder Valley Training Ground Construction Blueprint, purple. Before Fang Hao could speak, Wadey continued, "This is a firearm unit from the dwarves, the Tier 9 Thunder Shooter, and it's the highest tier blueprint I could get. He is affiliated with the Grey Dwarves. In this world, dwarves excel in the use of tools and firearms. Transmigrators imagine the elf clan excels in using bows and fighting in forests. However, in this world, the elf clan is also excellent in melee troops, magic research, archaeological alchemy, and many other areas. Therefore, bows cannot be considered the representative weapon of the elf clan. Fang Hao's requirements for ranged units lean towards firearms, and in this category, dwarves are stronger than elves. This is why he sought out dwarven blueprints. Additionally, Fang Hao did not have a way to obtain blueprints from the elf clan. Unless he actually fought the elves. But randomly disrupting the peace of other regions is definitely not a good thing. Not to mention unresolved faction issues, even with resolved issues and ample materials. He wouldn't want to engage in such actions. "Thank you, I happened to obtain a few purple tier weapons recently, I will trade them to you when I go back," Fang Hao replied straightforwardly. Wadey was visibly pleased. "No need, no need." His words were rejecting, but his face was unable to hide his happiness. Fang Hao didn't say much more and directly collected the blueprint. Then, the two casually chatted about the situations they had heard about. Wadey took a sip of tea and suddenly said, "I don't know what happened, but recently I couldn't contact Cleolando anymore, I'm not sure if something happened." At the mention of Cleolando, Fang Hao suddenly frowned. He seemed to have forgotten about her. After the last time they separated at the temple where they obtained the black and white magic cube, they hadn't been in touch. Fang Hao had instructed her to inform him once she returned, to provide her with some form of compensation. Handling the God of Deception's affair, he had forgotten this, and indeed, it had been a long time since Cleolando had contacted him. "Did you say Cleolando is unreachable?" Fang Hao asked. "Yeah, I wanted her to come with me, and it would have been a good chance for her to treat us to a meal as thanks for your help last time, but I got no response," Wadey explained, checking the Book of Lords again to confirm. Fang Hao directly opened the Book of Lords, found Cleolando's chat, and sent a private message. Sure enough, time passed bit by bit without any response. The avatar was lit up, implying she was all right. She hadn't replied to Wadey, and now she didn't reply to him either. It's highly likely that she has been imprisoned, separated from her Book of Lords. It seems that after they parted last time, Cleolando ran into some trouble along the way. She might be in danger. How is it? Any response? Seeing Fang Hao using the Book of Lords, Wadey understood they were friends. Fang Hao shook his head. "No, I wonder if she has any enemies." "It shouldn't be, given her personality, she shouldn't have any enemies," Wadey scratched his head. "For transmigrators, such situations are hard to assist with. Especially he's in the dwarves area, and she's in the undead area, how could he possibly provide cross-border support? All he could do was silently pray that nothing bad would happen to her." Yet, Fang Hao pondered and took a sip from his teacup. After chatting a bit more, Wadey left with his heroes. Fang Hao promised to give him the equipment upon returning to the main city and would directly trade it to him. Returning to his domain, Fang Hao called for Grey Bear. "My lord, you wanted to see me." Grey Bear saluted. Grey Bear read, Green Tier 4 Hero. Grey Bear's tier had also progressed from Tier 3 to Tier 4. After all, with training boosts at the grounds, plus potions and items, it would be unreasonable for it to be too slow. Even leading a pig there would rapidly enhance it. "Yet, do you remember the desert landing site of the female transmigrator I asked you about last time?" Fang Hao asked. "I remember, my lord. It seems that contact has been lost from her end. Tomorrow, travel through the Trade Alliance's transport, and visit again to find out what's happening," Fang Hao instructed. After all, Cleolando had disappeared following the completion of the underground temple. It was necessary to check the situation. "Understood, my lord," Grey Bear responded. After discussing important matters, Fang Hao continued, "By the way, have Yuan and her group passed their trials?" "They passed and are now discussing what to build next for the playground." Clatter, clatter. As they spoke, voices and the noise of footsteps could be heard outside the door. Immediately after, Yuan and Hongguo entered hand in hand. "Yuda White Lion Yuan, Green Tier 1. Yuda White Lion Honguo, Green Tier 1. Has a rabbit advanced to the Yuda White Lion status? Master, we've advanced, you promised to build a playground for us. Chapter 1267. Previous text sealed, summary of the preceding content. Made advancement hero, purchasing purple barrack blueprint from Grey Dwarf Weighty, learns about the disappearance of undead desert Cleolando. Seeing two maids come in and act affectionately, Grey Bear salutes and leaves. Seeing no one around, Ira directly jumps into his arms, pushing hard into him. Millie is somewhat shy, hesitating, and stands to one side. Fang Hao pulls Millie into his embrace as well, smiling and saying, "Okay, have you thought about what to build?" Roller coaster, Ira lifts her head and says. Roller coaster, hey. Roller coasters are somewhat dangerous, it will require some research by engineers and blacksmiths. Fang Hao pinches Ira's cheeks as he speaks. We can definitely do it, we've all discussed it, we want a roller coaster, Ira says. What about Millie? Millie, her cheeks blushing, softly says, roller coaster too, we've discussed it for a long time. Alright, then let's strive for the roller coaster, if not possible, we'll choose something else. Yet. The three hug for a while before they each separate. Ira quietly says, Master, tonight, shall we, maybe. Maybe what? Maybe stay at our place. Fang Hao pats their backs and says, alright, also tell Ira to come back early tonight, we will hold a banquet to celebrate for both of you. Hearing about the banquet, the two immediately cheer. Turning around, they run towards the outside. To spread this news. After they leave, Fang Hao pours himself a glass of fruit wine. Directly opens up a barracks merging blueprint. A huge design blueprint unfolds before his eyes, with a prompt appearing. Please select the required barrack blueprints to merge. Right now, there isn't another channel to acquire more barracks. Fang Hao doesn't dwell on the necessity of high-level barracks. Planning to merge 3 new barracks in the next few days to resolve the factions matters. Thinking it over, he directly selects Thunder Valley Training Ground and Shooting Range blueprints. After choosing the 2 blueprints, an unnamed blank blueprint appears in the middle. Thunderous Shooter, Tier 9, Unnamed Skeleton Shooter, Tier 6. Faction, Dwarf Unconfirmed Faction, Undead. Racial traits, Living Creatures, Dwarf Shooters Unconfirmed, maximum of 5 items, Racial traits, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Weakness to Light. Skills, Precision Aiming, Rapid Reload, Thunderous Shot, Ballistics. Unconfirmed, maximum of 6 items, Skills, Steady Aiming, Tactical Advantage. Innate Skills, Advanced Firearms Mastery, Advanced Shooting Mastery, Advanced Concealment Mastery, Advanced Gunpowder Mastery, Intermediate Short-Haft Axe Mastery. Unconfirmed Intermediate Crossbow Mastery, Intermediate Firearms Mastery, Intermediate Shooting Mastery, Intermediate Dagger Mastery. The attributes of shooter troops are relatively straightforward. Unlike merging 4-armed skeleton general, not too many attributes appeared, mainly focusing on shooting. Having learned from previous experiences, he is clear about the procedure. He directly makes selections. Faction, Undead. After choosing Undead for racial traits, which automatically adds Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Weakness to Light. Only Dwarf Shooters is left. Dwarf Shooter, Firearm Stability plus 50%, Precision plus 15%, Reload Speed plus 10%. Directly added. Racial traits, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Weakness to Light, Dwarf Shooter. In the Skills section, one can choose a maximum of 6 items. Since skeleton shooters are only Tier 6 with only 2 skills, the skills from the 2 troop types add up exactly to 6. Simply, all are added in. Skills, Precision Aiming, Rapid Reload, Thunderous Shot, Ballistics, Steady Aiming, Tactical Advantage. After selecting, it's still necessary to look at the skill attributes. It helps to know their uses. Precision Aiming, eyes sharp as eagles, can aim at the enemy faster and more accurately, increase firearm precision by 35%. Rapid Reload, years of training enable thunder shooters to quickly change bullets, increase reload speed by 20%. Thunderous Shot, dwarves blessed by ancestors, adding 50% thunder attribute effect to firearm damage. Ballistics, can predict enemy positions, shooting at fast-moving targets, increase precision by 25%. Steady Aiming, enter Steady Aiming mode, increase attack by 20%, hit rate by 30%. Tactical advantage, when enemies come within 10 meters, increase movement speed by 50%. Merging the two troop types seems to compensate for a lot in various aspects. With all these attribute increases combined, it should also be considered a fairly powerful troop type. The last one is innate skills. Aside from overlapping in firearms and shooting mastery, there are no repeats. All are directly added in. Innate skills, advanced firearms mastery, advanced shooting mastery, advanced concealment mastery, advanced gunpowder mastery, intermediate short-haft axe mastery, intermediate crossbow mastery, intermediate dagger mastery. After choosing all the skills, only naming remains. Actually, he feels the name Thunderous Shooter sounds quite nice. Also fitting his own Divinity of Thunder attribute. But it can't have the same name as the other side. If it's mistaken for not being a new troop type, wouldn't it be a waste of a merged blueprint? After thinking for a moment, he fills in a name Thunder Gunner. This troop type's major feature is its mastery of firearms. Additionally, Fang Hao doesn't plan on having them change weapons. Simply changes from shooter to gunner. A burst of light flashes on the blueprint. Merged troop type, Thunder Gunner, Tier 9. You've created a new troop type building. Blueprint unlocked, Thunder Firearm Training Field Construction Blueprint. 3 system prompts appear, signifying the successful merger of the blueprints. Fang Hao, with wide eyes, slightly incredulously looks over it again. Not right. Tier 6 and Tier 9 synthesis, still Tier 9? Shouldn't it be more reasonable to pick a middle value? This made Fang Hao happy, but also felt somewhat unreasonable. Can't figure out what the rule is. But regardless, reaching Tier 9 is absolutely good news for him. In high spirits, he went straight out of the Lord's Hall to the barracks area. Found the blueprint for the construction of the Thunder Firearm Training Field. Started the construction immediately. Huge swathes of light rose, gradually forming a massive target range. In the courtyard enclosed by stone walls, one could make out the silhouettes of wooden targets. It looked quite professional. Fang Hao strolled around the vicinity, and 3 hours later, the construction was completed. Barracks building, Thunder Firearm Training Field, construction complete. Your territory, new construction, recruits will belong to the current affiliated faction. You are in a factionless state, triggering a faction task. Faction task, 1. Join any faction, new buildings will automatically match the respective faction recruitment materials. This building, due to excluded factions, cannot recruit certain troops. 2. Self-build faction, if the number of new barracks buildings is greater than or equal to 3, you can create your own faction. The same prompt appeared again, only one new barracks building remains. As the sky gradually darkened, the maids came back early today to start preparing for tonight's celebration. A bonfire was lit in the central square. The maids gathered around, holding hands, singing and dancing. Songs and laughter echoed through the night sky. After having fun deep into the night, the maids, tired and tipsy, planned to head back to rest. Arm in arm, giggling as they walked. The night grew deeper. In the dim room, the nightstone emitted a soft glow. Fang Hao sat on the bed, waiting for the surprise that Ira promised. Soon, a rustling noise followed. Then, 2 figures shyly emerged from behind the screen. Fang Hao, who was somewhat bored, instantly lit up. Ira, with her baby-faced and voluptuous figure, appeared wearing a white undergarment with black spots and similar black and white striped stockings, resembling a little cow. Beside her, Angia, with her head down, her face and neck flushed red, wore a set of yellow and black patterned undergarments, representing a roe deer. However, their bunny ears didn't quite match their current outfits. Unlike the shy Angia, Ira was full of excitement. She twirled in place and asked, "Master, do I look good?" "Beautiful, who came up with this?" "I did, based on a novel I read." They didn't understand it, but I caught on, Ira proudly said. Fang Hao patted his thigh, and the two sat down by his sides. "Master, do you like it?" "I love it, both of you are adorable." "Master, Ira said you can control people with your words, is that true?" Ira played with her hair as she spoke softly. "Do you two want to try? It seems not everyone can handle it though." "Let's try, we can handle it," Ira immediately said. Fang Hao smiled, laid them both down on the bed, and said, "You are unusually excited and sensitive." "Ira can only moo," and Angia can only make a deer's call. As soon as he finished speaking, their expressions changed. The bonfire was over. Some who hadn't had their fill secretly continued to drink and chat elsewhere. This side of the main city was well built, with many pavilions and gardens. In a pavilion, Beata, Millie, and Biahu sat around a stone table. A round table in front of them held dry fruits and several bottles of wine. The drink today wasn't the light fruit wine from barrels, but Dragon Village Dream, brewed by the succubus. It tasted good and was expensive. And had a high alcohol content, even the Dragon clan would get drowsy drinking too much. Millie took a sip of Dragon Village Dream, licked her lips, and said, "Beata, when will you take us to Mount Dragon Peak?" After she spoke, she burped. Beata was guzzling her drink as if it was water, much faster, and put down her cup. "There's nothing to see there, nothing at all, it's not as fun as here." "You're lying, you just don't want to take us." Angia said, "Your place is great, all mountains and gold everywhere." Millie spoke bluntly. Biahu sat silently by, listening without interrupting. The three, being neighbors, had gradually become familiar with each other. "Humph. Fine, don't believe me. Next time I'll take you there and you'll see," Beata snorted. She looked up, only to find Millie had slumped over the stone table, sound asleep. Biahu flashed a smile. Said, "Let's go, it's time for us all to head back." Beata shook her head, "You take her back, I'll sit a while longer." "All right, then I'll take Millie back," Biahu said, and carrying Millie, walked towards her residence. Beata then looked up at the nightstone overhead. Contemplating, she raised her wine cup to her lips. After taming the deer and cow, Fang Hao raised his head. Perhaps because of the wine, the bodies of the both girls were slightly red, leaning against each other, their eyes vacant. Both had fallen into deep sleep. Fang Hao covered them with a blanket and then walked out of the room. It was already late at night, and he didn't plan to disturb others anymore. He went outside for a walk. Arriving at the industry area lit by nightstone. Still, that best located pavilion. Didn't see the Dragon Queen, instead, he saw Beata, resting her arm on the stone table, her smooth skin like a white python, flushed red. Chapter 1268. Fang Hao was somewhat surprised to see Beata here. "How did you end up drinking so much?" His eyes swept over the empty bottles left on the stone table, amazed at her capacity for alcohol. He remembered their first meeting, which happened because Beata had drunk too much and stumbled into the wrong room. And Fang Hao, because of signing a dream-entering contract, mistook her for a figment of his sleep. They spent the entire night together. Since that incident, Beata had stayed away from alcohol for a long time. But today's banquet seemed to have awakened the urge within her. She drank astonishingly much. Beata wore a beige long dress, her silver-white dragon horns reflecting the light from the nightstone. Her slightly youthful face was flushed with drunkenness. Fang Hao sat down beside her and gently nudged her shoulder. "Beata, don't sleep here, you'll catch a cold." Beata opened her eyes groggily and, seeing Fang Hao, reached out her hand towards him. "Fang Hao, you're here." Fang Hao instinctively held her little hand. "Yeah, I'll take you home, you shouldn't have drunk so much by yourself." "No, I can't go back, my mother will kill me if she sees me like this, she's very strict." Beata rested her head on one arm while the other arm remained stretched out. Fang Hao glanced around warily and said, "Don't talk about it now, if the Dragon Queen hears you, you might get hit again." Hee. Beata chuckled goofily, the hand he held twirling around, fingers interlocking with his. Fang Hao looked at her again, her beautiful eyes now curved into crescent moons with amusement. "When do you think I can become a demigod?" Beata asked softly, her breath smelling of alcohol. Fang Hao was curious, "You want to become a demigod?" "Yes, demigods are so prestigious, just like my mother." Beata closed her eyes again, feeling the warmth from their clasped hands. A smile also spread across her lips. "With your smarts, you'll definitely become a demigod." "Of course." Their entwined hands swayed under the table. "When the time comes, you have to erect a stele for me, and make it look cool." "That's called a statue, not a stele." "Hee, my mistake." Beata closed her eyes once again, drifting back into semi-consciousness. Fang Hao picked her up and headed towards the maids' quarters. After a night of revelry, the main city returned to calm. The maids were pulled up early and continued their training at the training ground. Yuan and Hongguo had both become heroes, and there was a noticeable difference in their demeanor from that very morning. Everyone suspected that the master had given them some special care. But when asked, neither of them said a word. They just stood with hands on hips and heads held high, as if to say, "You guess." This also fueled the other maids' motivations, compelling them to increase their training intensity. They were determined to catch up with the two as quickly as possible. Inside the Lord's manor, Fang Hao sat on his throne, with the skeleton blacksmith Cullen and several dwarf engineers who had stayed in the city sitting below him. He told them about the plan to design and build a roller coaster. And he also invited Rolina to come out and discuss the design proposals and construction sites with the engineers. After all, the amusement park's design plans were all overseen by Rolina. After Rolina left with the group to the amusement park, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, confirmed some news with Li Rong, and then directly opened the teleportation screen. As the screen opened, Li Rong, Dark Elf hero Morse, and the tavern matron Winnie. The three of them walked in together. After a slight bow, they sat down on either side of him. "How come you suddenly thought to come to me?" Fang Hao asked curiously. Early in the morning, Li Rong had contacted him through the Book of Lords. After delegating today's tasks, he had brought the three over. Li Rong was the first to speak. "I came to report on the business situation of the stores in the city and further developments." "Oh, good." Li Rong started elaborating on the revenue situation of the cities in detail. Except for the first 2 times the deceiver's followers caused trouble, each district of the 100 Cities Federation was stable. Therefore, business was getting better. Fang Hao listened to a rough overview. In truth, he didn't care too much. After all, with He Yui, a senior accountant, handling the finances, the city was not short of money. Maintaining business trade ensured capital flow for residents in all cities. "Good job," Fang Hao continued to look at her. "Did you come all this way just to say that?" Li Rong smiled and said, "Actually, Morse has something to discuss with you, so Winnie and I came along to see you." Morse? Morse was a dark elf. Previously an assassin from the Faceless Intelligence Organization, she was later forcibly contracted by Fang Hao and assigned to protect Li Rong. Since she hadn't spent much time at his side, Morse's loyalty wasn't very high. She got along quite well with Li Rong, though. "Morse, have you run into some sort of trouble?" Fang Hao turned to look at the dark elf. Morse stood up, walked to the center of the hall, and knelt on one knee, her attitude extremely respectful. "Lord, my tribe is under attack by enemies, and if this continues, I'm afraid no one will survive. Please, help us." The dark elf's gesture made Fang Hao frown. "So, Morse still had a tribe. Do you want me to help your tribe defeat the enemies?" Fang Hao continued to ask. Morse pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "We are nomadic with no place to call home, wandering everywhere. We humbly beg for your kindness to provide us with a place to stay. The Dark Elves are willing to serve you loyally and to offer our lives for you." Chapter 1269. During his time in the territory, Morse also witnessed little by little its development and expansion. From the initial low-key expansion to now, a demigod sits in town. It is clear that it has developed to the extent that it can compete with the top forces. Such a territory, internally stable, is very suitable for tribe life. "Are you saying that you want me to allocate a piece of land within the territory for your people to live on?" Fang Hao understood the other party's meaning. "Yes, my lord, I beg your kindness to help my tribe's people and the children within the tribe." Morse lowered his head even more. Fang Hao looked at Li Rong at his side, who kept her gaze fixed and unresponsive. She did not want to influence Fang Hao's judgment. Many places within the territory are understaffed. For example, Anglina in Amanda's command, the Bloody Mountains of the Trolls, and even the Crescent Heights that Rolina abandoned without care, all are in need of population. Previously, they even resorted to capturing prisoners through battles for replenishment. But this does not mean that after stabilizing one's own territory, you could just accept any race to join. "Who is besieging you, and why do you say your tribe's people have nowhere to live?" Fang Hao leaned forward, looking straight at her. Morse did not hesitate much and directly answered, "Our tribe had migrated to live in the Orc territories, and 6 months ago, relations with the surrounding Orcs began to grow tense, and now we have begun to be besieged." "What is the strength of your leader, and which gods does he worship?" "Our leader is an orange hero, worshipping the deities of the Elf clan, the god of the moon, the god of hunting, and the slaughter god, Morse answered blandly. The gods of the elf clan belong to the factional deities, just like the god of undead. However, Fang Hao had heard of the god of the moon and the god of hunting for the first time. And the slaughter god, he had previously set up statues of, mainly worshipped by the trolls. How many people are in your tribe? Over 2,000, my lord. Damn, just over 2,000 people, that's not enough to fill a city. Believing in 4 gods, this faith is not firm either. Fang Hao thought for a moment, the number of people is small, and the leader is only an orange hero, so he was not afraid they would bring any significant trouble. So, I can indeed allow you to join and allocate a suitable piece of land for you to live. Thank you, my lord, thank you so much. Wait, let me finish. Once she quieted down, Fang Hao continued, after joining the territory, you are a member of the territory. Abiding by its rules is fundamental. The gods you worshipped before will not be allowed to have shrines set up in the city. You have to worship the deities within the territory. This. Morse's eyes widened, somewhat surprised. After pondering for a few seconds, she said, My lord, I need to discuss this matter with our tribal leader. You may, just give me an answer within 3 days. Yes, my lord. All right, go sit down over there, you don't need to keep kneeling all the time. Morse rose and then walked over to a seat to sit down. Having finished this matter, Fang Hao spoke with Li Rong about some affairs concerning Silver Wing City. With Rebecca taking over as the leader of the Hall of Justice, Li Rong was also taken care of, now not only known as Sister Li among transmigrators. In the city, she also became a celebrated new noble. I want to kill Su Haid, Li Rong suddenly said. Alone, she had no problem killing Su Haid. The main issue was the church. Now that Rebecca has become the leader, dominating the church, Li Rong was no longer afraid of him. Fang Hao did not expect this matter to be brought up suddenly, and asked, Did he provoke you again? That's not it. The old grudge has not been avenged yet. The god of deception matter has just been resolved, and the territory is still in the recovery phase. We can't start a conflict with the church now, Fang Hao considered and said. With the archbishop already tormented enough, Su Haid had long become compliant. Indeed, there is no need to trigger a conflict with the church again and stir up the god of light, which would be another worrisome issue. What Li Rong is talking about now is also the frustration she had suffered before. It doesn't have to be killing him. Help me get Rebecca's support to be the spokesperson for the transmigrators. You don't want the transmigrators to be controlled by Su Haid, do you? Li Rong suddenly changed the subject to this matter. Well, that was a feint on her part. Killing Su Haid is just a ruse, getting Rebecca's support is the real deal. Fang Hao glared at her with annoyance, while the latter showed a triumphant smile. Fine, I'll talk to Rebecca about it, but these things need to be done gradually, we can't rush into them. Understood. Li Rong replied, patted her skirt, and stood up. I've got other matters to attend to, I'll come to keep you company another time. All right, focus more on your training, and don't always act like the big sister. Got it, activate the teleportation, I have to accompany my teacher out this afternoon. Fang Hao activated the teleportation array, and Li Rong stepped into it with Morse. Just as the innkeeper Winnie was about to enter as well, Fang Hao immediately stopped her. Winnie, where are you going? Ah? I'm going back to run the inn. Winnie halted in her steps. Leave the inn to Li Rong, you stay here. Ah, okay. The light of the screen dissipated, and Winnie, with slightly blushed cheeks, stood aside. Fang Hao continued, starting from tomorrow, you will train with the maids, let someone else manage the inn, we shouldn't make it seem like our territory is short on money. Previously Winnie used to train with Ira and the others. Now the maids were nearly becoming heroes. Winnie, however, was still at level 3. It was because she had invested all her energy in running the inn. Winnie glanced at him carefully, then asked, what about the inn? Once you become a hero, then you can go back to the inn, before reaching hero status, you are not allowed to leave. Fang Hao was being exceptionally domineering today. Oh, got it. Winnie hesitated for a moment, then said, then I'll go tidy up the room, should I leave the door open for you tonight? Leave it open, please. Okay. Winnie smiled and walked away directly. She had just stepped out the door when she came face to face with Nelson entering with the funeral priests. She bowed slightly, scholar. Ah, Miss Winnie. They greeted each other and passed by without further interaction. Fang Hao, looking at Nelson entering the hall, asked, "Scholar Nelson, is there something you need?" "Lord, this is the heart you gave me last time, we've had some results." The funeral priest, holding a pottery jar, walked over. Opening the jar's lid, he revealed the heart enveloped in a viscous liquid inside. "Goodness, it's like honey." Undead heart. Effects: Magic Desire, Magic Body Protection. Magic Desire, Magic Attacks plus 25%, Magic Recovery plus 20%, Skill Cooldown minus 5%. Magic Body Protection, every 5 seconds, you can automatically store a layer of Magic Shield, up to 5 layers max. Fang Hao, looking at the heart's attributes, still frowned a little. An organ with attached skills. That's quite an oddity. This means that by transplanting this heart to other living dead heroes, they could be granted the same abilities. "Scholar, who do you think should receive this heart?" Fang Hao closed the lid. "There aren't many living dead heroes in the territory, it's just a matter of matching it with someone suitable. Queen Amanda, when resurrected, didn't have complete organs, perhaps we can see if she is willing." "Amanda, hey? She indeed falls under the category of mage-type heroes. And, she has also reached the rank of Dark Gold 6. With some effort, it's not impossible for her to become the next demigod. Yet, let's store the heart in the Viscera Museum for now, I'll ask her later," Fang Hao continued. "Yes, my lord." Nelson nodded again, turned around with the funeral priest, and left. Chapter 1270. On the other side. The Undead Desert, territory of Cleolando. Within the Trade Alliance teleportation array, Grey Bear stepped out of the light screen at a leisurely pace. A robed skeleton hurried forward and respectfully said, "Miss Grey Bear, Lord Cleolando is currently not in the territory. If there is anything you need, please consider coming back another day." "Oh? Lord Cleolando is occupied with something." Grey Bear glanced around. Different from her last visit. The entire territory was suffused with a repressive atmosphere. Her purpose for coming today was to investigate the matter concerning Cleolando. Now that the skeletons brought it up, she took the opportunity to ask. The skeleton, wary, glanced over and repeated as if on script, "Lord Cleolando is not in the city, I'm not clear on the specifics." "Miss Grey Bear, please come again another time." Grey Bear shielded her eyes from the sun and casually said, "Bring the person who's in charge now to talk to me." The skeleton stood in place, eyeing her seriously. Grey Bear was no stranger here, many had seen her before. She herself was a rather average human hero, without much strength. But she had the backing of a powerful lord. Their own army's equipment had been funded by that party. After a moment's hesitation, the skeleton hurried away to notify the person in charge. Soon, a skeleton clad in a gold and blue uniform swiftly approached. "Miss Grey Bear, please come with me." The skeleton led her to the main hall of the Lord's mansion. A human attendant offered cool tea and pastries on the side. Only after Grey Bear took a sip of tea did the skeleton steward speak, "Miss Grey Bear, the territory has been experiencing some troubling affairs recently. Please forgive our lack of hospitality." Grey Bear didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "My lord learned that Cleolando is in trouble and specially sent me to take a look." "Oh? That's... Don't give me that roundabout talk. My lord and Miss Cleolando have a rather good relationship. Whatever happened here, tell me all about it." "It won't do any harm," Grey Bear said in a grave voice as she set down her teacup. She also exuded an aura of a bandit leader. The skeleton steward rotated the ring on his bony finger, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Our lord has been captured by the Ashen Graveyard. They plan to publicly convert him into an undead laborer in 3 days, condemned to eternal toil." "What for? Give me the details." In the afternoon. At the headquarters of the Trade Alliance, Succubus Bar. A quiet private room, permeated with the aroma of food and drink. Fang Hao sat at the head, sipping fruit wine before opening his mouth to speak. "Mr. Elro, you've called me here, is there something you need?" At the opposite side of the square table sat an elderly human. That is, the human technician who had previously sold the Valkyrie Construct and Core Overload. Today, he was dressed in a splendid brocade robe, looking much healthier than when they met the last 2 times. It seemed the money paid by Fang Hao for the blueprints had greatly improved his life. "Do you have a connection with this succubus establishment?" the old man asked curiously as he looked up. Why do you ask that? Fang Hao countered as he drank. I sent someone to pass the message at noon, and before he could even leave, you arrived, the old man said bluntly. Well. So I'm even getting complaints for being too fast now. I am friends with the owner of the succubus bar, and we each have a sound transmitting shell, which allows us to receive messages immediately. Fang Hao casually explained. The old man immediately cast an envious and astonished glance but said, I'm not too shabby either, I've recently exchanged some words with Mrs. Ember, such a loving lady. Geez. Who's competing with you on that? Mr. Elro, the reason you've called me over can't just be to discuss this, right? The old man set down his wine glass. Of course, you were interested in the mammoth construct last time, weren't you? Fang Hao's eyes lit up. Ah, do you have the blueprint? No, the old man dabbed his finger wet with alcohol on his beard and said, but I have some information that might lead you to it. How much are you willing to pay for this information? The old man was straightforward, he wanted money. Fang Hao liked this approach as it didn't waste time. That depends on what kind of information it is. Only then can I make an offer. The last technician who mastered the mammoth construct didn't want it to be used in war nor for it to be lost to time, so he sealed the blueprint in his own grave, the old man said with a smile. You mean to say, you have a map? The old man raised his eyebrows slightly, without giving a direct answer, nor denying it. 5 million. 5 million is not the worth for just a map. The accuracy of your information is questionable, and besides, with so much time passed, the blueprints may have already decayed, Fang Hao said. Angia chimed in from the side, old man, selling a map for 5 million, why don't you just go robbing, it'd be much faster? What kind of merchant are you? The old man scratched his face with a grin, the rich fool today was haggling. He was so straightforward before. That is the mammoth construct we're talking about. As long as you get it, conquering cities and seizing territories would be effortless. The old man banged the table and raised his voice as if he was not selling information, but the construct blueprint itself. 5,000 warfire coins. That's impossible, are you insane? I said 5 million, and you directly counter with 5,000, the old man said furiously. Fang Hao watched the old man's agitated expression and calmly responded, you got this news by inquiring around, right? I could just put out a commission at the bar. Once the word spreads, people will naturally come sell information. Chapter 1271. The old man frowned, surprised by the other party's idea. Indeed, the information had been uncovered by him. Otherwise, he would have sold it when Fang Hao asked about the mammoth construct last time. But then, he thought about something else. If he jacked up the price too much, would the other party get angry and spread the word about him selling the construct blueprint? If that happened, things would really get out of hand. The matter of the map can be discussed. We're friends now, don't do anything to harm our friendship, the old man said in a somewhat scrambled manner. If our cooperation is genuine and not intended to scam me, such things won't happen, Fang Hao said. After a few seconds of silence in the private room, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, see, it was all a misunderstanding. You can't expect me to sell at a loss for 20,000 warfire coins. 1,000 warfire coins, that's already the highest price for the map, Fang Hao bargained. The old man slapped his thigh, all right, 1,000 it is, since we are friends after all. They both laughed again. The old man took out a blueprint and Fang Hao handed over a warfire card worth 10,000. Map, Chaotic Cliff Valley. Type, single-page map. Description, a map drawn by a traveling merchant, recording the routes and terrain of an unknown relic. The map was recordable. However, it was hard to say whether its location had anything to do with the mammoth construct. And the blueprint, it couldn't be preserved for very long. It probably rotted away by now. The cooperation was completed. But the old man didn't leave with the same excitement he had when he arrived, he seemed like he didn't get the better end of the deal. They sat down to chat for a while. After draining the wine in their cups, they left the private room. This old man thinks you're a fool, willing to pay any amount, Angia said, leaning against the window and watching the old man go. The last couple of times, I was in a rush to deal with the god of deception, probably left him under the impression I was a fool with too much money. Fool with too much money? I like that phrase, I've learned a new term. Fang Hao was startled. That's not an idiom, don't misuse it. Got it, I won't use it to describe you. Alright then. Back to the main city, the sunshine was bright and cheerful. The maids sat at the entrance of the training field, resting, sipping water, and chatting. A few deermen were also carrying wooden staves, watering the flower beds nearby, with butterflies fluttering around the bloom. If one didn't look at the skeleton soldiers patrolling in formation, it would almost feel like a scene from a fairy tale. Upon entering the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao saw Grey Bear waiting in the hall. He held a cup of fruit wine, sipping it now and then. Seeing Fang Hao return, he immediately stood up. My lord. Grey Bear's back, sit down and speak, Fang Hao said, swiftly walking in and sitting on a wooden chair nearby. Grey Bear sat back down, then continued, my lord, Cleolando Miss was taken by a city of undead called Ashen Graveyard on her way back last time. Hearing this, there wasn't much surprise. After learning of the disconnect, he had guessed this outcome. Fang Hao had even thought it was the work of Transmigrator Alliance before. After all, quite a few transmigrators had died on that initial field map. It was possible they held a grudge. Now it turned out he was wrong, it seemed like a native city by the name. Why would they capture Cleolando? Wasn't she a transmigrator supported by the undead? Fang Hao continued asking. Anyone who could join the undead faction had undergone the baptism of the god of undead. So why suddenly become enemies? Grey Bear replied, the skeleton in charge over there said that there seems to be a problem with the sandstorm set. Sandstorm set? What does that have to do with equipment? According to the undead, this kind of army equipment used to be the standard issue for enemies of the undead faction, Grey Bear further explained. Aha! Fang Hao finally understood. Natives and transmigrators are different. Transmigrators look at equipment attributes to mix and match, not really considering which set represents whom or which power. But for natives, it's different, each faction has its exclusive flags and, of course, exclusive equipment. Like the Hall of Justice, which wears the Justice armor set. It seems that it really could be a problem caused by the standard issue equipment. Back in the underground cemetery, that half-dead hero in the coffin had mentioned overthrowing the current undead regime. It's a political strife within the faction. But this kind of thing should be easy to explain. Why is it blowing up like this? Is there a chance now for the person to come out alive? Fang Hao continued to ask. It's said that in 3 days, Cleolando along with other living creature slaves, will be turned into undead to supplement the workforce in the city. Good lord, a direct execution. It's a better wrong than missed situation. Fang Hao thought for a moment, he really couldn't just ignore this. He said to the door, call Hilda. Yes, my lord. Nisbet left from outside the door and returned, bringing Little Yu clad in leather armor with him. My lord, you called for me, Little Yu said with a slight bow. Disaster Song Hilda, purple 7th rank hero. Little Yu's rank has been raised to the purple 7th rank. She had stayed in the city, dealing with intelligence matters, and occasionally trained with the mates at the training grounds. Little Yu, I need you to select a few bound spirit guardians to go to the city of undead in the desert and gather information on a human transmigrator named Cleolando. Grey Bear will discuss the specifics with you, Fang Hao said directly. Little Yu nodded, showing an eager look in her eyes. She must have been cooped up in the city for too long. Yes, my lord, I will handle this matter well. Choose your people tonight, and tomorrow go there with Grey Bear, try to ensure Cleolando's safety. Yes, my lord, the two replied at the same time. All right, go and get ready. The two nodded again and left together. The night was deep. Maidens who had just finished training laughed cheerfully as they ran towards the amusement park. An amusement park was being constructed there, including a roller coaster which was in the process of determining length and position, with some scaffolding erected. But the maids still flocked that way. Checking it out at noon and then looking again in the evening. Never tiring of it. Creak. The half-open door was gently pushed open. Entering the room, one could see her in the midst of removing her long skirt, revealing a black corset, and an expanse of fair skin being exposed. Winnie was that kind of voluptuous woman, also carrying the air of a charming matron from the marketplace. Although she returned this time seeming somewhat more like a noble lady. But she still had the feel of the former tavern mistress. Winnie looked down at herself. Covering her chest with her hand, her face flushed as she said, why did you come all of a sudden at this time? It felt as though they had returned to the tavern of the past. Winnie was the alluring mistress, and Fang Hao was the country boy new to the city. Fang Hao showed a smile and sat her down at the edge of the bed. If I didn't come, wouldn't I be leaving the door intentionless? Chapter 1272. Chaotic Cliff Valley. Located northwest of the 100 Cities Federation, it borders the territory of the dwarf Eight Peaks Mountain. When Fang Hao realized that the map he bought was actually within the range of his own domain, such a coincidence kept occurring. Was he played by the other party? Or was it just good luck? Various thoughts emerged. Called the Chaotic Cliff Valley, it was in fact a small section of valley between the 100 Cities Federation and Eight Peaks Mountain. Because it was full of rocks and a deep cliff gorge with no bottom in sight. There were no villages nearby, and neither side usually stationed troops to guard it. Not to mention no one came here. Even if someone could cross over, it would only be 1 or 2 people, not an army. Is the location you mentioned below us? Angia stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down. The wind howled through the bottomless valley with a woo-woo sound. As if wild beasts below were howling. Fang Hao double-checked the map, it's right below here. For this visit, besides Fang Hao and Angia, they also brought the elder and second sister of the Black Armored Sisters. Their role was to protect Fang Hao's safety. Let's go down and have a look, Fang Hao said. The four mounted the bone dragon and flew down along the valley. The whistling of the wind was in their ears as the bone dragon descended rapidly. Yah! Suddenly, a series of shrill cries sounded from both sides of the cliff. On the protruding cliff walls, huge bird-like creatures, similar to vultures, were perched. The sudden appearance of the bone dragon startled them from their rest. They made strange calls with their eyes fixed on the bone dragon and the people on it. Granary Rock Vulture, Level 7. Still a Level 7 Wild Warcraft. Whoosh! The next second, all the vultures suddenly took flight, circling the bone dragon as they flew. It looked as if they were waiting for an opportunity to attack. These vultures were quite special. The bone dragon had the deterrence of the dragon clan. Normal wild animals would call out a couple of times to embolden themselves and then run away. But these bald-headed vultures were actually planning to besiege them. How daring they were! These guys, they aren't going to attack us here, are they? Angia said somewhat nervously. This environment, this height. If they were attacked and fell, it wouldn't be a joke. As the group of vultures approached closer, Fang Hao's eyes sharpened, and he said, Granary Rock Vultures, you've lost your ability to fly. As his voice spread. The next second, the vultures flying alongside them, previously full of menace, suddenly became disordered. Then, they fell like dumplings, tumbling downwards pitter-patter. Angia's eyes widened, and surprise appeared in the eyes of the 2 black-armored sisters behind her. Can you actually fight with this? Angia exclaimed. Quiet, the wind is so strong it hurts my stomach, Fang Hao said, fearing she would say something like being more useful than on bed, so he immediately interrupted her to shut her up. Soon, the bone dragon landed at the bottom of the valley. The ground around them was littered with the mangled bodies of vultures. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a few of them, at least over 200. The smell of blood wafted through the valley. Quite a few leopard-like animals appeared in the distance. They watched this way warily. Unlike the vultures, the bone dragon still exerted a deterrent effect, so these leopards did not intend to approach. They were only attracted to the bodies on the ground. Fang Hao opened the gate of the worlds, picked up a few vulture corpses, threw them in, and ignored the rest. He re-examined the map and continued to move forward. The poisonous snakes and spiders they encountered along the way were also casually killed. This method of killing enemies easily gave quite a thrill of grinding mobs. It felt like playing a grass-cutting game, quite stress-relieving. Following the guidance of the map, the 4 came to a cliff wall. They cleared away the soil covering it, revealing a wide stone gate behind. There was indeed a tomb. This also proved that the old man at least did not deceive him. Open it. Fang Hao stepped back 2 paces. The black-armored sisters searched on the stone door for a while. Not finding any means to open it and being unable to use force to open it, they simply swung their weapons and smashed down fiercely. Boom boom. The ground-shaking boom made the wild animals nibbling on bodies scatter in fright. The solid stone door shattered instantly as well. Whoosh! As the stone door broke, the stones splattered all around, and a dense fog sprayed out from the cave. The 4 reacted swiftly, quickly retreating to a distance. Bone Dragon, blow some of the poison fog away, Fang Hao commanded. The bone dragon flapped its wings, creating gusts of wind. The wind wailed in the valley, dispersing the surging fog along the valley into the distance. They waited at the door for a while. The poison fog at the entrance dissipated mostly. The four approached the cave and looked inside. Inside it was dark, and it was only visible that the interior was hollowed out into a large space. Still filled with poison fog, the sunlight from outside could hardly penetrate. Fang Hao released a demon doll, hung a nightstone on its chest. Then he strode into the interior. As the view became brighter, the scene inside also became clearer. The entire interior was exceptionally wide, much bigger than a basketball court. And in the spacious field stood full, orderly arranged figures. Mud Mercenary Guard, Tier 10 troop type. As the demon doll approached, the arranged figures became clearer, and their attributes appeared before their eyes. These were soldiers in humanoid mud forms. With heads held high and chests out, they stood armed with war halberds. Covered in a thick layer of dust, the war halberd riddled with rust, the scale armor they wore also tattered and frayed, fragments hanging from their bodies. The Mud Mercenary Guard arranged in neat military formations, exuding an aura of solemn and desolate severity. Damn, does this world also have an Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Through shared vision, Fang Hao exclaimed. The Mud Mercenary Guard's style varied, but the overall impression was very similar to the Terracotta Army. Or perhaps, did Emperor Qin of the past also cross over here? As the demon doll approached, the Mud Mercenary soldiers began to react. Click clack click. A sound of earth cracking and stones rubbing arose. The rigid heads of the Mud Mercenary Guard, their gazes uniformly turned towards the demon doll. Clank. The leading Mud Mercenary Guards, holding war halberds, came walking towards the demon doll. Fang Hao controlled the demon doll to pluck off the nightstone, throwing it deep into the darkness. In the hazy light, the densely packed Mud Mercenary soldiers were illuminated. After a clear look, the demon doll turned and ran outside, exiting directly from the cave entrance. How is it? Outside the cave, Angia inquired. Inside there is a type of enemy called Mud Mercenary Guard. It looks to be a type of construct, and they are now live and ready for battle. Fang Hao replied, casually opening the gate of the worlds, revealing behind it a massive number of Valkyrie constructs. Come out, form ranks. Click clack click. All Valkyrie constructs were activated, striding out of the gate of the worlds, filling the entire valley outside the cavern. At the same time, the sounds from inside the cave grew increasingly louder. Right after, the Mud Mercenary Guard surged out of the stone door in large strides. Attack! Fang Hao shouted the order loudly. The Valkyrie constructs, lifting their long swords, slashed directly onto the heads of the leading Mud Mercenary Guards. Clang! Those Mud Mercenary Guards seemed to move stiffly, but their reactions were not slow. With a sweep of their war halberds, they deflected the attack and thrust the halberds forward. The Valkyries, shifting their footing, easily dodged. Due to the limited width of the stone door, only a few Mud Mercenary Guards came out, with the remaining ones blocked inside. Before the Mud Mercenary Guards could react, 5 or 6 long swords landed on its body. Thump! The sound of blades chopping into dry mud arose. The sword blades penetrated 5 or 6 centimeters, breaking open a brownish-yellow opening, then it became difficult to penetrate any deeper. The Mud Mercenary Guard twisted its war halberd in hand, sweeping off the long swords from its body, wielding the halberd, engaging in combat with the surrounding. The gash left by the cuts in their yellow-brown bodies was also slowly healing and repairing. More Mud Mercenary Guards flooded out, engaging in battle with the surrounding Valkyrie constructs. The entire valley was filled with the sound of fighting collisions and the clashing of metals. Poisonous insects and wild beasts in the valley began to flee to the sides, to avoid being affected by the battle. Fang Hao, from a distance, was also somewhat surprised. These Mud Mercenary Guards are somewhat exaggerated, so tough and even capable of auto-repair. They hardly looked like ordinary troops. Even at this moment, the Valkyrie constructs had not gained any clear advantage on the battlefield. Fang Hao summoned 3 tall treant spirits and then said, Alurug, Amarag, you go up there too, and finish the battle quickly. Yes, Lord. The black-armored sisters nodded, carrying their war hammers and ran towards the front. As they ran, their figures began to enlarge rapidly, their gigantic stature making the entire valley shudder with each step. Their war hammers swung up and then brought down forcefully. Boom! Like swinging at a golf ball, a large number of mud mercenary guards were sent flying. Crashing against the valley's stone walls, they crumbled into piles of mud. With a careless swing, streams of fire cascaded down from the sky, crackling as they fell into the valley. The black-armored sisters moved swiftly through the valley, taking down all of the mud mercenary guards nearby. Facing the Valkyrie constructs, the mud mercenary guards displayed strong defensive capabilities. But in the hands of a dark gold hero, they were still extremely fragile. The tide of battle began to shift with the addition of the heroes. Amidst the fierce and ear-piercing combat, the battle gradually drew to a close. The entire valley was filled with damaged constructs and soft, mushy remains like piles of mud. "Lord, all enemies have been wiped out," Alurug reported as she returned. Fang Hao nodded. "Wait a moment." The valley gradually quieted down, the Valkyrie constructs entering a standby mode. No new enemies appeared. Puzzlement began to creep into his mind. Was that it? Fang Hao once again controlled the demon doll, re-entering the cave. Picked up the previously thrown night stone. The poison fog remained dense. But at this time, the stone cavern was already empty, only the broken and rotten iron on the ground left from the disintegrated mud mercenary guards. He walked around the spacious area, but found nothing else. Only at the end, another stone door appeared. The stone door seemed to have become a necessity to cut off spaces in places like secret chambers and tombs. It seemed that every time one entered such a map, a stone door would appear. The stone door before him was relatively simple, without any carved patterns, just two bare slabs of stone. Outside the cave, Fang Hao said to the three beside him, "There's another stone door inside, there might be an even stronger enemy, so be cautious. It should be time for the boss fight if the map wasn't too difficult." "Lord, shall we open the stone door?" Alurug suggested. "No, there's poison gas inside, don't take the risk." Fang Hao opened the gate of the worlds again, summoning 100 or so skeleton troops. He ordered the skeleton troops to enter the cave. "Open the stone door." Accompanied by the grating noise, the stone door was gradually opened. As the gap widened, the glow from the nightstone seeped through. Subsequently, the entire stone door was opened and the scene inside came into view. Within the still vast space stood a giant mammoth, inlaid with gemstones and covered in gold. Chapter 1273. Majestic and mighty, the mammoth occupied a vast space. Its body was about 7 or 8 meters tall and approximately 12 to 13 meters long. Its gigantic head was adorned with a gold mask embedded with gemstones, and its long, slightly curled trunk and slender metal tusks were equally gem-studded, even retaining faded ribbons of decay. Its pillar-like robust legs were covered in beautifully carved gold knee guards, and its heavy body was clad in thick golden armor. Under the illumination of the night stone, the entire space was enveloped in a dazzling layer of gold. My goodness, this elephant was extravagantly opulent. It exuded an aura of sheer wealth. Golden mammoth construct, mythical troops. The attributes of the construct appeared, stirring something in Fang Hao's heart. This golden mammoth was actually of mythical level. On the main plane, the highest level encountered was always 10th order. Troops reaching the 10th order could ascend to hero status, but would not become mythical troops. Mythical troops, moreover, were mostly found in the divine territory, resembling troops blessed by deities or endowed with special powers. This mammoth construct in front of him was rated as mythical level, which was indeed a bit exaggerated. Clattering. As the stone door opened completely, a cloud of dust fell over the entire space. The colossal mammoth, like a display specimen, began to mechanically move. Beneath the golden mask, its tightly shut eyelids opened and instantly fixed on the skeletons below. Woo! A sound akin to a steam whistle rang out as the mammoth extended its long, metallic leaf-covered trunk towards them. Fang Hao's heart jolted. Just as he was about to draw his long sword to strike, he saw the golden mammoth slowly lying down. Hesitant in his movements, the trunk wrapped around a demon doll and the nearby skeleton warrior, placing them together onto the mammoth's back. The broad back was fitted with a metal platform, invisible from below and only visible from above. Various vessels were arranged on the platform, containing ashes so decayed they were unrecognizable. Then, the mammoth stood up again. Carrying its cargo of undead, it started to circle around the hall. Once the mammoth moved, the spacious area felt somewhat crowded. Even turning around required a few steps in place. Fang Hao was surprised by the scene unfolding before him. A mythical troop, this docile? Are we here to steal your treasures? and you are giving us a tour? Upon further reflection, this mammoth really seemed like a mascot. Not to mention the gemstones and beautiful engravings on its body, even the ivories and surroundings bore traces of decayed ribbons and flags. Even if not a mascot, it wasn't meant for combat. Perhaps it was used for ceremonies or festivals. The mammoth twirled several times, and the cave thundered with its movements. Fang Hao tried shouting, "Halt actions, enter standby mode." Click. The mammoth immediately stopped in place and ceased to move. It really was controllable. Is this the completion? The reward? Was the information incorrect? Not a mammoth blueprint, but a fully assembled mammoth construct? Isn't this a companion? Golden mammoth construct, let us down, Fang Hao continued to instruct. The mammoth directly lay down, using its trunk to lift and place them back on the ground. It was really obedient. Moreover, its displayed understanding seemed stronger than that of ordinary constructs. Like the Valkyrie construct, which could manifest strong combat power. But it could only understand commands like attack and standby. Other commands were hard for it to comprehend. But the mammoth, it even knew how to use its body parts to carry and lower people. Mammoth, enter standby mode. The mammoth stood up, re-entering standby mode. Fang Hao continued to search the hall and soon found another large stone door. This door was carved with exquisite patterns. They seemed to depict some life events. Open the stone door. The skeleton warriors immediately began working, sliding the stone door open amidst a loud friction noise. The next level was a small stone chamber. In the middle was a coffin, while the rest of the space was filled with stone-made tables and bookshelves. The books on the shelves had all decayed, leaving behind only dark stains. The stone table still had some dilapidated tools left on it. It looked like a study or a workshop. Apart from these, in the corner lay a golden treasure chest. Carry the treasure chest out, you few open the coffin, Fang Hao continued to give orders. A few skeleton warriors stepped forward and slowly pushed open the coffin. There was no danger inside, nor were there any injured undead like before. Inside the coffin, there were only some scattered, incomplete bones. This ancient tomb had been here too long. Apart from stones, nothing could withstand the erosion of time. Perhaps it was because the clothes were rotten, yet one could still tell they were once fine garments. Beside the skeleton, numerous items were buried with it. Fang Hao scooped up a handful, all crumbling into fragments. Not to mention blueprints, the fragments would turn into dust with a light touch. Fang Hao checked each of the buried accessories one by one. It was only when he touched the tattered clothes beneath the skeleton that he felt something different. He pulled out a piece of intact fabric from underneath and tore it open, revealing a specially processed piece of leather. The material was unknown, coated with something resembling paint, allowing the leather to form a resin-like state without decomposing. On the leather, a map was carved out clearly. A map? A technician leaving behind a map after death? This made Fang Hao even more curious about what was marked on the map. Unfortunately, this kind of map was not the recordable type. It still required recognition and searching for similar places. For a transmigrator, this was not going to be easy to find. Holding it in his hand for a while, he found nothing special. He packed up the map, then said to the skeleton beside him, "Put the lid back on the stone coffin." The skeletons worked together to close the stone coffin, and then sealed the stone door outside. Outside, Fang Hao, along with Anjia and others, also walked in, packing up the Diem doll, the blueprints and the treasure box as well. Wow! If the Dragon Queen saw this, she would definitely snatch it. Anjia exclaimed as she looked up at the mammoth. That indeed startled Fang Hao. The golden mammoth, covered in gold armor and gemstones, would definitely be liked by the Dragon Queen. And undoubtedly, the loyalty would greatly increase. But this thought was fleeting. If he could mass-produce such mammoths in the future, giving them to her as gifts wouldn't be a problem. Just this one should stay in the main city. In case he really couldn't obtain the blueprint, he might need a technician to disassemble and study it. Won't it attack us? Anjia asked, pointing at the mammoth. No, this should be a construct used for celebrating festivals, seems quite docile. Using docile to describe a construct might not be quite right. But it did seem to act like a docile animal. Very obedient. Then let it take me for a ride. Anjia was eager to try. How can you ride it here? Play after we get back, he said, then directly opened the gate of the worlds and said to the huge creature above, Mammoth construct, Enter this gate of light and wait for further commands. The mammoth cooperated and went into the gate of the worlds. Mammoth construct, a few more steps forward, your rear hasn't gone through. Haha, it's so silly, Angia laughed loudly. After the mammoth entered, Fang Hao continued to have the skeleton warriors carry the treasure chest into the gate of the worlds. Finally, closing the stone doors layer by layer. Then opening the teleportation screen, they returned to the main city. As soon as they walked out of the screen, Angia couldn't wait to run towards the troop hiding cave. Fang Hao shouted from a distance, "Don't hurt yourself, also test whether it will attack others, and have the soldiers move the treasure chest here." "Okay, got it." Angia responded, her figure receding into the distance. "Alurug, Amarag, you should also rest, it's been a tough day." The two saluted and walked towards their quarters. Returning to Lord's mansion, went down to the basement, poured himself a glass of fruit wine. Just as he came back, he saw two skeleton warriors put down the treasure chest and walk away. He took a sip of fruit wine and approached the treasure chest. The map this time wasn't too challenging. Only the first layer's level 10 construct showed strong combat power. The second mammoth was more like a reward. A reward of mythical troops. But this golden treasure chest, the level is really too low, not much interest. Holding the wine glass in one hand, he casually opened it. A burst of light appeared. Obtained, blueprint for rock mud swamp, orange, classical scale armor blueprint, blue, classical gauntlet blueprint, blue, classical boots blueprint, blue, classical helmet blueprint, blue, classical war halberd blueprint, blue, soul crystal plus 35, warfire coin plus 178. Flashes of light flickered, causing Fang Hao to squint. An orange construction blueprint? A golden treasure chest actually contained an orange blueprint? These treasure chest openings seemed to have good luck. He set aside the wine glass and picked up the orange blueprint to examine. Rock mud swamp, sturdy wood 2200, ironized wood 1800, mithril 220, trace of the earth 30, nature's trace 15, essence of nature 10, essence of magic 8, perfect essence 5. Description: inspired by elemental creatures, an artificially built troop barracks that can recruit powerful earth element guards to defend national borders. A troop's construction building. From the description, this barracks was artificially constructed based on the formation of earth elements. It could recruit guards similar to earth elements. This made Fang Hao instantly think of the mud mercenary guard. It seemed, it wasn't a construct but rather an elemental type troop. Chapter 1274. Next, there are some blue blueprints. Fang Hao opened them and took a quick look. Classical scale armor set level 3 defense. Effect: physical defense plus 5%, magic defense plus 3%. Classical war halberd, also a blue weapon. A standard weapon, nothing particularly outstanding. After looking through several blueprints, he recorded them in the Book of Lords. Even though he obtained an orange construction blueprint, there was still some regret in his heart. This part of the map was clearly related to the mammoth construct, and maybe it was just as Elro the old man said, the blueprint was sealed in the stone coffin. But so much time had passed, let alone finding any blueprints. Even the mud mercenary guard's armor and weapons had decayed. Now, the only hope was to find a hand-drawn leather map inside the coffin, as the transmigrator could not record it, and he was still not very familiar with the nearby area. The owner of the graveyard was buried in this region. The map's location should also not exceed this area. After all, there are boundaries between races, and hiding something in someone else's territory is quite difficult. He would need to see if the people living here could confirm the map's location. If not, he would issue a commission, and surely someone would know. Sitting in the chair, he pondered for a while. Fang Hao then opened the Book of Lords and accessed the barrack combination blueprint. Now in his possession, he had 3 barrack blueprints left, and today he had just obtained an orange barrack. First, he'd combine one to bring out the faction. The design blueprint unfolded before his eyes, and the familiar prompt also appeared. Please select the blueprints for the barrack you wish to combine. He thought for a moment and directly chose Mud Swamp and Savage Wild's Tomb barrack blueprints. The same as before. After selecting the blueprints, the unit attributes were also displayed. Mud Mercenary Guard, Tier 10, Unnamed Bone Giant, Tier 10. Faction, Elemental Unconfirmed Faction, Undead. Species attributes, Elemental Body, Earth Elemental Body, Construct Creation, Guard Unconfirmed, up to 5 items, Species Attributes, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness, Giant Body, Terrifying Visage. Skills, Heavy Strike, Thrust, Regeneration, Courage Commandment, Muddy Swamp Unconfirmed, up to 6 items, Skills, Iron Whip, Earth Shatter. Innate Skills, Advanced Combat Mastery, Advanced Halberd Mastery, Advanced Heavy Armor Mastery, Advanced Earth Element Mastery. Unconfirmed Advanced Combat Mastery, Advanced Iron Whip Mastery. The Mud Mercenaries' attributes were somewhat special. Belonging to the Elemental faction, it wasn't a living creature but categorized as an elemental body. With the experience from the previous 2 times, he was even more adept now. He began to make selections directly. For faction, Fang Hao first chose Undead, then attempted to choose Elemental Body. However, the 2 attributes were incompatible. Choosing Undead meant he couldn't choose Elemental Body, and choosing Elemental meant he couldn't select Hollow Skeleton. Meaning, only one of the 2 could be chosen. Elemental Body, the unit is an elemental body, immune to resurrect, sacrifice, blindness, hypnosis, disease, hunger, and other such states or magic effects. Earth Elemental Body, no critical weaknesses, immune to negative Earth Elemental states, all attributes plus 20% when ample Earth element is present. Construct Creation, living construct structure, won't collapse, immune to terror, mental, and psychic states or magic effects. Guard, when stationed, attack power plus 15%. After looking at the attributes of the Mud Mercenary, Fang Hao frowned. It felt like the Mud Mercenary was a hybrid creation that had been combined before. Elemental Body was immune to the statuses that affect living creatures, such as blindness, hypnosis, disease, hunger. And then there was Construct Creation, which made it immune to mental and psychic effects. No matter how it looked, it seemed artificially processed. But with this, it wasn't inferior to the Undead. Having understood this, Fang Hao directly chose Elemental for the faction. Faction, Elemental. As soon as he clicked it, Elemental Body was automatically added to the attributes below. Then he continued to choose attributes, with the option to select up to 5. Among the traits of Bone Giant, Savage Giant, an ancient savage giant, physical defense plus 35%, magic resistance plus 30%. Terrifying Visage, a large undead unit, has a chance to cause living creatures to panic, become confused, or unable to act. With an elemental body, Terrifying Visage could not be added. Therefore, choosing the 5 attributes was quite simple. Species Attributes, Elemental Body, Earth Elemental Body, Construct Creation, Guard, Savage Giant. After choosing attributes, it was time for skills, with up to 6 to be selected. Having briefly reviewed them, he made his choices directly. Skills, Heavy Strike, Thrust, Regeneration, Courage Commandment, Muddy Swamp, Earth Shatter. Heavy Strike, a powerful blow on the enemy, dealing an additional 50% weapon damage. Thrust, a swift thrust to the target, causing an additional 75 piercing damage, precision plus 15%. Regeneration, Earth Elemental Body, able to self-repair under the right conditions. Courage Commandment, increases own attack and attack speed by 25%. Muddy Swamp, Earth-based spell, temporarily creates a swamp in the target's area, slowing/restricting movement. Earth Shatter, strikes the area ahead violently, causing an explosion. The 6 skills were all decent and had their uses. The only skill not selected, Iron Whip, strike the target with an iron chain, dealing an additional 50% crushing damage. This too was a type of weapon damage. The reason it wasn't chosen was because the skill slot was filled, and Iron Whip required a certain range to swing. For tactics involving large numbers of troops, it might not perform well. So he simply didn't choose it. The final innate skills had no better options, all were added. Innate skills, Advanced Combat Mastery, Advanced Halberd Mastery, Advanced Heavy Armor Mastery, Advanced Earth Element Mastery, Advanced Iron Whip Mastery. After selecting skills, what remains is the naming. No longer as troubled as the previous times, a name is essentially the same no matter what it is called. After some thought, Giant Mercenary Guard is entered directly. A flash of light passes over the blueprint. System prompts also follow immediately. Troop type synthesized, Giant Mercenary Guard, Tier 10. You have created a new troop type building. Unlocked blueprint, Giant Mercenary Guard Barracks Construction Blueprint. 3 prompts appear, signifying the successful synthesis of the blueprint. Still Tier 10. It's uncertain how to reach mythical level. The 3rd blueprint is complete. This signifies the completion of the faction task. As long as it's built, one can confirm the creation of one's own faction, thus resolving the difficulty of being unable to obtain recruitment materials all this time. Arrived at the barracks area. Opened the blueprint, selecting to build directly. Amidst anxious waiting, an orange glow pulsates, the building is completed, and system prompts appear again. Barracks building, Giant Mercenary Guard Barracks, construction completed. Your territory has constructed a new building, recruitment will be attributed to the faction you currently belong to. You are in a no-faction state, triggering a faction task. A brief pause for 2 seconds. The next prompt appears. Faction task completed, you can now create a new faction. You can name your faction here. The display stops here, and the prompts end. When naming, it should be simple and memorable, convey a good meaning, and have a certain power. As for naming the faction, discussions had previously been held with the heroes. But the heroes' suggestions for naming were more or less related to their own races. It's usually just adding a few words or changing the way it's said. In the end, Fang Hao decided firmly between Celestial Empire and Divine Realm. Celestial Empire, influenced by past cultures, indeed carries a powerful feel, yet it lacks uniqueness, being somewhat similar to the Lizardman's Holy Empire. Holy Empire and Celestial Empire, to some extent, mean the same. Divine Realm, this name doesn't have a specific origin, but in ancient histories written by the Elf clan, it mentions the Pantheon Empire. Of course, Pantheon Empire is a name coined by archaeologists, they were originally a giant empire. Fang Hao's power of divinity, Rolina's divinity, and his own rapid ascension, all have ties to the giant gods. After pondering, the decision still leans towards Divine Realm. Another reason, Fang Hao has now ascended to divinity, and moreover, he is the only god that remains in the mortal world. It's justifiable for his country to be called Divine Realm. Just start with this name, it can be changed later if necessary. Once decided, the name Divine Realm is entered into the renaming section. Faction named successfully, current faction Divine Realm. You may name your faction's recruitment material here. Damn, even recruitment materials need a name. Fang Hao can't bother thinking anymore. He directly names it Tiger Talisman. Recalling that ancient generals used to use tiger talismans to deploy troops, and since recruiting troops essentially serves a similar purpose, the name Tiger Talisman is adopted. Faction recruitment material named successfully, current material name Tiger Talisman. Faction construction completed, the affiliated area is automatically demarcated as the faction's territory. Swoosh! A beam of light rises from the entire main city. The Book of Lords at the waist has also begun to change. After being kicked out by the Undead faction, the Book of Lords reverted to a common brown cover. Now, it changes again. The cover turns deep purple, with patterns of thunder, flame, water, etc., making it look more luxurious. Upon flipping to the first page. Exclusive faction, Divine Realm. Faction attributes, Blessed Territory, multiracial coexistence. Blessed Territory, popularity growth plus 35% in this faction's territory, food/industry plus 20%, disaster chance minus 20%. Multiracial coexistence, this faction's territory contains a multitude of races, accepting and embracing a wide variety of races and beliefs, can construct faction buildings from races that have joined the territory. New attributes have appeared. Blessed Territory is self-explanatory, increasing various required attributes. The second point, multiracial coexistence, indicates the diversity of races in one's territory. Humans, dwarves, trolls, orcs, undead, etc. all live here. And the advantage it brings is the races that join the territory. Faction buildings will no longer be restricted. Meaning, now being part of Divine Realm faction, buildings from these races can all be constructed. For a transmigrator, this is indeed very powerful. Before one can rejoice, system prompts appear once more. Congratulations, Lord, for becoming the first to create your own faction, rewards are being distributed to you. Damn it! Am I not going to survive tomorrow? Why do all the good things come at once? Chapter 1275. Congratulations, Lord, for being the first to establish a camp. Reward distribution, all camp influence plus 2500, all-seeing territory sand table, crimson, divine realm crown, dark gold, exclusive mint blueprint, orange, blessed barracks synthesis blueprint plus 2, tiger talisman plus 550, warfire coin plus 2000. With the system voice ceasing, new rewards appeared once again. The first reward actually reached the crimson level. This reward's quality is quite high. All-seeing territory sand table, crimson. Category, sand table. Ability, bind territory, allows full viewing of the territory's landscape and town constructions. Description, a sand table imbued with magic power, constantly displaying the full view of the territory. Though it's called a sand table, what's held in hand is just a transparent glass bottle. Through the clear bottle, one can see the swirling sand inside. It's like the magnetic sand that was once popular online, continuously gathering and dispersing. What the heck, is this a sand table? There's a large sand table in the Lord's residence. Every time a task is allocated, it's brought out to the center of the hall. But is this thing in hand also a sand table? It looks more like sand that someone's child has brought back from the beach. Fiddled with it a bit, and pop, the cork comes off. Some of the boiling sand is poured into the palm. Just as a small amount is poured, whoosh, the sand spreads out instantly. Though seemingly not much, the sand suddenly covers a large area and on it landmarks, rivers, and the towns and villages within the territory all take shape. Seeing the sand table appear out of nowhere, Fang Hao's eyes widened a notch. His gaze fell on Lyss City, and just as he thought of getting a clearer view, the entire sand table collapsed in an instant and reformed to show Lyss City alone. The city lord's mansion, the commercial streets, the Hall of Justice and Magic Association that are under construction, as well as the Alchemy Association. Even the soldiers and crowds walking on the streets are represented by tiny sand figures, moving along the roads. Thinking of getting a clearer look at the walking figures, the entire street enlarged once more, and the models of the sand people became finer, from a vague human outline to the contours of armor and weapons. Good heavens, this tool is indeed powerful. Fang Hao then tried to see if he could use the sand table to topple the buildings in the city or construct something new. But it was unsuccessful. It seems the sand table's function is limited to displaying the terrain of the territory. Of course, having images of residents moving about is already quite magical. If someone were to attack the territory in the future, it could be discovered immediately through the sand table. It's quite a practical treasure after all. Thinking about how to gather the sand back, the spread out sand flowed back into the glass bottle like water. The operation of the sand table is completely controlled by thought. No wonder it's rated crimson. Casually, he put the cork back on, carefully stowing it away. This sand table is indeed a great item. The second item is a black crown. Not sure why it's this color, it doesn't feel very auspicious. Divine Realm Crown, dark gold. Category, crown. Effect, Divine Realm troops all attributes plus 25%, citizens faith plus 10%, territories public order plus 8%, divine blessing, effective only within the king's/main city. Divine blessing, the effect of divine blessing increases by 50%. Description, the right crown will make you more majestic. The crown's effect is quite good. It greatly enhances various attributes within the territory. The divine blessing at the back directly increases the effect of divine blessings by 50%. Of course, there aren't many deities left in the territory right now. After looking at the first two, the third item is a blueprint. Exclusive mint, sturdy wood 2200, red flame essence 5, essence of magic 2. Description, can produce exclusive currency for camps. Seems like the system rewards are all items and blueprints related to camps. But they are also what's needed right now. This blueprint is for a currency mint, i.e. a factory for producing gold coins and silver coins. Within the territory, there's a mint that can produce currency for undead and humans. Today's individual reward should be our own camp's currency. Exclusive camp currency, actually, there's no hurry. Even if it's produced now, what's the use of my own currency? Hardly anyone recognizes it on the market, it might even be mistaken for counterfeit money. So, mainstream currency is still the main focus. Having looked at the three rewards, the rest are 2 barracks synthesis blueprints and 550 pieces of Tiger Talisman. Tiger Talisman is the name he gave to the recruitment materials. Entirely different from the ancient military talisman, it's just a piece of grey-white, elongated stone. The blueprint was recorded, and the rest of the rewards were also collected into the storage space. One could say that the harvest this time was truly rich. Not only did it solve the camp issue, but it also brought so many rewards. It has raised the entire territory's strength by a notch. Now, with the camp issue resolved, we can continue with the recruitment of troops with a hundredfold amplifier. Just the amount of recruitment materials. Now, every city across the territory is quite stable, with no battles going on to acquire such materials. I don't even know if there are still any bandits around the cities. Walking out of the barracks area, I see the maids, wearing thin tank tops, running towards the outside of the city. They must have just finished training, with traces of sweat on their collars and backs. Frolicking and running, with the flesh jiggling. What's going on? Fang Hao asked curiously. One maid shouted while running outwards, Angia is riding a big beast outside, we're going to check it out. It turned out to be a mammoth. Angia, becoming the center of attention like a child. Watching the maids run off into the distance, Fang Hao too walked outside. To check for danger, the huge size of the mammoth shouldn't trample anyone. Arriving at the amusement area outside the city. It was already crowded, not only with maids but also harpies, undead craftsmen, and heroes like Beata and Millie. No wonder the city felt empty, everyone was here to watch the show. I saw Angia let some of the maids down from the mammoth, then used its trunk to lift others onto its back, and then it started running around the artificial lake. From afar, I could hear the maids' excited screams. Fang Hao watched the mammoth for a while. This massive construct was indeed somewhat different. Even when ridden along the path, it carefully avoided items on the road. Especially people, it was cautious not to bump into anyone. Seeing how happily the maids and the mammoth were playing, Fang Hao doubted whether this thing was even fit for battle. Was it initially designed for sightseeing tours? Fang Hao didn't stay much longer. Seeing there was no danger, he turned and headed back to the city lord's mansion. The night breeze carried warmth, and the nightstone's glow interwoven with the cool moonlight created a bright brilliance. Fang Hao patted his lower back, coming out from the maid's dormitory. Walking around the city idly. Not needing to sleep sometimes really made me clueless about what to do. Just wandering around aimlessly. Arriving at the industrial area, at the same well-situated pavilion as always. A tall woman in the quiet pavilion, wearing a golden dress, her full bosom pushing against the fabric. Golden dragon horns refracting the light, and her round beautiful legs wrapped in black silk underneath her dress. Where did that big hit at the amusement park come from? Asked the Dragon Queen, sipping her drink. As expected, it caught the Dragon Queen's attention. Fang Hao sat down next to her, poured himself a drink just like last time, and casually said, got it from an ancient tomb, seems like an ancient construct. It's quite beautiful. It's fake. I examined it, just a layer of gold plated, a gold coating on the surface, all iron underneath. Fang Hao glanced at the Dragon Queen. Oh? Is that so? It doesn't look fake to me. When I get the blueprint later, I'll send you a real gold one, Fang Hao promised directly. Hat. The Dragon Queen laughed and then, with a change of tone, asked, the subsequent issues with the god of deception are almost dealt with, do you have any plans? Fang Hao took a sip of his drink, taking the opportunity to analyze the meaning in her words. It seems, without a proper reason, she would suggest going back to Mount Dragon Peak. Over here, indeed, there wasn't much happening. For the development of the territory, as I said last time, to improve steadily, our foreign policy will focus on some hostile demigods and divinities, to enhance our own divinity. Fang Hao put down his glass and said outright. Enhance divinity. The Dragon Queen murmured and then suddenly felt something odd, exclaiming, you have hostile divinities. Not exactly hostile, just those who tricked me when I was in crisis. Who are they? Fang Hao waved his hand with a smile, A divinity's name must not be recklessly spoken. Do you think you're funny? Fang Hao's face suddenly turned serious, looked straight into her eyes, and said, Dragon Queen, we've been through life and death together, we have some trust between us. Only by uniting can we have the quickest way to enhance our divinity. The Dragon Queen's eyebrows suddenly knitted together, and she averted her gaze. She pondered for a while before relaxing her furrowed brows. Fine, I got it. Have someone clean up here. She said and then got up and left. Fang Hao didn't stand up. He picked up his cup and drank while watching the people in the Book of Lords chat and banter. After having breakfast, a flash of light, and a map was exchanged. Map, Cyclops Skeleton Island. Early in the morning, he began looking for targets in the World Channel. Finally, he found a map for sale. No choice, the issue with the faction was solved, but the faction's recruitment materials still had to be obtained through combat. He didn't want to disturb the peace around his territory, so he had to find some adventuring maps from among the transmigrators. What to fight wasn't important, just needed to get some recruitment materials. After recording the map, the location appeared on the big map in the Book of Lords. In the marine area, west of Rainbow Pearl Island. A recorded island. After confirming the location, he stood up. He stepped out of the city lord's mansion and told Nisbet waiting at the door, "Tell the 4 black-armored sisters, Dimitrija, Beata, and Biahu to bring their gear, ready to go out to battle." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 1276. At sea, where sky meets water, the sunset spills. Seabirds circle above the ocean, watching the approaching huge ship, emit several cries, then turn and flee into the distance. The giant ship moves slowly across the sea surface, accompanied by groups of dolphins on both sides. They occasionally leap out of the water, emitting several crisp calls. With the blessing of the sea god, the voyage is not only fast but also escorted by sea creatures in each sea area. Sailing briskly, unimpeded all the way. Fang Hao stands at the bow, eyes still fixed ahead. This journey has been peaceful. If we were traveling this far on land, we'd surely encounter several bands of mountain bandits by now. Snake Woman Biahu, standing shoulder to shoulder, softly says, "There are also many pirates, who usually linger around the trade routes. Other places are rarely encountered. The sea area is vast, beyond the shipping lanes, and it might take half a month without encountering another soul. So it's normal not to encounter pirates." Of course, Biahu thinks it's a good thing not to meet pirates, as it saves a lot of trouble. But Fang Hao expresses some regret. He actually hoped to encounter a few pirate ships to have a chance to gather some recruitment materials. "I just hope there will be more enemies at the destination," Fang Hao sighs. Before setting sail from the Sea Tribe port, Fang Hao also learned about Skeleton Island from the Sea King. According to the Sea King, Skeleton Island has a certain reputation. Simply put, it's a haven for pirates. The vast sea naturally harbors many pirates. Human clan, orcs, Sea Tribe, and others all have pirates. And these pirates' goods, which are hard to sell through legitimate means, hence the existence of Skeleton Island. Skeleton Island serves as a market for pirates to offload their stolen goods. Naturally, to intimidate these pirates, the strength of Skeleton Island itself cannot be too weak. Biahu chuckles without responding. She doesn't quite understand what her lord wants to do, suddenly deciding to attack pirates. And hoping there aren't too few of them. It's puzzling. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rings, and soon thereafter, the lookout tower shouts, "Fleet spotted to the front left, flying pirate flags." Having ascended to godhood, his senses have enhanced. Looking towards the front left, only blurry dots are visible. He pulls out a monocular telescope for a closer look. He sees the distant fleet, 5 vessels in total, each with pirate flags hoisted on their masts. A black flag with red-eyed python. On the pirate ship's decks, dozens of pirates-dressed orcs push slaves shackled in irons to the deck's edge. Sharp daggers slit the slaves' throats, blood flowing into the sea, staining it red. Among the pirates' laughter, the bodies are also thrown into the sea, devoured cleanly by the blood-smelling sea monsters. Meanwhile, the people on the pirate ships also notice the approaching giant ship. They stop killing the slaves, shouting and looking this way. He lowers the telescope. Dimitrija, Beata, and several other heroes are also standing by, waiting for the next step of Fang Hao's plan. The others are all right. Beata is staring with big eyes expectantly. Probably the first encounter with pirates, a bit curious. Ahem. He clears his throat and says, "Beata, take the bone dragon and wipe out the distant pirate ships. The slaves on board are not in danger, no need to kill them." "Got it." Beata shouts excitedly and runs towards the deck below. Soon, a gap opens on the side of the giant ship. A magnificent shining silver dragon, with hordes of bone dragon, sweeps towards the sea. In the distance, seeing the swarms of draconian creatures, the pirates on deck fall into panic. Running around and screaming, some try to wield their machetes to issue orders. In the chaos, the ships gradually turn, planning to flee into the distance. Hoo! Roar! A howling wind sounds as the silver dragon swiftly passes, its large jaws spewing silvery dragon breath along the ship's length. Swarms of bone dragon follow closely. Dragon breath pours over and over onto the decks, pirates wailing and scrambling, swallowed by the dragon breath, turning into piles of white bone. The ships catch fierce fire, thick smoke covering the sky like clouds. The hull breaks under the flames and then begins to sink. Below the sea, myriad undead of the sea tribe circle around the sinking ship. Their long spears pierce through the struggling pirates in the water. Undead Desert, Ashen City. In the dimly lit dungeon corridor, well-equipped undead guards, carrying meals, stride in. With a clang, they open the cage. They place a dinner, full of greasy dishes, on the table. Miss Cleolando, the meal is still hot, please eat soon, the undead speaks and turns to leave. Tomorrow. Cleolando suddenly speaks, voice somewhat hoarse. More precisely, the day after tomorrow is your transformation ritual. In fact, many transmigrators wish to undergo this ritual, try to be open about it, the undead awkwardly comforts. It's odd for the undead to comfort living creatures about not fearing death. Not only transmigrators, but each year numerous living creatures with connections come to the undead desert seeking immortality. But there are many types of transformations. There is a clear difference between the wealthy undead and the oppressed laborers. Cleolando, who as a criminal will be transformed into an undead, clearly belongs to the latter. When the time comes, whether the soul fire exists or not is uncertain. Eternally destined to be laboring skeletons. My people, haven't they come to find me? Cleolando hesitates and asks softly. From what I know, they've tried, but clearly to no avail, the undead replies. Ah! After a slight sigh, no more words were spoken. The undead relocked the cage, and the crisp sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Cleolando, after being silent for a while, swatted away the flies gathered on the table, picked up the tasteless food, and started to eat, tears the size of beans falling to the ground with a cracking sound. Are you Cleolando? Suddenly, a cold voice arose from behind. Cleolando's body shook violently, and the food he had barely started eating fell to the floor. He swiftly retreated to one side, leaning against the wall, and looked warily towards the opposite side. In the dim corner, a shadow began to twist and deform, gradually revealing a woman clad in leather armor with a graceful figure. You, who are you? Cleolando asked nervously. If it weren't for her imminent death tomorrow, she might have screamed for help, alerting the guards outside to the noise inside. Don't be nervous, I am a hero under Lord Fang Hao, specially here to find a way to rescue you, said the woman from the shadows, introducing herself simply before sitting down at the bed strewn with straw. The woman who appeared from the shadows was naturally Little Yu, responsible for the rescue mission. However, finding the person was not going smoothly. They were very unfamiliar with this city, and there was more than one dungeon. It was only tonight that Little Yu, hidden in the shadow of the guard delivering food, entered the dungeon. And found Cleolando. Hearing the strange woman's words, Cleolando was initially startled, then delighted, exclaiming, You said Mr. Fang Hao sent you to rescue me. If you speak any louder, it might make it harder to rescue you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Cleolando realized her mistake and immediately apologized. She had been confined in this damp, dark dungeon for half a month. She had thought that with some arrangements, she would be able to leave. But she didn't expect the situation to be more serious than she thought. Just a moment ago, when she heard she was about to die, she had already given up hope. She planned to eat her fill and die content. But hope appeared again. Mr. Fang Hao, whom she only met twice, arranged for someone to rescue her. Little Yu, seeing the tears of Cleolando falling, continued, The day after tomorrow, what time is the transformation ceremony, and please explain the detailed route and location. All right. Cleolando wiped her tears away and began to speak softly. As the sky grew darker, the sea ship lit up bright flames. At sea, the battle against the pirate fleet did not last long. Whether it was Bayada or the group of bone dragons, a completely overwhelming advantage was formed. Dense sea tribe undead gathered around the shipwrecks, slaughtering the pirates who fell into the water, tearing them into pieces. Then, continuously going back and forth between the giant ship and the sea below, salvaging all the goods. My lord, the spoils of war have been tallied. Dmitrija, holding the hilt of his sword, strode back. How was the harvest? Fang Hao walked down from the bow of the ship. 4 intact pirate ships, over 2,000 pieces of various armors and weapons, 15 chests of currency tools, over 300 grey-white stones, more than 200 captives, and over 70 slaves, reported Dmitrija. What is the identity of these slaves? After interrogation, they were from a merchant ship that was hijacked, and the people on the ship were taken captive. What kind of merchant ship? Textile and clothing. Indeed, some textile goods were found, but they were all burned by the big fire, nothing left. Fang Hao nodded. Give them a sea ship and enough food, let them go. All right, my lord. Dmitrija agreed and walked briskly away. Coming to the central deck, hundreds of people were seen kneeling. From their attire, they were the pirates mentioned earlier. Orc Pirate Archer, Tier 6. Orc Pirate Sailor, Tier 5. Orc Pirate. Fang Hao walked step by step and finally stopped in front of an orc with its head down and red skin. Orc Pirate Captain, Tier 9. Captains. Pirates and bandits should be similar. Both belonging to a niche branch of factions, all troops named with the word pirate. Raise your head. Fang Hao looked at the orc. The orc, avoiding eye contact, slowly raised its head. An ugly scar on his face and a pair of eyes filled with hatred. Why is your fleet here? The orc stared back and said coldly, should pirates be in bed? Just say what you want to ask. Skeleton Island, you should be quite familiar with it, the garrison troops, heroes, who are those people? Fang Hao asked directly. Hearing this, all the pirates looked at him in shock. The orc's face also changed slightly. You want to attack Skeleton Island? It seems you know something. Fang Hao smiled as he spoke. From the shocked expressions of these pirates, it was confirmed they were very familiar with Skeleton Island. Yes, I'll tell you, whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you, the orc captain murmured. Clang! The metal handcuffs behind him fell off. The orc's body shot up, his face showing ferocity and madness as he pounced towards Fang Hao. If they could capture the tender-skinned man in front of them, they could escape. Perhaps they could even take over this extravagant giant ship. Fang Hao remained unfazed as he watched the orc closing in. Just as the orc was about to reach him, he calmly said, "You, kneel down." Thud. The running orc, knees bending suddenly, fell to the ground. Inertia slid him forward, leaving 2 bloodstains from his knees on the deck. Chapter 1277. Far away, the remaining pirate captives were all stunned for a moment. Originally, they thought their captain was going to kill the opponent, but unexpectedly, he rushed forward and knelt down. He even slid forward on his knees, the sight of the 2 bloodstains making their own knees ache. The orc captain suddenly raised his head. The madness on his face was replaced by confusion and fear. He did not know what had happened, he only knew that his legs were out of control, and he had knelt down. "You, what have you done to me?" Fang Hao no longer had the patience to talk nonsense with him, and said indifferently, "Orc captain, your heart will cease to beat." Thump! The orc fell directly to the ground and, in sheer terror, clutched his chest and slowly died. Behind him, 2 other orcs also clutched their chests and fell dead on the spot. It seems, others were also implicated. Fang Hao glanced at the orc lying on the ground, then shifted his gaze back to the captives behind him. These ferocious and disheveled pirates now showed fear, dodging and trembling incessantly. They had seen many people and killed many, but they had never seen someone who could cause death with just a word. This really exceeded their comprehension. Perhaps, before you chose to become pirates, you had already contemplated facing death with equanimity. Fang Hao's voice rose calmly, mingling with the waves and reaching everyone's ears. But no one wishes to die, there could be a better life ahead. As long as someone is willing to answer my question, I can spare you and offer you a stable life. Although the pirates did not discuss among themselves, each one looked at the other continuously. Their eyes filled with confusion. Boosted by various skills, even though Fang Hao had no training in oratory or psychology, his voice carried a strong influence. The words he spoke made many start to waver. Fang Hao continued, "How many people are on Skeleton Island?" "A few thousand." "Not many, just a few hundred." "There." Several people spoke up consecutively, mentioning hundreds or thousands, with all sorts of numbers. Fang Hao pointed at 2 of them and said, "You 2 are lying, your hearts will cease to beat." Thump! The two speaking pirates immediately clutched their hearts and fell to the ground, dead. The eyes of the others widened even further. Again, this method of speaking that causes death, how could such a method of killing exist? You understand, if you lie, what the consequences are, Fang Hao continued. The pirates nodded stiffly, then cautiously said, the number is uncertain, the fleet docking daily varies, and by rules, each docking pirate ship must assist in defending Skeleton Island. The truth. How many people do you estimate can be there? Fang Hao continued to ask. There should be around 5 to 6,000. Only 5 to 6,000 people on an island? This number wasn't actually that large. Fang Hao continued, what strong heroes are on Skeleton Island, what are their names, and at what level? The pirate replied, the island master is Hoyle, a dark gold hero, with an assistant Draz in charge of security in orange, and a purple hero Thompson responsible for cargo tallying. If large fleets dock, those captains also have considerable levels. Goodness, a dark gold hero stationed on the island. This answer is both reasonable yet astonishing. Having a dark gold hero as the backbone might keep these pirates in check and sheltered from surrounding forces. But it felt incredible, a dark gold hero could be a core figure in any top-tier force. Yet here he serves as a pirate chief. It's quite unfathomable what's going through their minds. Next, Fang Hao asked more about Skeleton Island. The pirate answered everything. This pirate seemed to have little attachment to his crew. Whatever was asked, he answered, and it was all the truth. According to the orc pirate, other than fixed pathways, the rest of Skeleton Island was filled with various traps. Wanting to conquer the island through naval battle was actually very difficult. He had learned almost everything necessary. Fang Hao simply stated, apart from him, kill all the other ones, throw them into the conversion pit. At the fall of his words, the bound spirit guardians went straight to execute. Amidst wails and pleas for mercy, all the pirates were killed. Blood dyed the deck red, dragging numerous vivid red streaks before being tossed into the conversion pit. The remaining pirate orc knelt on the ground, his body trembling incessantly. With the space around him empty, only he was left. Lock him up. If he attempts to escape or cause destruction, kill him immediately. The bound spirit guardians took the order and pressed the pirate towards the ship's cabin. Once the deck turned quiet again, he opened the Book of Lords, confirmed the position of Skeleton Island, and continued forward. Judging from the giant ship's speed, it would probably arrive at Skeleton Island by tomorrow noon. Woo! At this moment, the sound of the sound-transmitting shell came from the Book of Lords. Upon opening, it was a message from Ira. Master, MS. Hilda and Grey Bear have brought back information from the Undead Desert. It seemed that the matter with Cleolando had been resolved. Good, I'll return now. Fang Hao replied, then put away the sound-transmitting shell. After instructing the ancient blood servitor, he moved towards Skeleton Island, taking a group of heroes back to the main city. Back in the main city, it was already very late. Stepping into the Lord's mansion, he saw Little Yu and Grey Bear waiting in the hall. Let the other heroes go to eat first, while he himself took a seat nearby. Is there any news? Fang Hao asked. Little Yu replied, My lord, we have located Miss Cleolando, but the dungeon where she is held is heavily guarded, and we cannot rescue her. How is her condition? Her condition is relatively stable, with no unusual reactions, Little Yu replied. Fang Hao took the fruit wine brought by Grey Bear and took a sip before asking, Is there a way to rescue her? It really owes to the map provided by Cleolando that he was able to defeat the god of deception. Therefore, Fang Hao did not want to let her be killed just like that. My lord, Miss Cleolando will be transformed along with other enslaved living creatures the day after tomorrow afternoon. The best opportunity to rescue her would be during the transportation to the transformation site, Little Yu explained while drawing a rough map on the table. The undead territories collect bone tax. Each year, at a fixed time, a large number of living creatures are transformed into undead during the ceremony. To fill the population gaps in various cities. Therefore, the transformation sites are fixed. Little Yu's idea was to attempt the rescue along the path from the dungeon to the transformation site. After listening carefully, Fang Hao nodded and said, The plan is worth a try, but we still need to consider the risks involved. The rescue mission is still quite dangerous. Undead can confine souls. Which means, if one dies in the undead city, it's likely that even the hero's altar cannot resurrect them. In the early stages, Fang Hao had used this fact to acquire quite a few transformed heroes. Therefore, the rescue must be conducted while ensuring the safety of one's own side. Several people gathered around the crude map to discuss. The next day, early in the morning, Little Yu and Grey Bear made simple preparations. They then headed once more to the Undead Desert, with just over a day left before Cleolando's transformation. The journey itself would take a day, with additional time needed to confirm the terrain and simulate any potential dangers in the plan. So, time was indeed tight. There could not be any delays along the way. Approaching noon, Fang Hao also received news from the sea ship. They were now nearing Skeleton Island. Fang Hao called several heroes and teleported directly to the giant ship. Stepping out from the light screen, he appeared directly on the deck. Looking around, the giant ship was surrounded by pirate ships bearing different flags. Arrows and bullets were continuously shot into the air, attempting to attack the circling bone dragon. The bone dragon, circling in the sky, emitted a breath of death, killing the pirates on the deck. The pirate ship slowly sank amid the brilliant firelight. The cannons continued to roar, but they were not targeting the giant ship. But the sea tribe skeletons in the sea. Swarms of undead sea tribe moved back and forth between the battlefield and the giant ship, transporting bodies and dropped materials onto the giant ship. My lord, since last night, we have been continuously engaged in battle with the pirates, the ancient blood god servant leapt onto the deck and said gravely. Even now, there were still many pirate ships. But being pirates, they are similar to mountain bandits or thieves. They appear ferocious and belligerent, yet their ranks are not too high. The pirate sailors and archers were around level 5 or 6. Some ship captains, infamous pirate leaders, might reach the level of heroes. Once pirate ships enter the range of the battlefield and close in on the giant ship, it's difficult for them to retreat. Fang Hao did not pay attention to the pirate ships and asked, "Can you see Skeleton Island?" "It's visible now, right ahead," the ancient blood god servant pointed in a direction. Fang Hao walked to the bow of the ship, looking towards the distance ahead, but the thick smoke rising from the pirate ships obstructed his view, making it difficult to spot Skeleton Island. He snapped his fingers, the thunder spirit owl condensed. It flew straight up and perched on the top of the mast. In the far distance ahead, as the giant ship advanced, there was a small island in the middle of the vast sea. The island was not large, but it was built like a fortress. Walls built along the coast, with cannons, pointed towards the sea. More pirate ships gathered at the port, apparently preparing to enter the battlefield and repel the sudden appearance of enemies. "They've built a fortress on the island," Fang Hao muttered. Fang Hao directly said, "We don't have time to drag this out, approach Skeleton Island, everyone prepare for battle." "Yes." Everyone sprang into action, readying themselves for combat. The giant ship, like a massive moving island, plowed through the pirate ships blocking its path, advancing towards Skeleton Island. As they moved forward, Skeleton Island grew larger. Pirate ships departing from the docks, pirates transporting cannonballs on the walls, and loudly commanding pirate leaders all became clearer. Phew! Beata also jumped down from the mast, landing on the deck with a thud. "I can see Skeleton Island now, let me lead the charge," Beata said directly. Fang Hao patted her head, "Not so fast, before the battle starts, I want to test my own strength." Beata's cheeks flushed, she carefully looked around, brushed off his hand, and glared, pointing, "Touch my head again, and don't blame me for not being polite." Fang Hao laughed and continued to look towards the fortress ahead. A thought crossed his mind, and he began to channel the power of divinity. Subconsciously, he shouted, "Clouds gather!" Phew! Suddenly, thick clouds gathered, with faint silvery flashes of lightning flickering within. The clear sunny sea seemed on the verge of a storm. The clouds directly drifted above Skeleton Island, covering the entire island. On the walls, the pirates started to bring out oilskins to cover the cannonballs and cannons. While more of them manned the cannons, began turning them around, pointing towards the giant ship. Thrumming sounds. "The island master is Hoyle, your heart shall not beat." As if the wrath of a god. The voice, accompanied by thunder, reached everyone's ears. Chapter 1278. Most people were just ordinary pirates. Facing the sudden thick dark clouds and the thundering voice, they all displayed a hint of unease. All the pirates responsible for defense simultaneously looked towards a middle-aged man on the city walls, a man in a blue robe with pale purple skin. An elegant dark elf. Also, the master of Skeleton Island, Blackthorn Hoyle. As the words within the dark clouds concluded, Hoyle's elegant stance suddenly stiffened. Surprise and fear also surfaced on his plain face. The butler beside him, also a dark elf, noticed something was amiss and brought over a chair, placing it behind him. "Island Master, is there a problem?" Hoyle directly sat on the chair, his hand gripping his chest tightly. His lips turned even more purplish, and large beads of sweat continuously dripped down. "It's nothing, continue to organize the defense," Island Master Hoyle said through gritted teeth. However, the guards around him all noticed something was wrong. The moment his name was shouted among the dark clouds, the Island Master's condition changed. Pirates normally have no rules. Immediately, some low whispers of discussion spread, speculating whether the Island Master was really affected by those words. Hoyle turned a deaf ear, gripping his chest tightly as if resisting something, while the pirates confusedly mixed and speculated. Above their heads, in the clouds, the thunderous voice continued. "Peacekeeping hero Druz, your heart cannot beat, Goods Tally Officer Thompson, you cannot breathe, Fearful Eye Pirate Group Lannister, your blood starts to burn, Black Dragon Pirate Group Toynbee." Thump thump. As if Death God was tallying names, as the voice persisted, the heroes who were called all showed corresponding changes. Some clutched their chests, falling to the ground unable to rise, some opened their mouths wide trying to breathe, while others spontaneously combusted, turning into a fireman, howling while dashing around chaotically. But the flame burned from within the body, and even diving into a barrel of water showed no signs of extinguishing. "Boss! Captain!" The whole island already went from tense to panicky. Those who died were all top-notch heroes on the island. If these figures can die just by being named, what about them, the ordinary pirates? Crash! The pirates on the city walls began to run down, while those under the walls rushed to their dwellings, planning to take their savings and flee. Everyone was a pirate, after all, seeking wealth. Who would knowingly face an unbeatable opponent and wait for death here? Up on the city walls, the Island Master Hoyle also looked extremely ill. The distant giant ship bore no flag, nor had they heard of any forces possessing such a huge ship. Who the opponent was remained unclear, but he knew they must be very powerful. "Stop them, everyone return to their positions, anyone attempting to escape, execute them on the spot," Hoyle commanded coldly. His face was getting paler, and his body weaker. He was a dark gold hero, his physical strength wouldn't let him die immediately. But his energy and condition were rapidly declining. If this continued, he feared he couldn't hold on much longer. "Yes, Island Master." His followers had just answered when suddenly whoosh! A whistling sound arose as thread-like strands fell from the thick clouds. Like grey-black cotton, cascading down with sugar strands. Some grabbed at them wildly, others swung their swords, chopping above their heads. But these strands, though visibly clear, couldn't be touched in any form. Bang! The next second, the strands connected to their bodies tensed instantly. Everyone's movements stiffened as they stood still, like marionettes, maintaining the previous second's posture. Only their eyeballs, now filled with horror, could move. Boom boom boom. In the clouds, the lightning flashed, the thunder grew louder and more frequent. The entire city, as if time had stopped, even the flapping wings of ostriches hung motionless in mid-air. As the thunder grew louder and more frequent. Crack sizzle. Strands of thunder snakes followed the connecting strands down. Without any struggle or outcry, the small island remained silent. Only silver snakes following the strands pierced the bodies of the pirates. Slowly rising, wisps of blue smoke. Swoosh! The strands broke off instantly, retracting back into the sky. And the pirates who had been bound, their bodies instantly lost control, slumping softly to the ground. The entire city, still silent. On the distant giant ship, the heroes watched in astonishment at the scene that suddenly unfolded before them. A fortified stronghold, armed to the teeth, had instantly turned into a ghost town. The city walls lay bare, not a single defending soldier in sight. Looking closer, you could see a few bodies lying on the cannons. It's over. Bayada's eyes widened in disbelief. Then she turned back sharply, looking closely at Fang Hao. She remembered that the man before her wasn't that powerful. How had he suddenly displayed such formidable strength? Yes. Fang Hao nodded, then turned to those behind him and said, "Dock and enter the city." That island master might not be dead, so be careful during the search. Yes. Everyone replied, beginning to prepare. This might have been the quickest battle yet. From the moment Fang Hao summoned the storm clouds to the end of the battle, it probably took just over 10 minutes, including the time to confirm the names of the heroes in the city with the pirate captive before. Whoosh whoosh. The giant ship swiftly moved forward, approaching the island. The pirate ships that persisted on the sea no longer held on to the idea of resisting and began to turn away, only concerned with fleeing into the distance. As the giant ship neared, Bayada took the lead and jumped off the deck, transforming into a dragon form and circling above the island, inspecting the situation inside the entire island. Dimitrija, the orc high priest, and a group of heroes, with a large number of skeleton infantry, opened the city gates and entered the city. They began to clean up the battlefield and loot the spoils of war. Escorted by the black-armored sisters, Fang Hao also entered the city. Skeleton warriors dragged the corpses, gradually piling up into mountains of bodies. Piracy is a profession. Here one could see the bodies of any race, living creatures, undead, and even some unseen, insect-like species. It is unclear if these are races, or some sort of wild beasts. The webs were indiscriminately connected at that time, so much so that even the poultry and rats on the streets were involved. So, these insects might not necessarily be some kind of troop. The architecture here is also very simple. There are no particular formal manors or stone castles, mostly buildings made of a mix of stone and wood. Garbage can be seen everywhere, along with barrels and cups of wine, and some excrement. Accompanied by the black-armored sisters, Fang Hao entered into the central building. The arrangement here was quite decent, resembling a noble's mansion. At the back of the hall, there stood a black stone chair. Fang Hao walked over and sat down. System prompts immediately followed. Kes Fortress has become your subsidiary city. You can rename the city here and command all resources of the city and its affiliated villages. Instantly, the information of occupying the city appeared. The island is called Skeleton Island, but the city on it is called Kes Fortress. Another rather tongue-twisting name for a city, not as easy to remember as Skeleton City or Skeleton Fortress. After the system prompt, he directly checked the city information. Kes Fortress. City level, 13 level native city. Attributes, extra plundering plus 12%, living creatures reproduction plus 5%, facility sturdiness plus 5%, combat power plus 2%, gathering/processing plus 2%. Description: a city with attributes can bring various beneficial effects to accelerate the city's construction and development. The level of the pirates' city was not low, having reached level 13. When Fang Hao took over Lyss city, it was only level 12. But there were differences. Lyss city belonged to a city, while this was a fortress. There's nothing to compare. The attached attributes of the city were numerous, but the bonuses were obviously not high. Except for the extra plundering that increased by 12%, the rest were only 5% and 2%. The bonuses were pitifully small. With such low attribute bonuses, it could be converted into a transmigrator's territory, turning it into a fortress. It could also give the giant ship a place to dock. He thought roughly in his mind. System prompts appeared once again. Unlocked blueprints, sunken ship base construction blueprint, blue, swaying targets construction blueprint, blue, bulwark dockyard construction blueprint, blue, pirate hovel construction blueprint, green, wave brewery construction blueprint, green, happy brothel construction blueprint, green. The number of unlocked blueprints was not small. But the quality was not very high, either blue or green. It can't be helped, a gathering place for pirates can't possibly develop like a normal city. To have so many types of buildings was already pretty good development. Fang Hao began to quickly review the blueprints. Sunken ship base is a pirate's barracks blueprint. It allows the recruitment of 5th-tier pirate sailors. These are the same type of units as the previously captured orc sailors. But the ones you recruit may not necessarily be orc sailors, but it will be related to your own faction. If it's a human faction, then human pirate sailors will be recruited, orcs will recruit orc pirates. The advantage of this troop type is that they are good at naval combat and also possess strong swimming abilities. Swaying targets can recruit 6th-tier pirate shooters. The name is a bit odd, uncertain what shooting has to do with swaying. The characteristic of the troop type is also good at naval combat and has a basic understanding of firearms maintenance. Like the pirate sailors, they are among the main troop types of pirates. Bulwark dockyard is a place for building and repairing ships. For transmigrators, building ships can be done with blueprints, mainly it's used for repairs. The construction added a repair bonus, which is considered a pretty good building. Pirate hovel belongs to a type of transformational barracks. It can directly train slaves and civilians into pirates. To increase the number of pirates. Type-wise, it's more like the function of a mercenary gathering spot. Wave Brewery is a brewery building. The pirate faction has a stress value, even without combat, going out to sea for a while will increase stress value. Once it reaches a certain level, it leads to running away, loss of control, or even mental breakdown. The brewery can provide some stress relief. This is a functional building within the faction. Happy Brothel also provides stress relief. Suitable men and women can be selected from among slaves, prisoners, and criminals to provide services inside. To relieve stress for the pirates. Not surprising, not just among the pirates here, but many places have brothels. As soon as he had recorded the blueprints, Dimitrija walked out from the outside. "My lord, we found slaves and some island residents in the dungeons and secret rooms." "Slaves? Residents? Since when were there residents here?" Chapter 1279. Skeleton Island is quite famous at sea. It is an island established by pirates. Essentially, it's a den of bandits. Everyone there is a pirate, or a child of a pirate, who grows up to continue as a pirate. There's no such thing as residents there. "What kind of people are they?" Fang Hao continued to ask. Dimitrija replied, "The slaves were captured by the pirates and not yet sold, and those residents are people who live on the island, mainly those working in brothels and shipyards. They didn't participate in combat, so they survived. It's easy to understand the slaves, people are also a kind of commodity. The pirates must have their own channels to sell these people for money. These slaves were recently captured and haven't been sold yet." The residents, however, were not what Fang Hao had imagined. According to Dimitrija, they are special occupations on the island. The ones in brothels are undoubtedly people engaged in stress relief work, and those in shipyards are craftsmen. Craftsmen are special talents among pirates, especially necessary at sea. So it makes sense they didn't go into combat. At the same time, it also shows that Silk Thread's ability has some limitations. It cannot control dungeons, secret rooms, or other heavily fortified buildings. But this is also easy to manage. Sound should be able to propagate inside. The technology to completely isolate sound does not exist yet in this era. Even if special targets are hiding, as long as you know who they are, you can curse them to death by name. "How many people are there?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "There are over 500, Dimitrija replied. Fang Hao nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "First get them under control, and we'll see how to deal with them later." "Yes, my lord," Dimitrija replied and turned to leave. Within 5 minutes, Beata came back, followed by skeletal soldiers dragging 3 heroes' corpses. A dark elf dressed in blue noble attire, a tall cyclopean orc, and an average-statured human. The captives on the ship identified them. "These 3 are the island master, the sheriff, and the goods supervisor, all heroes," Beata pointed out one by one. The skeleton warriors then threw the bodies in the middle of the hall and turned to leave. Fang Hao looked at the 3 corpses, becoming even more curious. "The island master here is a dark elf." "Yes, if his skin isn't dyed, then he is a dark elf." Dark elves are quite distinctive, with their pointed ears and purple skin. They possess an elegant beauty like elves but with a more exotic and eerie feel. Male dark elves are handsome, and females exude an exotic charm. But this race is still quite rare. The man currently in front of him is only the second dark elf Fang Hao has seen. Originally, Fang Hao thought this dark gold hero wouldn't die immediately and had cautioned others to be careful. It seems he underestimated the power of the spoken curse. It's clear that he's totally dead. Where are the other heroes? I remember naming several others. Fang Hao continued to ask. Beata outright said, I don't know, maybe they resurrected. The city's hero altar has stored these 3 souls, do you want to talk to them? Fang Hao shook his head, what good conversation can one have with pirates? The pirates of this world aren't filled with fervor or beliefs like those in One Piece. In various cities, they are top-tier villains. Murder and plundering are very common occurrences. He remembered when he recruited Biahu through a scroll. Her first glimpse of him wasn't to understand the situation but to try and kill him directly. No need to resurrect them, just hand them over to Nelson to be made into undead heroes. Fang Hao looked at the bodies. Oh. Beata responded and tossed the bodies into a corner, stacking them together. Then he continued to ask, what should I do next? You take people and search around here, pirates likely have a treasure room or something, if not, just move all the valuable items and we'll bring them back later. Actually, Angia is good at searching for things, even better than a sniffer dog. But since she wasn't brought along this time, Beata had to do it. Upon hearing they were going to search for items, Beata clearly perked up. All right, he agreed and immediately went into the hall. The former pirate sanctuary has turned into a city of death. Pirate ships, just returned from plundering, could see from afar, countless skeletons lined up in a straight line, lifting corpses and goods onto a huge ship. And the city walls were all replaced by the undead. Seeing this scene, the pirate ship immediately turned around and sped away into the distance. Thud. A dull sound rang out as a platinum treasure chest was thrown onto the ground. The city's population isn't large, and the city level is not high either. Being able to reach platinum is quite decent. Without any hesitation, they chose to open the treasure chest. Received, Sorcery Black Tower Blueprint, purple, Perilous Hunting Grounds Blueprint, purple, Pirate Captain Hat Blueprint, blue, Pirate Cuirass Blueprint, blue, Pirate Arm Guard Blueprint, blue, Pirate Boots Blueprint, blue, White Steel Carved Iron Hook Blueprint, blue, Rogue Helm, purple, Amethyst plus 201, Warfire Coin plus 572. The contents of the treasure chest are quite good. Though there's no orange rewards, there are 2 purple construction blueprints. The first blueprint is the Sorcery Black Tower. Judging from the name, it seems to be a place for studying sorcery. Upon reviewing its attributes, it is a magic-based troop barracks building. From this building, 9th-tier female spellcasters can be recruited, a magical elven troop type. Mage-type troops have always been difficult to obtain. Even though the blueprint is only of purple-tier rating, its value is even higher than that of orange-tier infantry buildings. This is a great gain this time. The second blueprint remains purple-tier Perilous Hunting Grounds. This is also a barracks building, capable of recruiting the 8th-tier troops Dark Riders. Similar to the above, they are also from the Dark Elf faction. From the rewards provided by the island master here, this skeleton island was established by Dark Elves. Otherwise, such rewards related to Dark Elves wouldn't appear. Unfortunately, all the Dark Elves were killed by oneself. Otherwise, there could have been a chance to expand the variety of races within one's territory. After reviewing the 2 building blueprints, what follows are some blue-tier equipment blueprints. Not particularly interested, but I glanced through them anyway. Pirate Captain's Leather Armor Set, a leather armor set. Effect, Physical Resistance plus 8%, Water Affinity plus 5%, Firearm Precision plus 5%. The equipment is average, primarily adding some attributes related to sea combat. For transmigrators involved in naval combat, it might still be of some use. However, for Fang Hao, it's mainly for expanding the collection of blueprints and enriching the variety of items in the shop. It really won't be used otherwise. After viewing the set, next comes the White Steel Carved Iron Hook Blueprint. A special type of weapon. It can be seen as a prosthetic limb for a severed arm, which means it can be attached to the arm if one loses an arm. Not sure why this reward was given, perhaps, pirates often suffer limb injuries. Having glanced at it and finding no special attributes, it was directly archived. After reviewing the blueprints, the last item is the Rogue's Helm. Ship Equipment. Effect, Ship Handling plus 15%, Crew Attributes plus 5%, Anti-corrosion. Anti-corrosion, the helm will not decay from soaking in seawater. Well, it is considered decent equipment. Purple-tier ship equipment is already quite rare. The last 2 items are Amethyst and Warfire Coin. The Warfire Coin needs no explanation, Amethyst is a recruitment material for Dark Elves. All rewards have been reviewed. Blueprints archived, and equipment stored. Beata commands the skeleton soldiers to form a long queue, carrying treasure chests found from who knows where, and they are moving out. Fang Hao rubs his chin, pondering what can be done with this small island with only one city? Should he take possession of it? Turn it into a naval supply port? Or should he abandon it, let pirates reclaim it, and then farm materials from them again? After pondering for a while, He decided to keep it. Opening the Book of Lords, he finds Bai Xian's portrait. Directly sends a private message, Bai Xian, are you free now? Soon, a message came from the other side, I'm here. What do you need, Boss Fang Hao? Not exactly a command, if you are free, I'll start the teleportation, and you'll come over. Okay. After agreeing, Fang Hao directly opens the holographic screen, and the figure of Bai Xian, dressed in leather armor and hanging a long sword revolver, appears. Stepping out of the hologram, she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Her gaze rests momentarily on 3 corpses in the corner. Boss. Bai Xian greets him again. Fang Hao nods, saying, what level is your city now? 13. The same level as this fortress. Fang Hao thinks a bit, then continues, this is a small island, previously called Skeleton Island, a pirate area, now it has been conquered. See if you are interested in taking over. Hearing it's Skeleton Island, Bai Xian's eyes widen a bit. Unlike Fang Hao who mostly operates on land, she is from a coastal area and has developed her own fleet. She has naturally heard of Skeleton Island, the pirate city. That a fortress presided over by a dark gold hero, a pirate haven, was just conquered by Fang Hao. And through the corridor, she could see skeletons moving various materials out. Clearly, it wasn't a false claim. Her mind quickly processes the information, and she immediately agrees, I'm interested, I'll take over this small island. It's also a level 13 city, but this one's an island. Moreover, managing this city doesn't necessarily mean she has to abandon her previous city. She can manage both. Her fleet has already reached a certain scale, and cannot always rely on the Federation's Remat port. Owning this city not only expands new sea areas but also greatly helps her development. Seeing Bai Xian agree, Fang Hao nods, all right, I'll leave this place to you. Thank you for your trust, boss. Bai Xian salutes earnestly. Chapter 1280. Fang Hao has shared a purple blueprint water magic fountain with you. Fang Hao has shared a purple blueprint dark reef fortress with you. Fang Hao has blueprint pearl base. Fang Hao has shared a purple crafting blueprint wanderers set with you. Fang Hao has shared. The notifications kept coming, and Bai Xian stood there somewhat dumbfounded. What a deal, not only giving an island, but also so many blueprints. It's like forcefully feeding food. Not afraid of overfeeding himself. Secretly glad she had agreed to take over, otherwise these blueprints might not have been shared with her. After the alert tones ended, Bai Xian cleared her throat and said, Boss, I will do my best and won't let you down. There was no helping it, he had given too much. It would be disrespectful not to show some humility, as it felt like lacking manners. Yes, I will turn this into a transmigrator city and then hand it over to you. Oh, okay. Fang Hao directly transformed the native city into a transmigrator city. He also upgraded the city lord's mansion and the city walls to level 14, and built a watchtower and a magic defense tower, as well as a teleportation array. The teleportation array here is independent and can connect to 5 ordinary teleportation arrays. By then, Bai Xian could also take care of 2 cities. Even managing this place and returning to the mainland to sleep at night wouldn't be a problem. More convenient than going to work. Of course, Fang Hao did not share these kinds of blueprints with her, it's better to keep core blueprints in his own hands. After handling everything, Fang Hao then assigned the position of governor to Bai Xian. Bai Xian now had the authority to manage the city. He took her for a tour around the city. Checked the city's buildings, the thousands of pirate ships in the port that had not departed, and the prisoners he just mentioned. All of these would be left to Bai Xian. Just these thousands of pirate ships were enough to make Bai Xian the immediate overlord of this area. After giving a few simple instructions and telling her to take over as soon as possible, he took his men and returned to the main city. Near dusk, the originally quiet Lord's Hall, Beata sat at the dining table, eating while telling the maids about today's attack on the pirate city. When it reached the part about clouds looming over the city, pinpointing to kill the enemy heroes, the maids all gasped in unison, their eyes sparkling when they looked at Fang Hao. Cough, cough. Fang Hao cleared his throat and subconsciously puffed up his chest. It was also time to boost his image in the maids' eyes and break their stereotype of him just having strong waist muscles. Actually, his combat power was pretty formidable too. Tap tap tap. While they were having an animated conversation, crisp footsteps sounded from outside. Skeleton merchant Dujin, holding a gentleman's cane, walked in leisurely. "Good evening, Lord, ladies." Dujin bowed slightly. Although the maids were maids, they held quite high positions in the city. Moreover, as undead craftsmen have more manners than the maids, they usually address them as Miss. "Yes, what is it?" Fang Hao asked. Beata led the maids out, and Dujin took a piece of paper from his bosom and said softly, "My lord, the spoils have been tallied." "Oh? Let's hear it." "Weapons and equipment over 50,000, currency 572 million, 15 boxes of gemstones, gold and silverware 3,327 items, tiger talismans 5,741. The captured pirates' information had errors. He said there were 5 or 6,000 people on the island, but the actual number was more. After the battle, a lot of equipment was scavenged, and besides the ones directly left for Baixian, the rest was taken back. Mostly, the equipment was of white and green quality, with better ones reaching blue. A bunch of ragtag pirates were just so-so. The scavenged currency and gemstones were quite considerable. Skeleton warriors moved the boxes out one by one. Robbery indeed was profitable. The main thing, the tiger talisman's quantity was not minor. Over 5,000, which was an addition to the reserves. "All right, I know, store them in the warehouse by category." "Yes, my lord." "Ah. Right, send a box of gold coins to Beata's side." "Understood, my lord." Dujin nodded again and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out, he saw gold-eating Queen Amanda coming his way. "Good evening, Queen Amanda." Dujin bowed once more. "Good evening." The two passed by each other, heading their separate ways. Amanda walked into the hall and immediately said, "Let's go, I'm ready to change my heart." A teleportation array had been established between the main city and Supreme Saint Golden City. There was no need for Fang Hao to always open up a projector to teleport people, as leaders from a few main cities could also come over on their own. A few days earlier, Fang Hao had discussed undergoing an organ transplant with Amanda. It seems Amanda had made up her mind. Now, yes, the night will make the ceremony smoother. That made sense, it's not unusual for undead to conduct ceremonies at night. "All right, then let's go." Fang Hao stood up and headed downstairs. Fang Hao and Amanda had just entered the Viscera Museum. They saw several funeral priests stripping 3 bodies completely, preparing to dehydrate them. "My lords." The funeral priests immediately saluted. "Tell Scholar Nelson that Amanda has arrived, and she wants to change her organs tonight." "Yes, my lord." The funeral priest immediately went upstairs, and when he came down again, Nelson followed him. Fang Hao nodded and said directly, "Those corpses, we'll deal with them later. First, replace Amanda's organs." "Okay, my lord." Nelson walked down one floor and gestured to the side, "My queen, this way please." They entered a sealed room on the inside. In the middle was a stone bed carved with various symbols, the base of which was directly connected to the ground, almost as if it grew out of the earth. Amanda sat on the stone bed as guided. The funeral priest took the scepter from her hand, and then carefully removed the crown and mask. Next was her gorgeous attire. Although Amanda still maintained a woman's figure, and her feminine traits were quite distinct, behind the attire were pale, contracted muscles. Living dead, the focus is on the dead, not being alive. Watching Amanda lying on the cold stone bed, the funeral priest brought various materials and began to arrange a ritual formation in the room. Nelson handed over a wooden staff and then said, "My lord, the stone door will be sealed during the ritual." This was to let him go out. "Oh. How long will the replacement take?" Fang Hao asked again. "About a day's time." "All right, Amanda, I'll go out first. After you're done, meet me in the Lord's Hall." Amanda, lying on the stone bed, gently waved her hand. Fang Hao immediately exited, and the heavy stone door slowly closed. Early in the morning, the sky looked like a black curtain, sprinkled with shiny pearls. In the industrial area, skeleton craftsmen were also busy, especially at the dismantling furnace that continuously decomposed various equipment night and day. In the pavilion, instead of the Dragon Queen drinking alone, there were a few deer carrying wooden sticks, hopping towards the amusement park to plant moonflower grass. Fang Hao directed some operations in the industrial area. Then he proceeded to the barracks area. This Skeleton Island campaign's main purpose was to solve the recruitment material issue. The corpses of dark gold heroes, a small island, and numerous pirated ships outside were additional bonuses. He arrived at the barracks area. He went straight to the front of the Cemetery of Skeleton General building and checked the recruitment requirements. 4-armed Skeleton General, Tiger Talisman 10, Death Trace 7, Star Silver 5. Recruitment materials had indeed changed from Wriggling Spine to Tiger Talisman. He calculated it roughly in his mind. Set the recruitment number to 400. Confirm recruitment. 100x amplification triggered, recruiting 4-armed Skeleton General 40,400. Whoosh! In an instant, skeletons as tall as 5 meters with thick bones and naturally 4 arms appeared before him. This kind of 4-armed Skeleton General was similar in size to trolls, commanding a significant advantage over human stature. Fang Hao, standing in front of them, only reached up to their thighs. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound of bones rubbing filled the entire area. Nearby patrolling soldiers rushed over, even the harpies on night duty flew over with revolvers. Seeing that these were recruited troops, they saluted slightly and then dispersed respectively. Move out towards East City, Fang Hao immediately ordered. Whoosh whoosh. 4-armed Skeleton Generals started moving towards the outskirts of the city. Since flames of faith were lit in the city, red flames burned in the eye sockets of the 4-armed Skeleton Generals. Thus, their movements were very orderly. There was no incidence of the most crowded, trampling the flower beds. After all the 4-armed Skeleton Generals had left, Fang Hao then went to Thunder Firearm Training Field and Giant Mercenary Guards Barracks, 2 military buildings. Thunder Gunner, Tiger Talismans 9, Traces of Death 6, Star Silver 4. Giant Mercenary Guard, Tiger Talismans 10, Death Trace 7, Trace of the Earth 3, Star Silver 5, Giant Essence 1. After checking, Fang Hao directly confirmed recruitment. 100x amplification triggered, recruiting Thunder Gunners 20,200. 100x amplification triggered, recruiting Giant Mercenary Guards 2,923. Many troops appeared from the open ground around. Thunder Gunners had the appearance of skeletons, but their height and bone structure were close to dwarves. About 1 meter 40 in height, with broader bones. Dwarves, not particularly short, basically maintain a body height between 1 meter 2 and 1 meter 4. The appearance of Giant Mercenary Guards was even more exaggerated. Close to 10 meters in height, their skin color like muddy sculpted clay. Standing in place, they resembled massive statues. The Giant Mercenary Guard was a type of troop Fang Hao was very satisfied with. They could fight, endure, self-recover, and did not have the weaknesses of undead. Move out towards East City, he ordered. Whoosh whoosh. Many troops once again started moving towards East City. Fang Hao followed them out of the city, preparing weapons and armor for the troops. However, the only thing he hadn't anticipated was that there were no suitable weapons for Giant Mercenary Guards. Armor could incorporate Bone Giants' heavy armor, but there were no blueprints for large war halberds that 10-meter giants could use. He had to settle for some large war hammers obtained from Divine Territory missions found in the warehouse and use them temporarily. He would have to figure out a solution later. The next day, dusk. Undead Desert, Ashen City. As dusk approached, the scorching sun slightly set, the air still twisted in the high heat, but it cast a bit more shade beneath the buildings. On the sandy yellow streets, more and more undead began to gather. They orderly stood on the street sides, seemingly waiting for something. Before long, a team emerged in the distance, well-equipped skeleton soldiers, escorting chained living creatures. Cleolando, with heavy shackles on his hands and feet, dragged himself forward. Yet his eyes anxiously looked around everywhere. Chapter 1281. Cleolando was being dragged, gradually walking forward. Her eyes constantly swept the crowd of onlookers. She saw the undead whispering among themselves, she recognized some familiar transmigrators, but the woman who promised to save her was nowhere to be seen. As the escorting team neared the transformation grounds, Cleolando's heart surged with increasing panic. Could it be that Fang Hao regretted it? Was he considering giving up the rescue due to the difficulty? Didn't they plan to act along the way? But so far, no one had appeared. Various thoughts rose in her mind. Her mind grew increasingly chaotic, and the shackles on her hands and feet felt heavier. Finally, hundreds of slaves, chained together, arrived in front of the towering edifice. This was the place for the ceremony, a well-known building in the city, a towering tower. A row of skeleton priests had been waiting at the door. Even a common transformation was accompanied by a ceremony, to show respect for life and an immortal legacy. Kasha. The heavy earthen yellow stone door was slowly pushed open. The slaves, chained together, entered the building. Cleolando's steps followed forward, reluctantly looking back outside. The withered yellow sand, in the desperate desolation, reflected the last glow of sunlight. Her life, like the setting sun, was inching closer to its end with every forward step. But while the sun would rise again tomorrow, she would have no tomorrow. Kaboom! The stone door closed again, plunging the building into darkness. The slaves were brought to the edge of a vast sand pit, kneeling down in rows along its edge. The funeral priests began the ceremony, loudly chanting complex sentences. And the skeleton warriors, standing behind the slaves, pressed their sharp blades against the necks. Just as the ceremony was about to end, when all the slaves were accepting death, suddenly, a blurred figure, in the dark shadows, became increasingly distinct. Eventually, it turned into the silhouette of a woman, her dagger swiftly slicing through the air. Ka-gurgle. A skeleton warrior's skull was severed, its head falling to the ground. It rolled into the sand pit, swallowed up by the rolling sands. The headless skeleton warriors instantly crumbled into piles of broken bones. The rest of the skeleton soldiers also reacted instantly, swinging their blades at the woman. But in the next second, the woman's silhouette dispersed like splashed ink, vanishing into the darkness. Approaching again, another skeleton running towards the door, dagger in hand, was swiftly cut into pieces, slashing at the undead trying to approach the door. Ta-ta-ta! At this moment, from the stone corridor behind, another significantly robust woman ran out. Her war blade consecutively struck down several skeleton warriors. Grey Bear Ms., Cleolando exclaimed. Grey Bear glanced at the chains linking all the slaves, swung her blades twice and killed the slaves dragging the chains. Now, lay them down. Cleolando straightened the chains and placed them on the ground. Grey Bear, removing axes from her hands, chopped down directly. Dang dang dang! Sparks flew as the chains were severed from the middle, and all the slaves regained their freedom, beginning to scatter in all directions. Grey Bear also pulled Cleolando and ran towards the back. The people outside had already noticed the situation. The stone door was slowly opened. Legions of undead guards rushed into the building, watching the chaotic scattering of the slaves. A skeleton general, adjusting his helmet, gave the direct order, "Kill them all, throw them into the transformation pool." Skeleton soldiers instantly charged in, slaughtering the rioting slaves. A dagger extended from the shadows, cutting toward the general's neck. Ka! A crisp sound rang out, the skeleton general's shin bone snapped instantly, his helmet-wrapped skull falling to the ground and rolling away. The headless body, attempting to bend over and retrieve it, was kicked directly into the sand pit, swallowed by the sand. The other skeleton soldiers, momentarily stunned, quickly realizing their leader was killed, they rushed toward the assassin. But as soon as the assassin struck, he vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, Cleolando was dragged towards the top of the building. She felt utterly drained, covered in sweat. She had been imprisoned in a dungeon for half a month. Such conditions, coupled with insufficient food and rest, her body was obviously not in its best condition. Her stamina had also nearly reached its limit. Upon reaching the room at the top floor, Grey Bear quickly barricaded the door, directly tearing open a teleportation scroll. Cleolando, breathlessly panting heavily, said with difficulty, "What about Miss Hilda? Aren't we waiting for her?" Grey Bear ignored her, neither halting the magic array. Amidst the forceful impacts, the magic array slowly surfaced on the floor. When it finally formed a complete circle, the two figures vanished instantly. Boom! Meanwhile, the barricaded wooden door was smashed open. Hordes of undead charged in. Main city. Two figures appeared in the central square. The guards quickly surrounded them but were dispersed by the Grey Bear. Cleolando, lying on the ground, appeared as though she had just been fished out of water, drenched. Her chest heaved dramatically as she gasped for air. The Grey Bear approached, pulled open her eyelids to take a look, and checked her body. Finding nothing serious other than some scrapes, he also breathed a sigh of relief. "You're safe now," Grey Bear helped her up, leaning her against a flower bed. "What about Hilda?" Cleolando asked again. "Don't worry, she won't die, it's hard to even catch her," Grey Bear reassured, then summoned two skeleton soldiers, carrying her toward the direction of the Lord's mansion. Inside the Lord's mansion, Mr. Fang Hao was shelling nuts for the Red General. Just as he cracked a few, he saw Grey Bear and Cleolando, being carried in like a patient. "Where's little you?" Mr. Fang Hao asked the same question. Grey Bear said, "Ms. Hilda is covering our retreat, she's not in any danger." The sky had already darkened, little Yu's ability could blend into the shadows. Unless she revealed herself, catching her was impossible. At least in that city, no one could do it. "Okay. Mr. Fang Hao nodded, then turned to look at the woman being carried by the skeletons. "Cleolando, are you all right?" The skeletons placed her on the ground, and Cleolando had somewhat recovered. Barely able to stand, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Fang Hao, for saving me, otherwise, I would have truly died there." "Hey! We're friends, of course, I wouldn't just stand by and watch you die." Cleolando looked somewhat dejected. Previously, she thought she had a good circle of friends. Many familiar faces were in the crowd today. But those people, in their eyes, there was only anticipation for a spectacle. "The best decision I've made up to now is getting to know you," Cleolando solemnly said. "That's a bit of an exaggeration." Mr. Fang Hao continued shelling dry fruits for the Red General, then he said, "Grey Bear, take her to get some food, then a bath, and come find me after some rest." "Yes, my lord." Then, assisting Cleolando, they walked out. Viscera Museum. The heavy stone door slowly opened, emitting a grinding noise. Behind the door, Amanda, who had put on her mask, tiara and golden robe, walked out slowly. "The new Viscera needs some time to adapt," Nelson said, supporting himself with a cane, following behind her. Amanda moved her body slightly, her fingers danced in the air, and the golden liquid, following her fingers, morphed into various shapes. In the next second, the golden liquid instantly formed a golden arrow, stabbing towards her own chest. Crack! The arrow seemed to hit a barrier, stopped half a meter from her body, creating a ripple in the air, then fell to the ground. Amanda gestured again, and the arrow turned back into golden liquid, entering the space necklace on her neck. "It seems the adaptation is proceeding faster than planned." Amanda took a scepter from a nearby funeral priest, and strode out of the stone door. She was quite satisfied with this organ transplant. As they all left the museum, Amanda said before leaving, "Keep my original heart here for now, take good care of it." "Okay." Nelson nodded. A group of funeral priests saluted, watching as Amanda departed. The night deepened, soft light illuminated the hall. The maids finished their training and chatted excitedly in the hall. Little White was holding He Yui's baby, half exposing her chest without milk, pretending to feed the baby. The entire hall was filled with joy. That's when Grey Bear with the freshened-up Cleolando walked in. After having a meal, taking a bath, and some rest, her condition had visibly improved. Mr. Fang Hao glanced aside, Little White nodded, taking the maids to the adjacent side hall. The Lord's mansion was quite large, and it wasn't only this hall. "Feeling better?" Mr. Fang Hao smiled. Cleolando again bowed solemnly, "Thank you, Mr. Fang Hao, for saving me." "Enough thanks, sit down." Grey Bear and Cleolando sat down beside. Mr. Fang Hao continued, "What do you plan to do next?" Cleolando pondered for a moment, then said, "I plan to return to my city. I ran away. Ashen City will definitely launch an attack on my city. If I don't return, the entire city will be razed." "Do you have the capability to fend off the army of Ashen City?" Cleolando shook her head, then stood up again and bowed, "Mr. Fang Hao, I wish to become your vassal territory, please help me again." Before Mr. Fang Hao could respond, thud thud thud. Footsteps sounded from behind. Just as Amanda walked into the hall, she saw the woman bowing. "Should I come back later?" Amanda said. Mr. Fang Hao shook his head, "Amanda, come in too, you can help analyze this situation." As she entered the hall, Amanda's attributes also appeared. Gold-eating Queen Amanda, Dark Gold Tier 8 Hero. He remembered, Amanda was a Dark Gold Tier 6. Getting a better heart, she actually advanced 2 tiers. Was this a way to piece together a demigod by replacing organs? Amanda directly entered the hall and sat down on a nearby seat. Chapter 1282. Amanda listened to the story about Cleolando. She glanced at Fang Hao. Last time he provoked the Dragon Clan, and now he's gotten into a conflict with the undead again. It's as if every moment, he's looking for trouble. After pondering for a while, Amanda softly said, "If you defend this city, what kind of development can you achieve?" This question made Cleolando immediately calm down. To the entire undead faction, her identity is that of a runaway slave. Even if she holds onto the city, what then? In the future, she would probably face the undead desert's relentless attacks. Let alone development, such strain could wear her down to death. This. That, but, Cleolando struggled to articulate a full sentence for a long time. In reality, Fang Hao understood what she was trying to say. The thoughts of transmigrators are very similar. What should be done about the city? The citizens? If Cleolando wasn't doing well, giving up wouldn't be too hard. But she was doing quite well, known among the ranks of transmigrators. Truly abandoning the city would not be easy for anyone. Amanda gave her a look and continued, "You want Fang Hao to help you fight, but do you understand what declaring war with the undead desert means? Even with equal strength, it would drag down the entire rear." This statement was not only for Cleolando, but also for Fang Hao to hear. If a conflict with the undead desert was unavoidable, so be it. But to start a war with a top power for an outsider was not a wise choice. Nor was it something a leader should do. Fang Hao did not say much else. He did not wish to see Cleolando die, nor did he think it wise to wage a war with the undead desert. The desert lacked resources, and really, it was so sparsely populated that trying to conquer the entire desert by marching could break anyone's legs. Unless they launched a direct attack on the undead's main city, which also posed great danger. "Cleolando, how about first moving all your people back tomorrow? I will arrange for you a suitable city in my territory to continue developing. Later, when the opportunity arises, we can think about waging war with the desert undead," Fang Hao said after some thought. Cleolando had no words to refute. She could only nod, "All right, I will follow Mr. Fang Hao's plan." "Good, go rest. First thing tomorrow morning, go back to your territory and bring the people here." "Okay." Once the discussion was over, Grey Bear led her out. The hall was once again left with only Fang Hao and Amanda. They did not continue talking about the undead desert. Fang Hao asked, "How is it, what does the new heart feel like?" "When I came out, I tried it. There has been some improvement in my abilities, and I've also gained a kind of shield ability that can resist some damage," Amanda said straight-backed and nonchalantly. The abilities she mentioned likely referred to the skills attached to the heart. He remembered seeing the attributes of the heart at the beginning. There was an ability that added a shield. That should be the shield she was talking about. As long as it's effective, Fang Hao picked up his teacup and took a sip. Amanda clenched the scepter in her hand and continued, "Leave that female lord to me." Putting down the cup, Fang Hao looked at her curiously, "You mean Cleolando?" "Yes, the one who wanted to fight the undead desert just now." "You're interested in her? She no longer has a territory, and it just so happens she could help me," Amanda continued. "She doesn't want to become undead," Fang Hao reminded her. Amanda glanced at him, "I won't make her an undead. I will give her a city near the Holy Gold City." Fang Hao thought for a moment. Cleolando's lands were mixed habitation of undead and living creatures. It was indeed suitable for her to settle in Anglina. So he simply agreed, "All right, nurture her a bit. Send her over to me tomorrow." After chatting for a while, Amanda stood up to leave. She headed to the teleportation plaza to return directly to the Supreme Saint Golden City. In the middle of the night, the Spider-Woman Domina arrived in the territory via the teleportation array. They went to the amusement park together. And took a ride on the gold elephant. The next day, as the sun had just risen, Cleolando's territory was already bustling. Skeletons were moving in and out of the Lord's mansion, moving anything that could be taken away to the outside plaza. It wasn't even bright yet, but Cleolando and Fang Hao had already arrived there. They began to organize all the materials, planning to take everything with them. According to the plan made last night, Cleolando would temporarily abandon this territory, to avoid the storm. After all, the undead desert cannot be equated with the sporadic undead forces like Amanda's. Covering the whole desert, starting a war would not be simple. "How are you, not injured, right?" At the doorstep of the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao saw Little Yu standing in the shadows. "No problems, my lord," Little Yu softly replied. Little Yu's type was quite special. She could switch between physical and ghostly forms, making it very difficult to truly capture her. At least most heroes would struggle to control Little Yu's movements without preparation. Thus, Little Yu's traits were not inferior to the Dragon Clan or the Giants. Just a lower rank. And besides, Little Yu also liked to stay indoors, sleeping in her coffin in her room without any tasks, rarely coming out. That's good. Little Yu continued, when I left Ashen City, they were also assembling their forces, afraid they'll directly wage an attack. Ashen City really never fell into disadvantage. They pursued the fleeing with an immediate call to arms against the enemy's city. With the undead's mobility, they could arrive very quickly. Yes, Fang Hao nodded in understanding, then continued, Little Yu, your progression seems a bit slow, starting from tomorrow you two should train at the training ground. His call went unanswered, met only by silence. Fang Hao glanced to his side to find Little Yu's figure nowhere to be seen, having vanished without a trace. He looked around and then said, Hilda, you can't hide within the shadows. The next second, Little Yu's figure appeared from the shadow behind him. At the moment she fully emerged. Her eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. Cough. My lord, I will go for training tomorrow, Little Yu said, as embarrassed as a student caught reading a novel during class. Angia is nearly surpassing you, and yet you are lazy every day. Hehehe. Work within the city continued busily. By noon, the sun was high overhead. And it was the hottest time of day in the desert. The efficiency of the living creatures began to drop and more organizing tasks were handed over to the undead. Dong dong dong. The alarm bells suddenly rang out. The residents outside the city quickly returned to the city, and the gates were slammed shut. Standing on the city wall and looking into the distance, one could see an army of tens of thousands of undead appearing at the end of the scorching horizon. Open the teleportation array quickly, Ashen City forces, carry away as many as you can, Cleolando said somewhat frantically from atop the city walls. The undead force was not small in number. Once the enemy commenced the siege, getting entangled with them would make leaving hardly possible. They had to leave before the attack, no matter what. Even if it meant abandoning these resources. Fang Hao roughly counted the opposition's formations. There were around 50,000 in number. Quite a sizable force, indeed. Don't panic, leave this to me. Let your people continue gathering items, take whatever can be taken, otherwise it's just a gift to others, Fang Hao said from the side. Cleolando frowned, but seeing Fang Hao speak seriously, he agreed. He ran down the city walls, urging his people to speed up. Elsewhere, the undead army halted a distance away from the city walls and quickly sent a skeleton rider towards the city. Shouting, Cleolando, open the gates and surrender, otherwise once the city falls, all your people will suffer. Whoosh crack. Before the call ended, dark clouds instantly covered the sky above the army. All the undead soldiers looked up, puzzled at the sky, where lightning flickered among the clouds. This was the desert, where did these clouds come from? Swish swish swish. As the dark clouds hovered directly above the army, countless fine threads fell from them, latching onto every undead. The threads tensed, instantly immobilizing the army in their tracks, unable to move from their positions. Even the calling skeleton below the city, his jawbone open and halting mid-shout, froze in place. Crack zzz. Lightning from the clouds struck down along the dense threads. Wham! Lightning instantly engulfed the entire army. As the threads retracted, tens of thousands of soldiers fell to the ground as scattered bones. Not one survived. The people on the city walls were dumbfounded, astounded by the scene before them. What kind of power was that? So terrifying. Grey Bear, take your men and clean up the battlefield. Yes, my lord. The city gates were opened, and with the troops quickly advancing towards the white bones in the distance. This time, they would gain a substantial amount of recruitment materials. It took a whole day. Cleolando managed to transport all sorts of supplies through the Gate of the Worlds to the main city. In addition to resources, even undead and living residents weren't in short supply. Tomorrow, I'll send you to Supreme Saint Golden City. It's a city where undead and living creatures cohabit, and the ruling leader is the masked female undead you saw yesterday, Fang Hao softly instructed Cleolando. All right, Cleolando immediately agreed, then asked, will I return? Return to my own city? You might. Transmigrators develop much faster than the original inhabitants, and you'll soon surpass them. Cleolando nodded, then said, Mr. Fang Hao, I'm afraid I still need your help with my Book of Lords. Now, Cleolando's only issue was the lack of the Book of Lords. It was confiscated when she was imprisoned. So, despite her being here, Fang Hao could not absorb her, nor could she be counted as a subordinate lord under his command. Absorbing the Book of Lords and accepting more subordinate cities is indeed of great help to Fang Hao. For instance, resource allocation. Lords have the authority to manage all resources from subordinate city lords. Now in the main city, no one was logging or quarrying anymore, the logging sites and the like were dismantled, relying solely on resources provided by subsidiary cities. Apart from resources, there are also taxes, blueprint sharing, map sharing. In short, Fang Hao's duty is to protect the dependent transmigrators, and in turn, they must sustain Fang Hao. It's a pity that Cleolando lacked the Book of Lords. I will arrange for someone to keep an eye out, keeping it is useless to them, I suppose we can buy it back, Fang Hao nodded and promised. After arranging for Cleolando and the residents, Fang Hao returned to the Lord's mansion. Upon entering the hall, he saw the Dark Elf Morse and another Dark Elf male, cautiously seated. 2 black-armored warriors were seated alongside them. The 4 sat quietly in the hall, in silence. Black Raven Warlock Laibisar, Orange Tier Rank 5 Hero. Seeing Fang Hao enter, Morse stood up first, "My lord." The Dark Elf male beside him also stood up and saluted, "Laibisar greets the respected lord." Chapter 1283. The hall fell briefly silent. Fang Hao then nodded and said, "No need for formalities, please take a seat on the side." The 2 people sat down again on wooden chairs on the side. Fang Hao also walked to the main seat and sat down on the white bone throne. The 2 black-armored sisters, however, still occupied the lower seats next to him. According to the current arrangement, the black-armored sisters were acting as Dimitrija's deputies, mainly in charge of Fang Hao's safety. They were essentially personal bodyguards. This was a necessity, as with the increase in enemy strength, Dimitrija's capabilities began to struggle. Thus, Dimitrija and the skeleton dwarf hero, Frederick, primarily managed the defensive arrangements of the main city. After the maid brought tea, Fang Hao continued, "Morse has already informed me about your plight, but I need to confirm with you personally. Apart from the surrounding orcs, do you have any other enemies?" According to what Morse herself said, her people numbered just over 2,000. In a standalone camp, 2,000 people were far from constituting a regional branch, they were most akin to a migrating tribe. The enemies they could provoke were limited. Heroes in the territory needed assistance. Fang Hao didn't mind providing Morse's people with a parcel of land to live on. But this did not mean he was willing to introduce external dangers into his territory. Therefore, it was better to ask in advance. The Dark Elf said, "We are just a very small tribe and don't have any powerful enemies. I heard that you have been fighting with the orcs." "Yes, the orcs are warlike and hard to communicate with. We've had frequent conflicts over the years, but you can rest assured, the reasons for the battles are just some disputes over land and resources. Once we leave, it will not cause trouble for your territory," the Dark Elf quickly explained. Fang Hao looked straight at him, saw that he wasn't lying. Morse should have mentioned the issue with the gods, right? She did. "We are willing to follow your advice and worship the gods within the territory," the Dark Elf replied with a suddenly subdued demeanor. Actually, Fang Hao generally respected the religious beliefs of different races. Just like the god of crafting and furnace fire worshipped in Grey Iron City, the god of light of humans, and the god of the ocean of the sea tribe, still being honored in the city. Moreover, Fang Hao had the statue of the goddess of harvest erected in each city, to increase the grain yield and processing efficiency. However, the situation with the Dark Elves was different, they were an external race. Both parties were engaged in an exchange of benefits. "If you want my land and protection, you need to offer faith in return. Mutual needs." Also, these little over 2,000 people wouldn't likely draw the attention of opposing gods, or else they wouldn't have been oppressed by the orcs to the point of needing to seek land suitable for survival from Fang Hao. Fang Hao nodded, feeling that the other party's attitude was quite reasonable. "What are your requirements regarding the place of residence?" Hearing this, the 2 Dark Elves looked pleased. The Dark Elf hero moved forward slightly and continued, "Somewhere that is easy to cultivate would be best. Our tribe excels in potion making, which is also our source of income, so we will need land for growing herbs." "Growing herbs?" Now, Crescent Heights was also cultivating herbs for sale to the Alchemist Association. After a thought, Fang Hao said to someone nearby, "Ask Rolina to come down." The black-armored Alrag got up and quickly went upstairs. Soon after he came back down, Rolina, in a long black dress, slowly walked down. "Madame Rolina," Morse stood up to greet her. She hadn't been in the city for long, but she knew about Rolina's ascension to demigod. Seeing the already aloof Rolina come down, she immediately took the initiative to greet her. Rolina sat down next to him, her gaze then turned to Fang Hao. "What do you need me for?" Fang Hao looked at the Dark Elf and said, "The Dark Elves want to join the territory, approximately 2,000 people. I plan to settle them down in Crescent Heights." Rolina swept her gaze across the Dark Elf opposite her. "You decide." I agree to your request to join, and I will select a fertile spot suitable for farming in Crescent Heights for you to settle down," Fang Hao readily agreed. "Thank you, Lord of the Territory." Shadow Stabber Morse, your loyalty increases by 25 points, current loyalty at 92. Morse's loyalty notification appeared, reaching 92. After the negotiations concluded, the few of them checked the map, confirming the location. The Dark Elves would head towards a coastal city. Fang Hao would arrange a large ship to pick them up. Later, Fang Hao would open the Gate of the Worlds and bring them back. Once everything was settled, the two thanked him and left the hall, heading towards the teleportation array to leave. When the light screen disappeared, Rolina spoke, "You've allowed the Dark Elves to join." Is there something wrong with that?" Fang Hao looked at her. "Do you know why no race has accepted the Dark Elves?" "Why?" "After the internal war within the Elf clan, the Dark Elves were collectively exiled. Anyone accepting the Dark Elves would face the targeting of the Elf clan," Rolina explained softly. Oh. With that explanation, Fang Hao suddenly understood many things. The Dark Elf Island master of Skeleton Island, even with his dark gold strength, why he was just a pirate leader. The aforementioned Black Raven Warlock also reached the Orange 5th tier, still needed to lower his stance to look for a tribal land to live in. Chapter 1284. The Deterrent of Elf Clan. There are no forces willing to provoke this trouble. After some consideration, he said, "It's not a big problem, just over 2,000 people. It wouldn't attract much attention." Rolina smiled, "Good, as long as you're aware." Her tone changed as she continued, "By the way, I heard that young dark elf men and women are selling well in the underground market. We belong to the Orthodox camp, we don't engage in such activities." Rolina glanced at him, then continued, "I am going to Eternal Night City, will you accompany me?" "I won't be going over, please give my regards to Lady Isabella." "Sure." Rolina agreed, then turned around and went upstairs. When the matter was settled, Fang Hao also let the black-armored sisters go back to rest. The hall quieted down again. Fang Hao sat on the throne, starting to consider the further development of his territory. Besides internal stability, it's necessary to increase the number of top heroes, and even demigods. But currently, there are very few ways to obtain divinity. Across the entire continent, the number of demigods is limited. Each demigod is linked with a top power, thinking about killing them to seize their divinity. Not to mention whether such robbery is right or wrong, it also tends to bring unforeseeable dangers. This could lead to all demigods and races uniting against him, which could be a dead end. After pondering, the relatively safe ways to obtain divinity are only two. 1. Waiting for system tasks, tasks like Divine Territory where there's a chance to encounter deities and obtain divinity. 2. Exploring the relics of the Giants faction to obtain divinity. Besides system tasks whose appearance time is uncertain, the main focus is still on searching for information about the various Giants factions. Information aspect needs to be strengthened. After understanding, Fang Hao stood up, looking out at the night view through the window. He activated the teleportation screen and walked right into it. It was past midnight. Silverwing City, Hall of Justice. In the leader's room, a dim light was still on. Rebecca sat at the desk, looking at the documents in hand, while her personal maid Eleanor stood behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. Fang Hao opened the door. Eleanor saw who was entering, and immediately showed a delighted expression, "City Lord." The surprise in her tone was distinctly clear. "Eleanor, you're back, haven't seen you for a long time." Fang Hao closed the door and walked in. Eleanor was previously accompanying Rebecca to the Palace Blessed Land. After it ended, Rebecca was brought back directly through the trade alliance by Fang Hao, while Eleanor returned slowly using an aerial ship. It had been several months since they last saw each other. Rebecca, hearing her maid joyfully calling out to a man, smiled and said, "Eleanor, give our city lord a good massage." "Madam." Eleanor called out a bit shyly, but still walked around the desk to Fang Hao's back, placing her delicate hands on his shoulders, and began massaging gently. "Did you come because you missed me, or because you knew Eleanor was back?" Rebecca spoke casually while looking at the documents. Becoming the leader of 100 cities made her busier than before. When she was managing Lyss City, she had many hobbies: opera, painting, or antique appraisal. Now, it's all about endless documents. "I missed both." Fang Hao replied, then continued, "I have a map here, can't find the location, but it should be within the 100 cities. "Oh? Let me see." Fang Hao took out the map. Eleanor took it and handed it to Rebecca. Rebecca took it and looked at it carefully. Shaking his head, he said, "I'm not sure about this. During the council meeting, I'll have the representatives from each city take a look." "All right, keep the map with you for now." While speaking, Fang Hao pulled Eleanor, who was massaging his shoulders, to sit on his lap. "City Lord. My wife is still working, please wait." Eleanor's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks instantly flushed like the sunset clouds, and her voice grew softer and softer. Rebecca, who was changing the files, glanced at them but didn't seem to intend to stop them. She asked, "Staying tonight?" "Yes." Rebecca also replied with a yes, and then said, "Eleanor, go put on that outfit we prepared earlier in the room." "Yes, madam," Eleanor responded, her face even more flushed as she hurriedly left. The study and the bedroom were connected, just separated by a partition. When she returned, Eleanor came back wearing a pair of white furry ears, her cheeks rosy, in a black corset with a demi-cup design supporting her. She wore black stockings, and a foxtail gently swayed as she walked. "Oh, this." Fang Hao couldn't take his eyes off her. At this moment, Rebecca also closed the file on the desk. She stepped out from behind the desk, undressed, took his hand, and slowly walked towards the bedroom. After some time, exhausted, Rebecca, now soundly asleep, was again woken up by faint moans. Somewhat more alert now, the conversation by the bed became clearer. "Sir, be a little gentle, you might wake up madam." "Yes, all right." "Good grief, it's still going on." Rebecca rubbed her forehead. "This man's energy is boundless, doesn't he need to sleep, keeping at it night after night?" Shortly after, "Sir, I've missed you so much." Eleanor whispered softly. "Yes, I've missed Ariel too." Rebecca sat up slightly, looking towards the outside. Due to the nightstone, the room wasn't dark. Fang Hao stood behind the soft couch, pulling Eleanor's wrists like reining a horse. Eleanor's hands were pulled back as she knelt on the soft couch. Her white furry ears were damp with sweat, her body constantly shaking. "Like there's no tomorrow," Rebecca muttered, turning over to the other side, continuing to sleep. 3 days later, in the Hall of Lords. "My lord, Mr. Clemente from the Trade Alliance has arrived." As the voice faded, the goblin Clemente walked in, looked around, and bowed slightly. "Lord Fang Hao." "Yes, do sit." "Mr. Clemente, are you here regarding the compensation from the Trade Alliance?" asked Fang Hao. The goblin jumped onto a nearby chair and then spoke, "Besides the compensation, I've also brought an invitation from the elf clan." An invitation? He had no dealings with the elf clan, even bearing some grudges. Between them, there was no contact, but both sides wanted to outwit each other secretly. "Yes, in half a month, Prince Shiarist will marry Miss Savannah in a wedding held by the Trade Alliance. This is your invitation." Fang Hao's brows furrowed instantly. He didn't know who Shiarist was, but he knew Savannah. Transmigrator number 2. Savannah. Chapter 1285. 3rd, Aragon. 4th, Coleridge. 5th, Cleolando. On the power rankings, Fang Hao's first place has never changed. Meanwhile, Aragon, who was imprisoned by Fang Hao for a time, dropped out of the rankings entirely. Later, after having his territory returned to him and depending on the Dragon Clan camp, he climbed up again to the 3rd position but never reclaimed the 2nd spot. The original 4th place used to be Cleolando. Emerging from the Undead Desert, even though her original territory was still considered hers, her combat power rating declined. She became the 5th. Now, the 4th, Coleridge, Fang Hao also heard about on the World Channel, is a transmigrator from the Troll Camp who quickly rose after the Divine Territory mission. Savannah, am I the one being invited? I'm not too sure, the wedding will be held at the Trade Alliance headquarters. The Goblin replied. A top-tier powers wedding banquet is usually held at the Trade Alliance. One reason is convenience, and the second is the trust in the Trade Alliance. After all, personal safety can also be guaranteed at the Trade Alliance. Otherwise, who would go to another power's territory to attend some wedding banquet? Fang Hao had someone receive the wedding invitation and continued to ask, who else that I know has received an invitation? The Goblin pondered for a moment before answering, all top-tier forces and well-known families are on the invitation list. Madame Dragon Queen and Lady Isabella should also receive invitations. He casually placed the invitation to the side. Fang Hao didn't inquire further about these matters, as he wasn't particularly interested in the marriage between the Elf Prince and the Transmigrator. After Fang Hao set aside the invitation, the Goblin reopened the briefcase and took out a few sheets of paper. And handed them over. It was the newly calculated compensation quote. Fang Hao took it and immediately flipped to the last page. The prices had changed. Fang Hao and the Dragon Clan together were supposed to bear a compensation of 180 million, while the Trade Alliance itself would bear 120 million. Historically, the compensation amounts were divided based on the extent of responsibility. The Trade Alliance is now the party bearing the most among the three. The Goblin sat below, observing Fang Hao's expression somewhat nervously. This matter had been dragging on for too long. The reconstruction of the Trade Alliance was almost halfway complete, and the issue of compensation was still unresolved. For an ordinary force, the Trade Alliance had many ways to get the money. But ever since Clemente brought back the news of having seen 3 demigods playing cards in a pavilion, the entire Trade Alliance was shocked. They immediately adjusted the compensation scheme, lowering it to 180 million. In this world, the standards for everything are power and background. Clearly, Fang Hao now requires a harmonious relationship with the Trade Alliance. Fang Hao looked at it for a second, then said, "This set of compensation seems reasonable, I will have the money delivered to you in the next couple of days." Hearing this response, the Goblin breathed a sigh of relief. If they couldn't reach an agreement, what Fang Hao and the Dragon Clan would do was unknown to him, but it would definitely impact his performance. Since clan leader Fang Hao agrees, you can sign your name first, and ensure the money is delivered to the Trade Alliance within 7 days, continued the Goblin. Fang Hao glanced at him. Then he said, "No rush, I have another matter that I'd like to consult Mr. Clemente about." "Oh? Mr. Fang Hao, please feel free to speak whatever is on your mind. The new street is almost finished, right? I want to buy a shop. Once the reconstructions of the street are completed, the temporary wooden huts will be demolished. The shops that have not been allocated would wait until after the buildings are finished before they can reopen. Now every force is concerned about this matter. Mr. Fang Hao, as long as you become a core member of the Trade Alliance, you can choose the location of the shop in advance," said the Goblin immediately. Core member is the term used now, it used to be called Trade Alliance Supervisor. One enjoys some privileges and also has certain responsibilities. For instance, arranging for heroes and troops to be stationed at the Trade Alliance. In case of any danger to the Trade Alliance, they must step in, whether through negotiations or direct combat, to ensure its safety. Last time, the Goblin invited Fang Hao to join. After all, why not? He leads a force with a demigod and is on good terms with the Dragon Clan and the Blood Clan. This is all the more reason to ingratiate themselves. Fang Hao nodded and continued to say, "What are the requirements for heroes and troops? The hero must be at least of orange quality, or possess special abilities, and the number of troops needed isn't much, just 500, the Goblin paused and added, "They won't stay in the Trade Alliance every day, there will be one day each week responsible for defense, and if a danger occurs, like what happened with the Dragon Queen last time, all will be deployed to protect the safety of the Trade Alliance." Meaning to say, it will be taking turns with other forces, about once a week. "Let me see that agreement," continued Fang Hao. The Goblin nodded and handed over the contract. The main responsibility of a supervisor is to protect the Trade Alliance, and they are responsible for any issues or damage caused. The benefits include some priorities of the trade alliance, and the tax rate on trading items has also been reduced to 0.2%. This part is quite nice. Unfortunately, Fang Hao really doesn't lack money or materials at the moment, and buying shops is just to provide a place for the succubus cottage to gather intelligence. I looked over the agreement repeatedly. This agreement didn't contain any rule-based power, it was just an ordinary agreement. Should any issues arise, there would be no binding force. It entirely depended on the attitudes of both parties and the spirit of the contract. All right, I agree, Fang Hao said directly. The goblin revealed a smile. Good, I can take you to visit the shops first, the other few have already been decided. There aren't many good locations left. Fang Hao spoke directly to the outside of the door, "Nie, call Yzabeth." Nisbet, who was standing guard outside, responded and immediately headed towards the hero's quarter. Soon, Yzabeth, dressed in a sky blue long gown, walked in, curtsied slightly, "My lord, Clemente sir." The goblin frowned. Good grief, Fang Hao actually dared to take in a succubus. Transmigrators really are bold. Fang Hao nodded, saying, "Yzabeth, I've made an agreement with Mr. Clemente. You will choose a shop on the new street to continue running the Little Succubus Tavern. Go and pick a location later, and make sure it's not overlapping with other shops." The succubus's expression brightened instantly. "Thank you, my lord." Loyalty of the Dream Eater Demon, Yzabeth towards you increased by 2 points, current loyalty 100. Your hero Dream Eater Demon, Yzabeth has reached a loyalty level of 100 points, and will not be affected by any state of confusion, betrayal or other similar influences. In an instant, Yzabeth's loyalty soared to 100. It must be said, this succubus truly trusted him. Since joining his domain, both Yzabeth and those common little succubi had quickly grown in their loyalty to him. And there had been none of the disasters or destructive behavior that were rumored about outside. All right, go find Dujin now, take enough money with you, and head straight there. With her reaching 100 points, Fang Hao was also pleased. He simply decided to get the matter resolved. "Oh, all right, my lord." The demon monarch curtsied once again and left with the goblin. The Little Succubus Tavern was still very important for controlling information. Even if other shops closed, this tavern needed to continue. Elf clan's main city, Eternal Song capital. In the records of other races, the Elf clan's main city was also referred to by many names such as Eternity City and City of Life. But the meanings all pointed to something similar, everlasting and aesthetic. Royal Palace backyard. Intoxicating fragrances wafted with the breezes, beautiful butterflies fluttered around luxuriant flower clusters. Elf maids in pure white gauze dresses shuttled through the garden. Savannah, led by the silver-armored elf guards, walked over the pristine flat stone walkway and entered into a white-arched pavilion. 4 exquisitely carved white pillars supported a dome as pure as jade. An elf noblewoman in a long gown sat on the stone bench of the pavilion, her gaze on the book in her hands. The elf noblewoman's age was indiscernible, her golden hair cascading from her shoulders and revealing 2 pointed ears. She possessed a sense of grace and nobility beyond that of the ordinarily handsome elves. Radiant splendor, Zinirilla, demigod. Lady Zinirilla, Savannah greeted with a smile, performing an elegant curtsy. The elf demigod set down her book and looked up. "Savannah, what brings you to visit me today?" Savannah took a seat on a nearby chair. She spoke softly. "Recently, transmigrators have been popularizing some cosmetics. I thought to bring some for you." An attendant stepped forward, placing several ornate gift boxes on the stone table. The boxes were crafted exquisitely with golden hollowed-out patterns, emitting a subtle fragrance. They matched the aesthetic of the elf clan. The elf demigod nodded. "You are thoughtful. How are the wedding preparations going? Have you sent out invitations to your friends?" She glanced at the gift boxes and then paid them no further attention. With a gentle voice, she inquired like one who cares for a junior. "Yes, the invitations have already been sent out," Savannah replied quietly. The two chatted about wedding matters for a while. The elf demigod continued, "How is the development of the new firearms going?" "Very smoothly. The blueprints have been engraved and will soon equip the army." "Good, you've done well with this. In the coming period, focus on the wedding. Clan leaders from various races will attend the banquet. Make sure nothing goes amiss," the elf demigod continued with her advice. "Yes, I'll be prepared." The elf demigod thought for a moment and then asked, your number one transmigrator, will he be there as well? I've sent him an invitation. I'm also curious as to what kind of person he is, that even the Dragon Queen is unable to handle him. Main City. After seeing off the goblin and Elizabeth, tranquility returned to the hall. Fang Hao sat on the throne, holding an invitation, looking it over and over. The Elf Clan, Transmigrator number 2 Savannah. A prince from a top power and a transmigrator, a most representative figure, getting together. It always felt like there was something amiss. And why send me an invitation to your wedding anyway? It surely can't be for the gift money. He thought for a moment and then spoke to someone outside, go invite the Dragon Queen over. Yes, my lord. Chapter 1286. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and took a glance at the World Channel. Selling scroll for the Orc tribe, interested parties please private message, can be directly exchanged for orange gear. Purchasing mithril mines in bulk, interested parties please add as a friend and discuss prices privately, can be exchanged with equipment. Recruiting specialists skilled in firearms and technology, interested parties can private message, generous treatment and protection from top forces for those who pass. What's going on with the orcs? Internal war broke out, they've gone mad, killing so many along the way. Miss Savannah is going to marry the elf prince, the wedding will be held soon. Miss Savannah is amazing, leading the transmigrators to narrow the gap with the indigenous people. Lucky to have received an invitation, will attend the banquet in the elf capital. The orcs are insane, capturing strong men everywhere. Can the girls in the brothel redeem themselves? The World Channel mainly discusses two things. One is about Miss Savannah's wedding with the elf prince. According to the chat, Miss Savannah will host the Alliance Transmigrators in the Eternal Song capital. Many are boasting about receiving an invitation from Miss Savannah. At the same time, for Miss Savannah to marry the elf prince, she has reached a certain level of prestige. Many are inquiring about joining the alliance or becoming a subordinate territory. The second matter is the chaos in the orc regions. Other transmigrators mentioned an internal conflict among the orcs. Started to kill and capture everywhere, total chaos. Many transmigrators are starting to retreat to safer areas with their troops. Cities are important, but life is more so. This reminded Fang Hao of the Dark Elves who sought refuge under him a couple of days ago. Their urgency in finding new territories probably had similar reasons. Once the battle begins, all the tribes along the way cannot ignore it. Not enemies, but also could be captured as strong men and cannon fodder. Therefore, they all need to find a safer territory to live. Watching the rapidly scrolling messages on the World Channel. The Dragon Queen walked in from outside, today not wearing the golden long dress but a beige long dress for home. She gave off the feeling of a noble court lady at home. Sitting down beside, she dusted off the dust from her dress hem. You called me. Yes, the Trade Alliance people just brought our compensation. Fang Hao looked at her and said softly. Oh? Where are they? Why didn't you call me? Maybe the price could have been pressed lower, the Dragon Queen said leaning back. The authority of the Dragon Queen still works. At least, in the martial world, the Dragon Queen has much greater prestige than Fang Hao. To make the Dragon Clan compensate, one must also weigh their own capabilities. Fang Hao continued, the Trade Alliance will bear 1.2 billion, we altogether 1.8 billion, the price is almost the same, I've already had Elizabeth send the money. The Dragon Queen raised her eyebrows, not expecting him to be so wealthy. Even the former Mount Dragon Peak, gathering this amount would also take some time. Of course, if they really compensated this amount, the Dragon Clan would default on it. The Dragon Queen nodded, not saying much more. Fang Hao was rather taken aback. Just staring at her. Are you not mentioning sharing this money? Even a polite mention would suffice. In the hall, silence fell for a while, seeing that the Dragon Queen had no intention of speaking politely. Seeing that the other party had no intention of being polite, he continued, did the elf clan send you an invitation? The Dragon Queen looked up at him curiously and asked, did they send you one too? It's not that she looks down on Fang Hao. It's just that, after all, Fang Hao belongs to a newly rising force and has not been too flashy externally. The elf clan probably wouldn't notice him. Yes, it must be the female transmigrator who sent me the invitation. Fang Hao picked up the invitation beside him and shook it, then asked, that elf prince, is he the next king? The Dragon Queen smiled, next king? Do you think this is a human kingdom? Royal members, for the long-lived elf clan, are not rare. Especially in the elf capital, casually firing 2 shots might hit some prince or princess, a noble of the elves. Thus, in the elf clan, the prince does not necessarily have a very high status, more like representing a heritage. After all, the reigning elf king holds power for a very long time. But the prince who is getting married today might not be the future king, but he still holds some influence. He is a descendant of the demigod elf Shinairia, representing a special decision to unite with the new humans, the transmigrators. More like a political statement within the elf clan. Fang Hao listened and understood the internal situation of the elf clan. The interiors of the elf clan are too vast and even more liberal in civilization. As mentioned before, magic, alchemy, machinery, archaeology, etc. In this race, you can find any career you aspire to. Moreover, the elf clan having lengthy lifespans, could also delve into researching more things. With a long lifespan, the elf clan is also not that rigid. The prince marrying a transmigrator seems more like setting an example for the higher echelons in the public. And this Prince Shiarist, also possesses high prestige, is an outstanding commander, skilled in combat and magic. So, you are going to attend this wedding banquet? Fang Hao asked after listening, looking back at the Dragon Queen. What do you think? I suspect, in our battle, the elf clan played a certain role, Fang Hao directly stated. The Dragon Queen frowned, unclear about what role they played. But the elves indeed provided some assistance in her and Fang Hao's battle. From her perspective, the elf clan helped her. So, you are not going? Asked the Dragon Queen in return. At most, I'll send a representative, along with a gift. As for each member, the Dragon Queen did not understand. But she did not think too much about it, instead she said, there's still time, we will see when the time comes. Right. Having discussed all the matters, the Dragon Queen stood up and walked out. Just as she was about to reach the door, her steps suddenly halted as if she thought of something, and she said, have someone send some gold coins, we are renovating the pool. Fang Hao was startled, but the Dragon Queen had already turned around and left. Watching her disappearing figure, he was somewhat puzzled, what does renovating the pool have to do with gold coins? In the city, the labor force, even craftsmen, are free. Send some gold coins to Bayada's side, send the orcs Beothead gold. Yes, my lord. Soon, the sky began to darken. The maids came giggling back from the training field, lying on the carpet in the hall playing Connect 5, some gathered together chatting. Winnie, Little Yu, and other heroes were also among them. They were just more composed than the ordinary maids. Fang Hao also sat in a wooden chair, enjoying the maids massaging his shoulders and legs, while continuing to flip through the Book of Lords. Searching through the various shops for usable weapons. Now, he needed a war halberd suitable for the giant guards. These 10-meter-tall giants, finding a suitable war halberd for them is not easy. Regardless of whatever color or quality, as long as someone is selling it would be good. But after a long search, no one seemed to be selling such a thing. Flipping one shop after another. Suddenly, the system notification abruptly sounded. Book of Lords task activated. Task name, Lost Battlefield. Task content, Conquer the city. Task description, 12 hours later, the main city will be transferred to the task space, you must conquer the enemy's city within a fixed time. Death rule, the city's fall/lord's death will automatically result in task failure, exiting the task space, heroes can be resurrected at the altar, but troop units cannot be resurrected. A system task had appeared. He had been hoping for a system task to appear just 2 days ago, and today it really appeared. The task's name is Lost Battlefield, and the content is a siege battle. It doesn't seem to be related to the divinities. If it's not possible to battle with the divinities, it might be difficult to gain divinity. Continuing to read the task description. This task, just like the previous Divine Territory task, looks very similar, with the main city being transferred to a space to carry out the task. It says to conquer the opponent's city, but since the main city is also transferred, it will surely also face battles to defend the city. The death rules are also similar to last time. The Lord's death will be judged as task failure, but the person will not die. But he also needed to manage his troops well, otherwise, if the troops are all killed when he returns, he'll be left without any forces. After the last Divine Territory task, many transmigrators, because all their troops were killed, were taken advantage of and directly had their cities destroyed when they returned to the main world. Fang Hao opened his mouth to accept the fruits passed by the maids, then casually opened the world channel. The world channel, the speed of the messages had become a blur. The number of people talking was much more than before. He pressed and slowly scrolled to check. Finally, a task comes. I've been preparing for so long, just waiting for a task to turn things around. Just completed the baptism ceremony, let me show you the terror of the undead plague. Selling purple weapons can significantly increase your combat power. Last time, all the cannons were used up, now I need to prepare more. Fang Hao glanced roughly, feeling that this time, everyone was quite confident. Apart from not needing to die if they failed, the development of the transmigrators had indeed reached a certain height. Everyone had greater confidence. Ding ding ding. A series of private chats started. Opening it up, it was Dong Jiayu, Zhang Bin, and others. Brother Hao, I need artillery shells and detonators. Boss, some of my cannons are having issues, need to be replaced. One by one, messages came over, and Fang Hao also filled in some of the things they were lacking. After all, if his subordinates' transmigrators developed well, it was also good for him. Handling things for his subordinates' transmigrators. Fang Hao then checked his own shop. Indeed, the weapons and equipment in the shop, including artillery shells, started to deplete at an alarming rate. Another opportunity to harvest rare resources. Fang Hao immediately increased the quantity of goods in the shop, so as not to delay his resource exchange. After the maids rested, they were driven back to the training field by Ira and Angia, slapped on the buttocks. Striving to become heroes faster. Fang Hao then directly headed to the Viscera Museum. Entering the dimly lit hall, he immediately felt the chill to the bone. On the stone walls, bluish flames were lit, making the entire hall bright yet with a sinister feeling. The stone doors inside were still closed, dealing with the bodies obtained from Skeleton Island. Lord! Two funeral priests approached to greet him. Fang Hao nodded and said, the micro-buildings, were there any additions? 2 buildings were added. Good, take me to see them. Chapter 1287. By collecting viscera jars, attributes can be added to the architectural troops. This time, Fang Hao first wanted to see if the new building was displayed in the museum. If it was displayed, it would prove that the viscera jars could also be effective for the new building. Led by the funeral priest, they arrived on the right side of the hall. There were 2 new miniature buildings here, which looked like miniature versions of Cemetery of Skeleton General and Thunder Firearm Training Field. However, the giant mercenary guard barracks did not appear here. This means that the Viscera Museum has specific requirements for the buildings it collects. Only undead-type buildings could appear here. As a result, other types of troops are lacking 1 attribute enhancement. After confirming the 2 buildings, Fang Hao began to check the collected viscera jars. Dark gold level viscera jar Power of Thunder, Orange Magic Empowerment, Killing Proficiency, and Death Nourishment. Purple viscera jar was Lightning Speed. Blue viscera jars were Stone Form and Revival. The forces of the territory had been adjusted. The main force no longer relied on lower-ranked ordinary skeleton warriors but had switched to 10th-ranked 4-armed skeleton generals. Thus, the viscera jars also needed adjustment. Retrieve the Power of Thunder jar, ordered Fang Hao. The funeral priest went to another miniature building, gently knocked on the protruding skeleton head, and with a swish, the viscera jar popped out. It was carefully brought over. Fang Hao nodded, took the viscera jar, and placed it inside. The moment the viscera jar sank in and became effective, a dark golden light spread from the building, indicating the effect was activated. Fang Hao continued to place the purple lightning speed viscera jar at the Thunder Firearm Training Field. The stone form jar, initially for the cavalry, was switched to the skeleton warrior barracks. The cavalry switched to bone tenacity and the skeleton ranges to super arm strength. The latter viscera jars were all brought over from the Supreme Saint Golden City. Everything was centered on the main city. After sorting out the viscera jars, Fang Hao didn't stay long and continued to check in the city for the preparation needed for tomorrow's task. The next day, early morning. All the maids and craftsmen in the city gathered in front of the Lord's mansion. Some stood together, whispering, guessing if something had happened. Soon, the heroes of the city came out of the hall and left in a hurry without saying much. Fang Hao, along with Ira and Little White, also walked out from the hall. He glanced at the gathered crowd. Then he said, "Maids, take a rest today. Ira will take you to Silver Wing City in the human main city to play for one day. Be safe and cautious of the local. Whoosh! Before he could finish, cheers and screams erupted. His words were instantly drowned out. Whoosh! The surrounding skeleton soldiers immediately drew their weapons and charged over. Seeing the cheering maids, they shook their skulls, puzzled by what was happening. After dispersing the skeleton soldiers, Fang Hao briefed the maids a few more times. Actually, there weren't any dangers in Silver Wing City, as he and Rebecca had arranged for the guards from the Hall of Justice to provide special protection. Moreover, the ranks of the maids were not low. Unless they met heroes, ordinary people might not be able to deal with them even if they had intentions. After briefing the maids, Fang Hao continued to the skeleton craftsmen and said, "Craftsmen have also worked hard, take a day off today and go to Holy Gold City for some bone maintenance, the expenses will be covered by the territory, you can claim it at Digens." "Thank you, Lord." Even with the expense claim added, the skeleton craftsmen did not cheer or scream. But they all bowed in thanks together. Meanwhile, hearing that the undead could claim expenses, the maids began to protest. They came up, cooing and acting coquettishly. "Fine, you can also claim expenses, but discuss with Ira and Little White what to buy to avoid being tricked." Yay! Rabbitman clan's Rollin loyalty increased by 10 points, current loyalty 92. Foxman tribe's Phoebe loyalty increased by 10 points, current loyalty 87. Foxman tribe loyalty increased by 10 points, current loyalty 91. A series of prompts appeared. The newly recruited maids' loyalty also reached above 80, some even surpassed 90. It won't be long before they could also participate in training at the Hall of Martial Maiden. Fang Hao clapped his hands and continued, "Stop shouting, go back and get ready, gather in an hour, whoever isn't there will not be taken along." "All right, master." With a swish, the maids dispersed in an instant, returning to change into their beautiful clothes and fix up before heading to the city to have fun. After a series of farewells, the maids, craftsmen, and all non-hero level individuals except soldiers were sent out. They either went to have fun or to maintain their bones. It was considered a day off. Time passed bit by bit. As the transmigrators' countdown continued, it finally reached 12 o'clock. The system prompt instantly sounded in everyone's ears. "Lost battlefield, the task begins." 5 minutes later, the Lord's main city possessing territory will be transferred to the task space. The countdown begins, 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Similar to the last time, giving the transmigrators some time to react. Fang Hao, having already made arrangements, did not need to prepare any more. While waiting for the last 4 minutes, he opened the Book of Lords for a quick look. "Brothers, when a man dies, the birds head to the sky, to hell with it all. God, please bless me. This is the make or break moment, charge." Amidst the transmigrators' own rallying cries, the countdown hit 0. Transferring territory. Buzz. An invisible force field covered the entire main city. In the next second, everyone's vision blurred, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. Standing on the city wall, looking outward. The sky was dim, the ground was dark red soil, devoid of any vegetation, only filled with short swords and decaying flags. At the end of their sight, they could vaguely see a tall ancient castle. Black towering walls, round pointed tops. Different from the transmigrators' buildings, it carried more of a Gothic style. It felt quite fitting for the architecture of the Blood Clan. "Your main city has entered the lost battlefield, please protect your city and capture the target area within the specified time." Mission started, trading and shop functions disabled. Mission countdown, 7 hours 59 minutes. The system's notification refocused Fang Hao's attention on the task. That is to say, their mission this time was to capture that distant city within the time limit. Not like the Divine Territory mission where they had to defend a city. "What is this place?" Suddenly, a questioning voice sounded from behind. The Dragon Queen, dressed in a golden gown, slowly ascended the stone steps onto the city wall. The system had actually transported her here as well. "The task of the transmigrators, I didn't expect you to come along." Fang Hao turned to look at her. Secrets of the transmigrators. The Dragon Queen also looked out from the city wall. "You could say that. A city relocated, surely only a high god possesses such power." That remark made Fang Hao frown momentarily. What was it that brought all the transmigrators here and sporadically assigned missions? The power of gods is indeed formidable. The god of deception, a lower-tier god, could easily manipulate 3 demigods without any restrictions. Coming here, could it be the work of even higher-ranking divine beings? Perhaps a joke or an after-dinner gamble. Perhaps, let us hope the great divine being will not make it too difficult for us. I rarely see you showing such respect towards divine beings. Tap tap tap. While they talked, a massive army approached vaguely from the direction of the Black Castle. Black full armor uniforms, like an army turned from fierce ghosts, arranged in neat formations, filling the view as they advanced directly towards them. What are those? The Dragon Queen continued to ask. You can think of them as a test. Passing the test allows us transmigrators to receive rewards. This is why we progress so swiftly. Oh? There are rewards. Fang Hao didn't continue to answer but flicked his fingers, releasing a thunder spirit owl that flew towards the black armored army. In the dim night sky, the thunder spirit owl was strikingly luminous. Flapping its wings, it flew swiftly forward. But just as it approached, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a volley of crossbow bolts shot out from behind the black armored army, shattering the thunder spirit. But in that instant of closeness, Fang Hao glimpsed the attributes of the front row black armored soldiers. Evil Beast Legion, Tier 10 troops. The mission isn't easy, starting right off with Tier 10. They really do think highly of the transmigrators. Rustle rustle. As the army drew closer, the sound of armor rubbing grew sharper. Even at a distance, they stopped and began assembling siege engines like catapults and battering rams. Are we just going to watch? The Dragon Queen curiously asked. Of course not. No sooner had he spoken than the clouds above moved swiftly forward, enveloping the sky. The clouds, flickering with thunder snakes, seemed ready to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment, covering the entire area. The Evil Beast Legion, uniformly looking up at the clouds, hastened their actions. It appeared they intended to capture the city before the rain. When the clouds completely enveloped the Evil Beast Legion above, threads connected all the enemies in an instant. Crack! Thunder followed the threads down. Thick smoke rose from the tops of the soldiers' heads, like souls being extracted and ascending into the clouds above. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the lightning, the threads retracted, and tens of thousands from the Evil Beast Legion fell like a flattened field of wheat. The thunder-laden clouds scattered, leaving only the original dim sky. The Dragon Queen's eyes widened instantly, her gaze filled with astonishment. It seemed, more potent than the god of deception, now with the added power of lightning. Angia, arrange for cleanup of the battlefield. Grey Bear, Alrag, Azrag, take troops to attack the distant castle, Fang Hao quickly ordered. Creak. The city gates opened, and a large troop marched out. A portion, led by Angia, gathered the dropped equipment and materials. Under the divine descent of Fang Hao, controlling Grey Bear, led the troops towards the distant castle. Meanwhile, the Dragon Queen rode out on a bone horse as well. I'll go have a look too. Chapter 1288. The cleanup is done, the corpses have all disappeared, leaving only these materials. Angia led the way back. Behind her, skeletons pushed carts lined up in a long queue. The carts were piled with armor and weapons, carting them into the city. Judging from the quantity, the loot was considerable. Black armored battle beast double-faced helmet, purple, giant horned greatsword, purple. Evil beast soul tiger talisman. Cart after cart was brought into the city, and Fang Hao stood off to the side and took a glance. The equipment was the black armor originally worn by the Evil Beast Legion, fitting like an iron bucket when worn. It was a full heavy armor set, pictorially speaking, it was iron bucket armor. The equipment was all purple, and since they were killed instantly by Fang Hao's move, there wasn't much damage. They could be used directly. The weapons included purple great swords and blue heavy crossbows. There was no significant damage, whether used personally or placed for sale in the shop, they could be considered new. Besides armor and weapons, an item called Evil Beast Soul also dropped. By the name, you might think it's a recruitment material, but the description says otherwise. Evil Beast Soul. Category: Damaged Souls. Effect: Repair souls or enhance the power of soul-type troops/heroes. Description: Residual souls that cannot transcend, retaining a semblance of battle spirit. The Evil Beast Soul took the form of a translucent bead. It looked a bit like the Forgotten Soul, but a bit larger. Within the clear surface of the bead, a thick grey mist churned, struggling like a soul, occasionally contorting into various painful and hideous faces. According to the description, this is not recruitment material, it is indeed the leftover souls that can be used for soul repair or as power enhancement for soul-type troops. For the matter of soul repair, it seems there's nobody in my possession who needs such repair. The second function, though, is enhancing the power of soul-type troops. This is similar to the excitation crystals obtained before, which can enhance the abilities of arthropod-type troops. Thinking back, the first time I got the excitation crystals was also in a system mission. Various property-enhancing props should also be part of the system rewards. As for those related to souls, Little U is a soul-type hero. The second is the troop-type soul coffin, but this belongs to recruited troops, and even if the material is beneficial to them, their levels are fixed and cannot be enhanced. However, Little U's abilities are quite strong indeed, she can merge into shadows and darkness. She is a born assassin. She just has a personality that doesn't love going out much. Just right, after the mission, let Little U see if this thing is useful for her. If useful, it could also be enhanced a bit. After looking at the evil beast soul, there's also the tiger talismans collected. The recruitment material I named myself, this time a good number were reaped. Even without any special rewards, this mission was a good opportunity to farm tiger talismans. Separate these beads and tiger talismans, Fang Hao told someone nearby. Yes, my lord. All the carts entered the city, and the city gates were closed again. Within the marching army, how many trials have you gone through in total? The Dragon Queen sat astride her horse, holding the reins. When the transmigrator came, she was still hibernating in the cave. It was also because her daughter Beata went missing that she woke up and fought Fang Hao. So, she doesn't know much about the transmigrator's affairs. This time, following him into the task space, she grew even more curious. She felt that there was a shocking secret behind the transmigrator. Every once in a while, these trials appear, thinking about the number of times, it's not small. Fang Hao, using divine descent, controlled the grey bear and answered softly. Is it because of the rewards from these trials that you've developed so quickly? That? Fang Hao thought about it and replied, partly for that reason, but more due to my decision-making and relentless efforts. Hearing that, the Dragon Queen pouted. She thought he was pretty good at giving himself credit. The army continued forward, quickly nearing the Black Ancient Castle. After all, standing on the walls, one could see across, the distance wasn't far. The dark and mottled walls, small round windows, and conical spires. The overall style gave off a gloomy feeling. Loud bell tolls rang through the city, legions in black armor rushed onto the walls, bows were drawn, and they shot arrows toward the approaching undead army from afar. Beat the drums, form up. Fang Hao withdrew his gaze and shouted his command loudly. Dong 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 dong. Undead war drums echoed, rings of light affixed to all the troops. Swipe clack. The advancing army immediately halted, four-armed skeletons layered orange shields called unbreakable steel in front, forming impenetrable iron walls. Behind the troops were thunder gunners checking their firearms and bone dragons shaking their heads and tails, noticeably restless. In the very back, the freshly captured siege engines were also moved here. Final assembly commenced. Simultaneously, changes began to appear on the walls of Black Castle. A gold-armored individual with a black mask, accompanied by a host of officers, walked to the tower above the city gate and sat down slowly. He looked like a military governor or a monarch. Quite the presence. At this moment, a soldier informed that the siege equipment was ready. Fang Hao didn't hesitate and directly gave the order, catapults, attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Skeleton engineers pulled down the levers of the catapults. Huge stones whistled through the air, smashing towards the distant walls. Boom lights. The walls shook, stones scattered, and many black-armored soldiers were hit and fell in droves. Boom rumble rumble. The boulders, as if costless, arced through the air, relentlessly striking the walls. The catapults continued their barrage. The gates on the other side remained closed tight, showing no intent to charge out. Fang Hao wasn't in a rush to attack, just letting the catapults keep up the attack. After all, what was thrown were just stones, and moreover, from the task space. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, the sound of cutting air resounded, and from the dark sky suddenly burst forth a flock of strange birds with two heads each, piercing through the clouds and swooping down at speed. Double-headed falcon, level 10. Still a level 10 type of soldier. Both heads let out ear-piercing screeches, with sharp claws clutching black spherical bombs. Thin fuses were sparkling with flames. A large flock of falcons, like migrating geese, obscured the sky and began to dive down. Pop pop pop. Without command, the thunder gunners in the rear had already started shooting. Bullets were woven into a tight net, shooting towards the double-headed vultures head-on. Clang! The first to fall to the ground was a round black bomb. It rolled into the midst of the infantry's formation. Around it, 4-armed skeleton warriors quickly took action, forming a shape with their shields to encircle the bomb. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, and smoke billowed. The encircling skeleton warriors were instantly blown away, toppling their nearby comrades. But quickly, the blasted 4-armed skeleton warriors clambered up clumsily, picked up their shields, and reformed their ranks. It appeared they didn't sustain any obvious injuries, only their shields were left with large black marks. But those were just marks, without even a dent remaining. Crackle and pop. The bodies of the falcons kept falling from the sky. Feathers, flesh, and blood showered over the troops below. Dang dang dang. One after another, the bombs, along with flesh and bodies, fell into the formation. Boom boom. Amidst the continuous booms, flames and smoke erupted within the ranks. Even as the 4-armed skeleton warriors rallied for defense, the dense explosions still caused casualties. Bang bang bang. Gunfire continued, most of the double-headed falcons were shot down in mid-air. But still, a few lucky ones made it to the siege equipment. However, their suicide attacks proved to be of little effect. They barely disrupted the rhythm of the catapults, failing to destroy even a single piece of equipment. Soon, the double-headed vultures were annihilated, leaving behind deep craters, and fresh blood and flesh splattered over the skeleton soldiers. Seeing that the enemy still had no intention of opening the gates to battle, Fang Hao didn't want to delay any longer and turned to the Dragon Queen. This test has a time limit, Dragon Queen, please help me open the city gates. The Dragon Queen glanced at him but did not say much. She shot straight into the air and dashed to a position between the two sides. Before the enemy on the city walls could attack, a golden sun rose from above her head. Ho-hum! A stunning buzz caused a loss of senses. Upon opening their eyes again, the black city walls in front of them had vanished neatly as if sliced by a hot iron, with crimson lava still flowing along the edges. Goodness, learning from me, are you? I'm just using a big move because I can't do other skills. You could have just blasted open the city gates, but now half the city is gone. Great work, Dragon Queen, truly invincible and unrivaled. Dragon Queen flew back, and Fang Hao smiled, clapping in admiration. After a few words of praise, he then gave the direct order, attack, leave none alive. Whoosh! The army began to advance forward, as bone dragons soared overhead, circling above the city and spewing out black and white dragon breath. 4-armed skeleton warriors formed shield walls and advanced directly into the city. And within the city, a considerable number of the evil beast legion also surged forward. Bang bang bang! The opposing armies collided. The unbreakable steel formed an iron wall, solidly holding the enemy at bay. Battle axes, long spears hacked and stabbed over the shields, clanging against the black-armored warriors. Behind them, the evil beast legion's crossbowmen and mages tried to attack but were targeted by the bone dragons, whose dragon breath rained down and scattered them. The shield walls of the 4-armed skeleton warriors continued to advance forward, like a meat grinder moving forward, leaving piles of bodies in their wake. It wasn't long before all troops poured into the city. Slaying the enemy. Sir, the enemy has been completely eliminated, and we are cleaning up the battlefield. A bound spirit guardian quickly ran back to report. Is it over? Fang Hao was startled. No boss? It's over just like that? Not only did he not see a boss, but the system prompt also didn't appear after the battle ended. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then said to the Dragon Queen, we've taken over the city, let's go in together and see if there's anything good inside. The Dragon Queen, already interested in the task space, nodded in agreement. With the army escorting them, they entered the city together. Passing through the ruins melted by the golden sun, they went straight into the interior of the city. The city was filled with various black buildings, resembling a massive military fortress with no signs of life. They made their way into the core building. The moment they set foot into the hall, the prompt rang out instantly. Lost battlefield mission completed. Return countdown, 1 hour 59 minutes. Ah! So it was entering the central building that counted as capturing the city. Lucky the Dragon Queen didn't obliterate the core building with one strike, or else we'd be in trouble. Take down the chandeliers, curtains, wall hangings, etc. and bring them with us. Have a good search for any treasure chests or secret rooms, Fang Hao casually said. Yes, sir. The bound spirit guardians obeyed and swiftly ran off. Fang Hao and others casually looked around the hall. Handily, he picked up a blue ticket from the table in the middle of the hall. Arena ticket. As he picked it up, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Second stage unlocked. Mission name, Arena of the Valorous. Chapter 1289. The second phase has started. Task name, Heroes Colosseum. Upon hearing the system prompt, Fang Hao's eyes widened instantly. There was actually a second phase. However, this second phase only revealed a name, without subsequent task descriptions, death rules, etc. Standing still and waiting, no further prompts appeared. What's wrong? What are you looking at? The Dragon Queen turned around and came back. A ticket to the Colosseum. Fang Hao raised the ticket in his hand. The Dragon Queen took it, looked at it, found nothing special, and returned it to him. Is that it? Yeah, it looks like it's over. To the Dragon Queen, such battles were truly no challenge. But compared to the current abilities of most transmigrators, it's actually quite challenging. It was a grueling battle against a regular army of level 10, with complete troop combinations and siege engines. Then what? Is this ticket the reward you mentioned? The Dragon Queen continued asking. Of course not, the rewards are much more. Have you seen the paintings, chandeliers in this hall, even the weapons and armor of those soldiers, and the resources in the city, all can be considered rewards. When we go back, all these will also go back with us. Fang Hao carefully folded the ticket and put it away. Just this, the Dragon Queen looked somewhat disappointed. She thought that transmigrators, after passing the test, would get something good. In the end, it's no different from the battles outside. The Dragon Clan looting, surely they gain much more than this. Fang Hao did not explain further since there were rewards after completion. She wouldn't understand even if he explained. The looting continued. Beast skins and curtains were tied into huge cloth bags, stuffing them with spoils from the city. Tied to the bone dragon, they began transporting them to the main city. The return countdown kept decreasing, time was actually quite pressing. Among the packed spoils, Fang Hao also saw a platinum treasure chest. It was also tied to the bone dragon, flying towards the direction of the main city. Inside the main city, the bone dragon was transporting the spoils back and forth, and the deployed troops were also returning from afar. Under command, they entered the troop hiding cave. The Grey Bear, the Dragon Queen, and others also returned. It's over? Just like that? Seeing the return of the heroes and the troops entering the troop hiding cave, Angia asked. It's over. Once the bone dragon finishes transporting everything, we'll head back. Oh. Angia glanced at the Dragon Queen and didn't continue asking. Standing on the city wall, she also saw the battle from afar. With a single move from the Dragon Queen, the city walls and gates were gone, and everyone on the city wall saw it. Naturally, they also knew why the battle ended so quickly. The bone dragon kept transporting items into the city. Soon, a small mountain piled up in the square. Angia, accompanied by Millie and Beata, picked through, selecting items they fancied. As the loading was almost done, the countdown reached the final few seconds. Return countdown ended. Transferring your main city out of the task space. As the system voice finished, a force field once again enveloped the main city. In a blink, they were back in the original world. Checking the large gold watch on his hand, it was 5 in the afternoon. The task began at noon, including 2 hours of cleaning after the battle ended. In fact, the actual time spent in battle was just 3 hours. He might have been the first to come out. Immediately opening the Book of Lords, he flipped to the World Channel. Vrak, what kind of ridiculous task is this? Right off the bat with level 10 flying troops, I hadn't even reacted yet. Damn it, this place is full of swamps, hard even to charge out, how am I supposed to attack the opposite city? Damn those ratmen, damn rats. Crap. Over here it's a group of mantismen, totally unbeatable, too fierce. Vrak, cursed Vrak, my troops are dead again, this task is a trap. Fang Hao really overestimated himself. Flipping upwards, it seemed that people had already come out earlier, complaining in the channel about the task being too difficult. Moreover, from the information in the channel, everyone's map was slightly different. Fang Hao's location was just an ordinary battlefield. And for some unlucky ones, they even appeared near a swamp. On such maps, not to mention the living creatures, even the undead would see a significant drop in combat power. After checking the World Channel, he returned and switched to the Fief Channel. In his own territory, many people had also been eliminated, complaining in the channel. But his own direct subordinate lords, their shops were still closed, indicating they were still in battle. As long as the luck wasn't too bad, relying on cannons for defense and then counter-attacking, the difficulty of this task wasn't necessarily too high. Close the channel. Fang Hao looked at the piles of loot in front of him. Separate these black beads and tiger talismans, and move the rest of the armor and weapons to the warehouse, Fang Hao ordered directly. Skeleton soldiers immediately began to sort the loot and move the equipment. There was nothing much to account for here. He might not even need them himself. He then called a few people to pull out the platinum treasure chest from the loot. Fang Hao stepped forward and chose to open it directly. Whoosh! A swath of light appeared, instantly covering the surrounding empty space. Obtained, Evil Beast Legion Camp Blueprint, orange, Double-Headed Falcon Hatchery Blueprint, orange, Black Armored War Beast Multi-Face Helmet Blueprint, purple, Black Armored War Beast Armor Blueprint, purple, Black Armored War Beast Arm Guards Blueprint, purple, Black Armored War Beast Battle Boots Blueprint, purple, Screaming Heavy Crossbow Blueprint, blue, Beast Tooth plus 199, Warfire Coin plus 582. Beast Tooth? The closest to him, Fang Hao saw the wolf tooth-like beast tooth. That meant the army he was fighting against belonged to the orc faction. This was really beyond Fang Hao's expectations. He remembered that although orc armies were fierce, they lacked discipline. Their way of fighting was too free. It often resembled bandits rushing down the mountains, each brandishing weapons and charging forward. Even if the commander had tactics, once the battle started, they were difficult to carry out. Now it seemed that this was really a stereotype. The orc faction did have formal armies. At least, this Evil Beast Legion had already demonstrated notable combat power. It was just unfortunate they encountered himself and the Dragon Queen, a lower deity and the strongest demigod. Aside from Fang Hao, any transmigrator would find this orc army not so easy to deal with. He set the beast tooth aside and continued to examine the rewarded blueprints. The first two, both orange military camp blueprints. The blueprint named Evil Beast Legion Camp could be easily recognized by its name. It was the Evil Beast Legion's military camp blueprint, previously a level 10 heavy armor and sword infantry. Fang Hao was not particularly interested, but it could serve as a base blueprint for synthesizing camps. The second blueprint Double-Headed Falcon Hatchery, which was the previously encountered level 10 flight unit. Aside from having two heads, there really didn't seem to be anything special. However, flight unit camps were rare, and given it was level 10, it was considered a very valuable blueprint. Both building blueprints were collected. Next were the equipment blueprints. Black Armored War Beast set was an orc's purple set. Effects: Physical Resistance plus 35%, Magic Resistance plus 30%, Attack Power plus 12%, Invigorating. Invigorating, Attack Power plus 8%, Movement Speed plus 5%, Morale Recovery plus 3%. Fang Hao looked at these attributes and felt they were pretty good. The increased attributes were indeed impressive. The last one, Screaming Heavy Crossbow, a blue heavy crossbow blueprint. Also used by the orc crossbowmen at the time. Decent enough, could be used as an expansion blueprint. After reviewing all the rewards, he directly recorded the blueprints. He then turned to look towards several women chatting together not far away. He directly said, "Millie, go to Silverwing City and tell Ira and the others they can come back. Angia, you go to Supreme Saint Golden City, notify the skeleton craftsman." "Why should I go to the undead? I want to go to Silverwing City too." Angia crossed her arms, discontented. Then you two go to Silverwing City, don't play too late. Nai you go to Supreme Saint Golden City, tell the craftsman they can return, Fang Hao said directly. "Yes, my lord," Nai responded. Millie and Angia also cheered. "I want to go too." Silver Dragon Beata immediately cast an expectant look. Along with Yayao and Hungwo, who were promoted not long ago. "All right, You all go together then, just be back before dark, especially Angia, no drinking. Yay! The women cheered and ran towards the teleportation array. Back at the Lord's mansion. Soon, Little Yu walked in directly. Looking around, she then bowed and said, "My lord, you were looking for me." Disaster Song Hilda, Purple Level 7 Hero. Little Yu's level was still Purple Level 7. Even though she also trained in the Hall of Martial Maiden recently, levels weren't so easy to increase. Yes, this is something obtained from today's task, see if it's useful for you. Fang Hao handed the evil beast soul to Little Yu. She took it, looked at it in her hand. The grey smoke inside the bead, as if sensing something, struggled more intensely, as if trying to escape. Little Yu looked at it. She placed it near her lips and lightly inhaled. The grey mist transformed into a thread of smoke, entering through Little Yu's mouth. Chapter 1290. The smoke followed and entered Little Yu's body. The next second, Little Yu's body instantly turned into a soul form, her semi-transparent body allowing one to see the grey mist wandering within, its color gradually fading. When the mist completely disappeared, blending into her body, only then did Little Yu revert back to her real body and sat down in the chair again. Disaster Song Hilda, Purple Level 7 Hero. In the blink of an eye, Little Yu's level showed no change. Only when she opened her eyes did Fang Hao ask, "Little Yu, how do you feel? Was it helpful?" "I feel like my strength has increased." Little Yu nodded. This indicated it was effective. However, Little Yu's reaction seemed a bit intense. Previously, when Domina took the excitation crystal, it didn't seem to have such effect. This time we obtained a considerable number, can you absorb more? Fang Hao took out the remaining crystals as well. While he didn't count them, there were at least over 1,000. Absorption needs some time, can I take these back with me? Little Yu glanced at the astonishing number of crystals. Thinking about it, it made sense, she couldn't possibly absorb all these crystals here. Fang Hao then nodded in agreement, "Yes, you may take them back." "Thank you, my lord." Little Yu packed all the crystals, bowed again, and left the room. In fact, in his heart, he still held some expectations for Little Yu. With Little Yu's abilities, coupled with her own attributes, once she advances in level, it would be hard for anyone of the same rank to escape her pursuit. Little Yu left. The hall was once again left with only Fang Hao. After thinking for a moment, he spoke towards the doorway, "Go to the warehouse and send 2 chests of gold to the Dragon Queen, tell her it's for her swimming pool repair." "Yes, my lord." At 8 o'clock in the evening, night gradually enveloped the land. More and more transmigrators began to come out from their missions, starting to complain about the mission in the channel. In the world channel, the speed of information scrolling turned into a blur again. One needs to hold down to clearly see what others are saying. At this moment, the system notification appeared again. "Congratulations Lord, for successfully completing the phase mission Lost Battlefield. Rewards issued, all faction influences plus 1200, 1 orange artifact, 1 orange blueprint, 1 orc faction invitation, plus 300 tiger talisman, plus 2000 warfire coin." The mission lasted for 8 hours. Once the time was up, even the transmigrators who hadn't captured the enemy's city were forcibly transported back. Although Fang Hao had completed the mission ahead of time and came out directly, the rewards were still given according to the final end time. He glanced at the rewards. Not as generous as last time, but still fairly good. Ethereal Whisper, orange. Category, ring. Effect, can perform mental attacks on a target, causing states like dizziness, stupor, coma, etc. Description, soft whispers, ringing in the ears. Judging by the name, one might think it's something impressive. Turns out it's a ring with mental effects. After being released on a target, it can induce various mental states. This kind of attack also does not work on everyone, its effectiveness depends on the target's mental resistance. If it encounters someone with high resistance, it would probably just be a moment of confusion. Actually, the item is quite decent. This kind of jewelry that can add control effects is inherently very valuable. We'll see who is suitable to use it and give it to them as a reward. The second item is an orange blueprint. Blueprint for Deep Hatred Anger Fire Sword, orange. Deep Hatred Anger Fire, 55 fine iron, 32 fine iron ingot, 2500 refined iron, 10 mithril, 10 supple leather, 3 red flame essence. Description: undoubted craftsmanship, yet subtly filled with fury. The second reward made Fang Hao slap his thigh. Ah! Good stuff has come. An orange single-hand sword blueprint. This also means that he can now mass-produce single-hand swords. In this way, orange equipment will gradually replace the purple equipment. Just as thought. System tasks are indeed the quickest way for transmigrators to develop. After viewing the 2 orange rewards, next was the Orc faction invitation. This item invites transmigrators to join a faction. If it were earlier when he didn't have his own faction, he might have been quite pleased. But now that he already has his own faction, this Orc one doesn't matter much. Later, it could be sold or awarded to ordinary transmigrators of his territory. Following that, the rewards of Tiger Talisman and Warfire Coin. These are common and there's not much to look at, directly stored into the storage space. Just after viewing the rewards, the system notification appeared again. Second phase begins. Mission name: Heroes Arena. Mission description: Lords with an arena invitation ticket will be transported to the arena for a duel after 10 hours. Duel rules: Lords can choose their own troop types and heroes according to the duel type on the spot. Death rules: military units and heroes who fail in the arena will be eliminated, not truly dying. All members eliminated, mission automatically fails. Mission countdown: 9 hours 59 minutes. Line-by-line system notifications appeared again. The complete prompt for the second phase was announced. Looks like it belongs to a subsequent mission. Only lords with an invitation ticket can gain the opportunity to enter the mission. Not sure how many transmigrators could receive these tickets. Considering the mission. This time, not only the main city will be transported away, but only the lords will be transported to some arena. Chapter 1291. To undertake what tasks? It feels like this mechanism is much better than teleporting to the main city. Otherwise, teleporting to the main city would require a lot of materials and time to repair the city. After understanding it, Fang Hao pondered who would be a suitable candidate for the arena, then said toward the door, "Invite the Dragon Queen over." Outside, Nisbet hurried off. While waiting for the Dragon Queen to arrive, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and glanced again at the various channels. Sure enough, everyone was discussing this matter. Not only the transmigrators who received the ticket coupons, but also those who failed the tasks received notifications. If only I knew there was a second phase, I would have made an effort. Where can I get such an invitation coupon? I also breached into a city, why didn't I get one? For personal reasons, I cannot take part in the second phase of the task. Selling ticket coupons: if interested, please message me privately. Besides the discussions, there were also people selling invitation coupons. Even system tasks have become a commodity to these people. Continuing to open the territory channel for a look, among the direct transmigrators, Dong Jiayu, Li Rong, Ma Tianyi, and Aragon all qualified for the second phase of the mission. Dong Jiayu, thanks to the military strength left by Fang Hao. At her place, with over 2 million undead stationed, taking a city wasn't much of a problem. Li Rong, this woman's abilities are not bad, having recruited quite a few mercenaries. She's the disciple of the president of the Mage Association, and now the Hall of Justice also supports her. The military forces she can mobilize are certainly not weak. Ma Tianyi is a very capable leader in his own right, located in the Orc region with strong combat abilities. Aragon goes without saying, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. It'd be embarrassing if he didn't have some achievements. On the other hand, Zhang Bin, Fu Lei, Lan Yang, they did not receive the invitation coupons. It's not that they were eliminated, but that they did not get the invitation coupon within the allotted time. After chatting briefly with a few people, the Dragon Queen walked in from outside. The Dragon Queen entered the hall. Holding a jug and cup of wine in her hand, it didn't seem like she came from her residence. She sat down to the side, also placing the jug on an adjacent table. What now? Today's transmigrator tasks, how do you feel about them? Fang Hao exchanged a few types of snacks from the transmigrator channel and placed them on the table. He also poured himself a cup of wine. The Dragon Queen glanced at him, just so, didn't notice anything special. The growth of transmigrators, this kind of test provides a lot of assistance. Such as... Fang Hao looked up and took a sip of wine, then said, "Do you know where Rolina's divinity came from?" The Dragon Queen's eyes narrowed, and the look she gave him was full of inquiry. Did she obtain it in this kind of space too? No, but it's related. We found a relic of the giant spirit and obtained the divinity of a demigod, which elevated Rollina to the position of a demigod. The sudden rise of Rollina to a demigod had always been a curiosity for the Dragon Queen. You see, for many years, the number of demigods has been fixed, occupying the positions of various racial leaders. Suddenly, she went from a dark gold of not so great strength directly to a demigod. The impact of that was quite big. Now that it's explained, it makes sense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to suddenly become a demigod. Right, so it seems that sometimes, this kind of task has its uses, continued the Dragon Queen. Right. The two chatted casually. Fang Hao didn't bring up tomorrow's arena matter. As long as he let her know that such tasks are beneficial to herself and the heroes she's involved with. Saying more might not be good. After chatting for a while, a burst of giggles came from outside. Soon, a group of maids were seen running in while frolicking. Master! Just as she began to call out, seeing the Dragon Queen in the hall, the voice abruptly stopped. The image of a woman who destroyed an entire city was still deeply etched in the minds of the maids. In the background, Beata quietly left with Millie. Dragon Queen. Ira took the lead and greeted softly. Right. The Dragon Queen nodded in response, finished the wine in her cup, stood up, and said, All right, it's getting late, let's talk tomorrow if there's anything else. Right. The Dragon Queen walked outside as the maids carefully made way to the side, clearing a path for her. Once the people had left, the excited voices of the maids could be heard. Master, look what we bought. There were so many people there, the commercial street was so lively. The next day, morning light penetrated through the windows, brightening the room. Ira dressed and neatly rebonded her hair. After arranging herself, she stood up and came to Fang Hao's side. What would you like for breakfast? Ira helped him into his clothes, slipping the inner armor underneath. Anything casual is fine, there's a transmigrator task today, Fang Hao responded after a moment, stroking the soft bunny ears. Eating or not didn't really matter, but most times, when there wasn't urgent business, he still enjoyed having meals together. A bustling family breakfast is wonderful. Porridge? Plus some side dishes. Good. After dressing in heavy clothing, Fang Hao directly left the room. Ira quickly dressed, slapped Little White's buttocks several times as he was fast asleep, then left the room to prepare breakfast. After eating breakfast and taking a walk around the city, the time reached 8 a.m. The system notification, as promised, rang in the ears of the transmigrators. Chapter 1292. Spirit Arena, mission starts. In 5 minutes, Lords holding arena tickets will be teleported to the arena. Countdown begins, 4 minutes 59 SEC. Lords without arena tickets can watch the live broadcast of the battle on the arena channel in the Book of Lords. Upon hearing the announcement, Fang Hao was stunned. People without tickets can still watch the live stream. Well, the standards set by this system are really unpredictable. The strong, who reach the second level of the mission, become performers. And those who are eliminated become the audience. He thought for a moment. He felt this live broadcast was somewhat unfriendly. He had quite a few enemies. Publicly exposing too much of his strength was not good for him. He especially needed to be careful about his divinity. If other divine beings knew he wasn't in the divine territory but in the main plane, it could attract the covetousness of all divine beings. Thinking it over, he opened the Book of Lords and glanced at it. World Channel. I wonder if it's going to be a head-on fight. It's great that we can watch the battle. I want to see how much difference there is between me and the top ranks. I sold everything to equip my hero. I hope the rewards are generous. Orc faction, never retreat. The channel was still bustling. 5 minutes quickly came to an end. Teleportation in progress. The ticket in his hand turned into a ray of light enveloping Fang Hao. The next second, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Before him were trees circling around, lush green grass underfoot, and a river more than 10 meters wide ahead, with rapid currents. A wooden bridge, about 3 to 4 meters wide, spanned the river connecting both shores. Looking at the scene before him, Fang Hao felt something was subtly off. Turning his head to look behind, his pupils suddenly contracted. Behind him, the trees were sparsely distributed, and the edge of the land was visible. Beyond the land, there was empty sky with white clouds that didn't even reach the height of the trees. Fang Hao cautiously took a couple of steps forward, his heart beating rapidly. Beyond the boundary, there was just emptiness. It was a small island floating in the air. Further away, there were many more islands. Looking into the distance, he could see mountains covered in snow, deserts blanketed with sand, or marshes emitting green fog. It appeared that each island was different. You have entered the arena, please complete the match within the rules. Mission start, trade and shop functions are disabled. First round, Legion Battle. Please select up to 100 troops of any level from the Book of Lords for battle. Enemy entering the battlefield countdown, 4 minutes 59 SEC. Live broadcast feature activated. Lords can choose the screen view on the arena page in the Book of Lords. During the viewing period, it is impossible to view troop and hero information through the broadcast. Your field live broadcast is now on. When the live broadcast is initiated, all Lords can watch the content of the match. It can be closed before the start of the next match. Looking at the displayed notifications, Fang Hao furrowed his brow once more. This was getting a bit complicated. Choosing troops and initiating broadcasts. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, and besides a few channels, there was an added arena page. The main section of the page displayed the battlefield. Here, he could choose the troops to add. On the right side, there was a list of live broadcasts that had already been initiated. Fang Hao opened the first few live broadcasts. There were marshes, sandy lands, forests, all sorts of terrains were visible, showing the status of the field, and some had already begun placing troops. Fang Hao opened and glanced at it, then returned to his main page. In the live broadcast, there was an option to turn it off. After closing it, other transmigrators would not be able to watch his live broadcast. Fang Hao thought about it. It was just the battle of troops at the beginning, so there was no rush to close it. He would play a couple of rounds first to see how things went. Or perhaps wait until it was time for hero battles to close it. The countdown continued to decrease, and Fang Hao started adding troops. The first round was to add 100 troops of any kind. The whole edition page was just like the War Banner games he had played before. He could add troops and choose their positions, for example, letting infantry stand at the front with archers and mages in the second or third rows. In this format, a lord had to consider the type of enemy troops and whether there was any counter among the troops. Fang Hao glanced over it. There wasn't much to think about, actually. He selected 24 armed skeletal generals to prevent the enemy from having any burrowing or water-traversing troops. The remaining 80 slots, he filled entirely with bone dragons. In an instant, the 24 armed skeletal generals were placed in the front. And the 80 bone dragons were directly positioned in the second row. The countdown ended. Duel begins. Shua shua shua. A series of lights brightened, and opponents appeared across the river. Chapter 1293. Duel begins. At the moment of the system notification, Fang Hao himself was teleported to a high tower. The high tower stood on one side of the island, similar to a grandstand, with a view of the entire battlefield area. Fang Hao looked around, then sat down on the stone chair behind him. Across the river channel. Swish swish swish. A series of lights flashed. When the light dispersed, it revealed a group of short-statured, wrinkled-skinned gnolls. Ruins Fanatic, Level 6. Gnoll Archer, Level 7. No need to approach, as the pages of the Book of Lords already displayed the enemy's position and attributes. Gnolls wearing tattered iron helmets and armor, wielding machetes, were known as Ruins Fanatics. There were about 50 of them. In the back, wearing leather armor and holding a wooden bow, were the Gnoll Archers. Ayay. The Gnolls looked around, then set their sights across the river. In the face of the four-armed undead warriors, who were 2 to 3 times their size, there was no trace of fear or retreat. Instead, they shouted excitedly. Without any unnecessary words, the next second, the Ruins Fanatics in rusty armor raised their weapons and charged excitedly. The archers in the back, carrying quivers, frantically followed. When they reached a certain distance, they began to set up and draw their bows. At the same time, the four-armed warriors also began to advance. Bone dragons roared forth, pushed off with their feet, and instantly charged to the forefront. Soon, they were already near the gnoll area. Roar! Like a spray of rain. Dragon breath formed in rows, sweeping across. The excitedly shouting gnoll fanatics instantly vanished. The rest of the bone dragons also began to circle in the rear, clearing out the archers. It was just a brief encounter, and the battle was essentially over. Only a few Knoll archers fled into the woods. The four-armed warriors began to pursue. The map had a boundary, they couldn't run far, and once they were killed, the battle would be over. Fang Hao no longer paid attention to the battle. Instead, he focused on the Book of Lords. On the right panel, there were already many live stream rooms. He clicked into one at random. The enemy in this person's live stream room was a group of lizardmen. Yet this lord's chosen troops were mainly archers. Arrows striking armor and scales clinked, the resulting damage wasn't too high. Even if they could win, they might suffer some troop losses. In the bottom left corner of the interface, there was a chat area. It wasn't quite like a bullet screen, but more like a chat area in an online game. This task is interesting, to be eliminated and still be able to watch the game, feels quite fun. Fight, battle, please me. This must be a system update, I hope that after it ends, the live feature can be maintained, fulfilling my stage dream. Hey, how do I see whose room this is? Yeah, how do we find rooms of the top few? I want to see what troops they have. If I had reached the second round, I would let you see my banshees. The transmigrators watching the battles were very excited. In every room, similar conversations were taking place. It seemed that those watching the matches were more excited than those who entered the second round. And those who continued to battle were more like performers, entertaining them. Fang Hao then clicked open a few more streams. There were orcs, elves, humans, and some oddly shaped wild beasts as enemies. But their levels were all 6 and 7. It seemed to be a fixed level for the first round. First round, battle over. Battle report, killed 100, casualties 0. Reward, Gladiator's Dark Iron Treasure Chest. The system notification brought him back. It seemed that the few fleeing gnolls had been caught and killed. Looking back at the battlefield, the gnolls' corpses along with their weapons and equipment all disappeared, the entire battlefield restored to calm. With a clank, a small dark iron treasure chest appeared next to Fang Hao's seat. The chest was more like a slightly large jewelry box. 1 reward per battle? He opened the treasure chest directly. Obtained, Gnoll Ruins Camp Blueprint, blue. Just 1 blueprint? Too stingy. Even if it was a dark iron treasure chest, shouldn't you give me more than 1? Gnoll Ruins Camp is an orc clan building troop type. It allows for recruitment of level 6 ruins fanatics. Not much use, those Gnoll warriors howling, full of vigor but with weak combat power. Even by jumping up, they couldn't break through the shields of the 4-armed undead warriors. Who? At this moment, the roaring sound of a massive force resounded. Just saw, neighboring it, an island covered in rocky mountains, coming straight over. Just as Fang Hao's eyes widened, thinking the 2 islands would collide. With a rumble, the 2 islands abruptly connected together. Grasslands and bare rocky terrains, thus combined with a clear boundary, forming a new, larger floating island. Second round, please select up to 300 troops of any level from the Book of Lords for combat. Enemy battlefield entry countdown, 4 minutes 59 seconds. Entering the second round. The map became larger, and the maximum number of troops increased to 300. Fang Hao still did not arrange any formations, instead, he added another 200 bone dragons. With the selection from the Book of Lords, 200 bone dragons appeared on the battlefield. After making his choice, he didn't wait for the countdown, directly clicking the button to start the battle. Swoosh! On the opposing rocky hills, streaks of light once again appeared. Mountain hooligans, level 8. Battle boar riders, level 8. Rusty arrow archers, level 9. This time there were 3 enemy cards. In the center stood the mountain hooligans clad in iron armor, an infantry orc wielding a great sword. On either side were orc cavalry mounted on giant boars, equipped with saddles and leather armor, their exposed fangs still dripped with blood. Lastly were archers of shorter stature. Clatter! Just like before, there were no negotiations, as a large group immediately launched an attack. The 4-armed skeletal general and the bone dragon charged forward as well. For a moment, arrows flew through the air, and dragon breath swept across the ground. After the start of the battle, Fang Hao stopped paying attention and continued to browse other live broadcasts. Round 2, battle over. Battle report, 300 killed, 0 casualties. Reward, silver arena treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, the rewards instantly appeared. Hooligan War Camp Blueprint, Purple. This time the blueprint jumped directly to purple rarity. Whoosh! The whistling and rumbling sounds once again reverberated. Another plain island approached this side. With a boom, the floating island, already connected to the rocky islet, once again adjoined this plain island. What surprised Fang Hao was that on this new island, there was also a high tower with a brown-haired middle-aged man in leather armor sitting atop it, also holding a book of lords in hand. Did they send over a transmigrator? The man on the opposite side also widened his eyes in surprise as he looked over this way. Then, somewhat awkwardly, he gestured a waving hand. Fang Hao waved back in response. Both parties appeared to be amiable. Round 3, please select up to 500 troops of any level from the Book of Lords for the battle. Enemies battle entry countdown, 4 minutes 59. At that moment, both battlefields were empty. Before the battle started, neither side could see each other's troop deployments and formations. Of course, on one's own side, one could see the silhouettes of the placed troops to confirm positions and types. Now it looked like the third round was going to be a confrontation with the transmigrator on the other side. The brown-haired man was also sporadically glancing over this way, tapping on the Book of Lords. Fang Hao looked again at the other side, confirming that he did not know the person opposite him. Moreover, as a competitor, the likelihood that the man was watching Fang Hao's live stream was slim. So, he probably wasn't aware of Fang Hao's troop arrangement. After some thought, he added another 200 bone dragons. The bone dragon unit is high level, has undead characteristics, can fly, is physically durable, and has high attack. Thus, it's basically impossible to find a counter troop to bone dragons. A pretty good choice. 5 minutes passed swiftly. Whoosh! Both islands suddenly flashed with numerous lights. On Fang Hao's side, swarms of bone dragons densely covered the sky, exuding a terrifying might. On the opposite side, a large number of troops also appeared. Vast swaths of troops. Storm Trolls, Level 8. Troll Marauders, Level 9. Longhorn Riders, Level 10. Calamity Priests, Level 10. A stream of troop information appeared before Fang Hao. Trolls? The opposing troops were a group of troll units. Both the Storm Trolls and Troll Marauders were melee infantry, and they were the most in number. Storm Trolls were armored heavily, carrying battle axes. The Marauders carried round shields and one-handed axes, with smaller axes hanging at their waists, probably throwing axes for ranged attacks. Longhorn Riders, mounted on great rhinos armored with leather, had horns adorned with shards and bone ornaments. From their looks, they belonged to the cavalry of the Troll tribe. This was the first time Fang Hao saw cavalries among trolls. In the Bloodied Mountains, there were mostly infantry, without any cavalry. At the back, the Calamity Priests wore flamboyantly, as though they had shreds of cloth hanging all over them. If not for the colorful rags, one might think the priests were dressed in a Lucky Charm suit. Indeed, for transmigrators, whether they have tactical prowess or not, they would still make some basic combinations. The current combination met the requirements of infantry, cavalry, and ranged troops. The middle-aged man on the other side was similarly observing the information on this side. However, his expression was even more shocked and incredulous. He never imagined someone would place troops so singularly apart from 24 armed undead, the rest were all bone dragons. Woosha! The battle commenced. Both sides launched their attack. Troll Marauders held up their round shields in front, while their other hands fetched throwing axes, ready to hurl. Behind them, Storm Trolls gripping their battle axes followed closely. The heavy charging of the massive rhino cavalry began circling from the side. The ragged, Calamity Priests with skull-decorated staves began to chant spells. Auras were first cast upon themselves. Then, following the troops forward, they closed the distance with the other side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Unlike the trolls' attack, bone dragons swarmed overhead like dark clouds covering the sunlight. Spinning axes were hurled towards the sky. The air currents they created blasted towards the ground. Roar! Bone dragons swooped down from above, scheming at low altitude. Dragon breath swept across in sheets. Chapter 1294. The earlier text changed, the rewards for the first and second rounds were changed from blueprints to points, the rest remains unchanged. The confrontation between transmigrators quickly attracted a large audience. The ranking in the live streaming room was rapidly climbing. Although it had not reached the top ranks, it had appeared within the scope of the homepage. This is fantastic, trolls and bone dragons, two special factions battling it out. So many bone dragons, is this MS Cleolando's channel? The undead are really powerful indeed. Damn, that's so cool. If I had that many bone dragons, I could definitely make it onto the leaderboard. Who knows whose live streaming channel this is? Undead Desert, how can I join? Honestly, I'm somewhat tempted. Not long ago, I heard that Cleolando was wanted by the undead, and her ranking has been falling. Trolls are very powerful too, natural warriors, who knows who will lose or win. Inside the live broadcast, the number of viewers was increasing. The chat box became even more lively. Dragons, bone dragons, whether in the hearts of the natives or transmigrators, are top-notch troop types. Most people just hear about them, and even more, they never have the chance to see them. Now, the transmigrators suddenly saw so many bone dragons and exhibited an indescribably high excitement. As if they too had a chance to acquire such troops. But the opposing troll faction was also very strong, with rare and powerful troops. However, in this battle, they were clearly overshadowed by the bone dragons and the four-armed white bone leaders. They became merely a backdrop with no sense of presence. The discussions revolved around their formidable strength and the identity of the bone dragon lord. The battle continued, bone dragons circling in the sky, black pillars of deathlight leaving scorched marks on the ground. Charging trolls fell in droves under the dragon breath, staggering, flesh stripping away to leave skeletal remains. The trolls started rapidly thinning in numbers, with basically no ability to fight back. They could only roar in rage, falling down like wheat before the scythe. The troll ravagers, after throwing all the axes from their waists, raised their round shields above their heads and launched an attack. Bang! 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 The ravagers crossed the boundary, and their round shields collided with the four-armed white bone leaders' large shields. Loud clashing noises resounded. Each armed with weapons, they hacked and slashed at each other in the most direct way. Trolls naturally had a size advantage, were strong and dominated in melee combat. But the four-armed white bone leaders combined the traits of two troop types, with shields impervious and weapons striking from various directions incessantly puncturing the trolls' bodies. Even facing the cuts from three weapons, the trolls' round shields couldn't hold, and they began to fall one after another. Being trampled on by the four-armed white bone leaders, the advance continued. At this point, both the brown-haired middle-aged man from across and the transmigrators watching the live stream took notice of the peculiar infantry. It seemed, this kind of infantry was also very strong. Replacing all with these oddly shaped four-armed skeletons might not result in a loss. The battle went on, the clanging of combat, bone dragon's breath, trolls' wails filling the entire battlefield. The disaster priests at the back hardly played any role in combat. Their role seemed more like a support troop type. They could buff their own troops and cast debuffs on the enemy. Just that their skills had no effect on the bone dragons. The bone dragons swept past and began circling in the rear. After a sweep of dragon breath, the costume-clad disaster priests had been almost entirely killed or wounded. The flanking rhino cavalry finally reached the four-armed white bone leader's flank. Heavy footsteps, directly crashing into the white bone leader's formations, started to rampage. These rhinos, huge in size, bore impact force akin to armored vehicles. Facing the troll shield formations which had not been thrown into chaos, this moment saw instant dissolution. Bodies flew as they were knocked over and scattered. The trolls surged forward, seizing the opportunity to pounce on the four-armed white bone leaders. A wave of frantic slashing followed, inflicting heavy casualties. But soon, the bone dragons returned to provide support. Dragon breath pursued scattering trolls and began spewing. Later on, the confrontation turned into a chase, with frenzied running and chasing across the small island. Even though there were still trolls on the field, the outcome had been decided. The brown-haired man shook his head helplessly towards Fang Hao, admitting his defeat. Roar! A breath of dragon breath erupted, covering the last struggling fleeing cavalry. With that, the battle came to an end. Round 3, battle over. Combat report, decisive victory, kills 500, wounded 5, deaths 15. Combat points, 12,500, base 5,000, decisive victory 5,000, Lord's battle 2,500. The battle ended, categorized as a decisive victory. Obviously, a decisive victory did not grant as many points as a complete victory. This must be related to the soldiers that died. Wounded and dead were all ground 4-armed white bone leaders. The trolls, unable to attack the bone dragons, took all their fury out on the attackable 4-armed skeletons. Of the 24-armed white bone leaders, a direct 15 died, and the remaining 5 were also disabled. But it didn't matter much, as in this mission, troops don't actually die in combat, and once out, all would recover. Apart from earlier base points and decisive victory points, an additional Lord's Battle points were added, an extra 2,500. Then, the opposite tower and transmigrators began to disappear bit by bit. The stone tower beneath Fang Hao expanded in area, forming a huge grandstand. The surrounding objects became more elaborate. Also, beside Fang Hao, an extra stone chair appeared. Empty. This made Fang Hao somewhat uncomfortable. He always felt like a transmigrator could spawn beside him at any moment. If someone suddenly popped up, it would certainly give him a fright. Fang Hao observed the changes to the stone tower. The watching spectators started discussing again. God, is it already over? A completely one-sided battle, the undead camp is too strong. It feels like the battle didn't even last half an hour, it's somewhat terrifying. What's there to be shocked about? With several hundred bone dragons, anyone could steamroll you, it's very normal. Whose live stream room is this? It's quite terrifying. Who? A new island approached once again, merging into a new battlefield. 4th round, please select up to 800 troops of any rank from the Book of Lords for battle. Enemy forces entry countdown, 4 minutes 59 seconds. This side's battle still drew plenty of attention. With some transmigrators promoting in other live stream rooms, the number of viewers here was getting higher and higher. The amount of messages in the chat box below also increased, flipping through faster and faster. 4th round over, total victory, combat points 20,000. 5th round over, total victory, combat points 25,000. The battle continued, with Fang Hao still deploying a small number of infantry, supported by an even greater number of bone dragons. Subsequent battles would switch between system enemies and other transmigrators every other match. The second transmigrator to fight was the human camp, bringing a large number of flagellants, giant sword warriors, gunners and tomb robbers, as well as many swift hawks. This transmigrator's troop configuration clearly emphasized strategy. The mix and number of troops were all maintained in a certain connection. The flagellants buffed themselves and charged to the front, with the giant sword warriors forming the second echelon. The gunners sought positions, while swift hawks circled in the air. The tomb robbers, feeling more like assassins, lingered on the sidelines. Moreover, the tomb robbers' weapons were daggers and pistols, suddenly giving you a quiet shot when you least expect it. It could be said that both the mixed strategy and tactical thought were not bad, just not suitable for battling Fang Hao. The deterrence of the bone dragons made the swift hawks fly wildly about, fearful of coming close. Dragon breath swiftly cleared all the units below. The third transmigrator was from the dwarf camp, bringing long-bearded warriors, thunder gunners, horned cavalry and dwarf grenadiers. Though lacking air forces, the dwarves' understanding of firearms was still much stronger than other races. At least, it was more lethal than the individual who brought the swift hawks. Bullets left pockmarks on the dragon's armor. 2 transmigrators, 2 big victories. The dwarf camp is one of the top transmigrators in our region, not even able to last half an hour under the attack of the bone dragons. Too terrifying, anyone who encounters him in this mission might as well drop out. It can almost be certain now, this person has 8 or 9 out of 10 chances of being the top-ranked Fang Hao. Cleolando doesn't have a main city, and definitely can't participate in this mission. Looking at it this way, Fang Hao's top spot is probably thanks to these bone dragons. I feel it's too unfair, there's completely no operation here, just piling up bone dragons. Damn operations, this is war, there's never been such a thing as fairness. Who talks about fairness when you have powerful troops? The previous battlefield continued, and the viewers kept discussing. In the live broadcast situation, you can just view the entire battlefield, which gives a better perspective than the participating transmigrators. Acting as judges and analysts, they didn't stop discussing. They started analyzing battle methods according to the action and state of the troops. Privately, they continued to exchange intelligence. Watching the show is one thing, but there were competitive relationships among the transmigrators now. Many were watching while taking notes of the intelligence information. 10th round, please select up to 5,000 troops of any rank from the Book of Lords for a siege battle. Enemy forces entry countdown, 29 minutes 59 seconds. Boom boom boom. As the voice faded, a distant island quickly approached from afar. Different from before, this island wasn't an empty floating one, but rather a square fortress. The fortress wasn't large, with arrow towers standing at each of the four corners. Boom! A violent shake occurred as the two islands merged together. It looks like the siege battle is to capture the fortress on the opposite side. With a siege and a personnel limit, you have to give it some careful thought. Just bone dragons might have a hard time making an impact, especially if the opposing forces hide in the buildings and don't come out. Then the battle could go on indefinitely. For the shield troops, still the four-armed skeletal commanders, and for the ranged attacks, the thunder gunners as ever. Regular fortresses have wall heights of only about 12 or 13 meters. The giants, when lifting their arms, could help scale the walls. In the air, the main force remains the bone dragons. As he thought, he began pulling up the troop types in the Book of Lords. Which round has this reached? While others are at the third or fourth round, the island area here is so large, how can there be a fortress? It must be Fang Hao, confirmed. I just came back from Miss Savannah's place, she just reached the fifth round, the elf clan's queen's trusted aides, they're so pretty, watching their battle is quite pleasing to the eyes. This is the 10th round. Thank God Miss Savannah didn't encounter Fang Hao, otherwise no matter how beautiful the elves, they wouldn't be able to withstand a few bites from the bone dragons. Hey, are you trying to divert traffic here? Fang Hao didn't pay attention to the discussions in the chat box, and continued studying the mix of troop types. After making adjustments, he checked again. He then selected confirm. Whoosh whirl. The sound of wings flapping, the noise of armor colliding and rubbing, rose instantly. Large, neatly arranged, four-armed skeletons carrying rifles, sturdy thunder gunners, giant white bone giants in heavy armor, and swarms of bone dragons appeared in a flash of light, filling one side of the battlefield. At the same time, the system also generated siege ladders and siege engines. Chapter 1295. What's the situation? Are these all tier 10 troops? Who can stop his attack? The number of bone dragons, at least 2 to 3,000, where did so many bone dragons come from? God, is that a musket? His shooters are holding muskets. I heard that Fang Hao had a conflict with the dragon clan, maybe it's because he killed too many of them and made enemies. Savannah over there also has muskets, I just saw it. After the troops appeared, the chat box became lively again. At first, it was just surprising that there were so many bone dragons, but now, each new troop appearing makes everyone gasp in shock. The number of bone dragons has increased, and the skeleton shooters are carrying rifles. And there are tall bone giants. Looking at it this way, each troop seems like it's tier 10. Seeing this, everyone also lost much of their interest in watching the show. The gap in strength is too big, and a sense of crisis has arisen in everyone's hearts. In battle, there is clearly a limit to the number of troops, but even so, the troops that were brought out were enough to be terrifying. What if there was no mission and no limit to the number of troops? Would his forces be even more horrifying then? What about the cavalry? The mages? Or even more complete types of troops? This top strength makes them tremble just by watching. Previously, some speculated that Fang Hao became number 1 because he exploited some bug, or because of a rumor that he was backed by a noble woman. After all, he has always been too low-key, while the second-ranked Savannah and third-ranked Aragon are both more high-profile and better at campaigning. Now it seems, Fang Hao's power is even greater than they imagined. Destroying their cities, obviously, wouldn't take much effort. The battle begins. On the opposing fortress's walls, figures started to appear. Rock Armor Iron Rhinoceros, Tier 10 troops. Divine Kingdom Guard, Tier 10 troops. Divine Kingdom Fire Guard, Tier 10 troops. Divine Kingdom Thunder Guard, Tier 10 troops. Thunderbird, Tier 10 troops. Seeing the troops displayed in the Book of Lords, Fang Hao frowned. What a coincidence. The defending troops were old acquaintances, Divine Kingdom Guards. The last time, he fought against these Divine Kingdom Guards by overwhelming them with numbers. A lot of troops died then. This time, he has 4 armed skeleton generals, bone dragons, and tier 10 musketeers. And besides, the 4-armed skeleton general is a composite of the Divine Kingdom Guard, possessing all its combat advantages. It's impossible to lose this way. The battle begins. Whoosh whoosh. The bone dragons rushed out first, with a strong oppressive force, charging towards the fortress ahead. On the city walls, the Fire Guard and Thunder Guard immediately spotted the targets in the sky and fired streams of flames and lightning. Swoosh swoosh boom! Magic attacks exploded in the sky, like fireworks bursting. Around the bone dragons, air currents naturally formed a barrier, quickly moving through the flames, leaving only some slight scratches on their armor surface. Whoosh whoosh! The bone dragons quickly approached the city walls, as squads of thunder eagles charged out from the fortress to meet them. Roar screech! Dragon breath and lightning collided in an instant, chasing and battling each other. But Fang Hao had deployed more bone dragons. Apart from those chasing the thunder eagles, the rest flew directly over the city, sweeping a swath of black death breath across the walls below. As the dragon breath swept over the top of the walls, the skin of the defending soldiers began to peel away. Disfigured, they then disintegrated into groups of white bones. Some bone dragons began circling in the sky, as various magic attacks continually assaulted the sky. Outside the city, the four-armed skeleton generals and bone giants had also neared the walls. The bone giants, with their iron flails, whistled as they swung towards the arrow towers and battlements. Dirt and rocks flew, and large groups of enemies were directly blown into pulp. Siege ladders had been set against the city walls, but the siege engines in the rear were not used, likely because the troops didn't meet the conditions necessary to operate them. The four-armed skeleton generals, holding heavy shields, quickly climbed up the siege ladders. Above them, the rain of arrows and magic spells crackled on the shields, causing the ladders to continuously shake. Below, the thunder gunners started counterattacking towards the top of the walls. Now possessing several skills to increase accuracy, for a time, they made it impossible for the enemies to expose themselves. But the enemy numbers were also not small, they blocked the positions of the siege ladders and began swinging non-stop. Roar! The bone dragons roared past. Dragon breath poured into the concentrated crowd. The Divine Kingdom guards blocking the positions immediately died en masse. The four-armed skeleton generals also took advantage of the opportunity and quickly climbed atop the city walls. Orange shields stood in front, orange long swords swung forward, above were spears thrusting out, and battle axes chopping down. This left the opposing enemies with no means of defense. Soon, the four-armed skeleton generals successfully occupied the walls and began charging down the stairs. The musketeers followed closely behind, setting foot on the walls, their muskets aimed towards the city center, pouring out bullets. The bullets crackled non-stop, firing towards the city center. Large groups of enemies were shot into stuffings. This closed-off fortress also became a prison that trapped them, they couldn't escape, and there was nowhere to hide. In a series of battles, the battlefield gradually turned into a one-sided situation. The city's troop strength was wiped out. And the aerial chase also reached its conclusion. Round 10, battle ends. Battle report, major victory, killed 5,000, injured 872, dead 125. Battle points, 120,000, base, 50,000, major victory, 50,000, siege, 20,000. The 10th round, while heavy in casualties, still ended in a major victory. Battle points, and there is an additional point for besieging, which should be an extra reward for the attacking side. After all, defending a city is easy, but attacking one is difficult. The points reached 120,000, which is actually quite a terrifying number. Boom boom boom. As the words fell, the floating island, which had already reached a certain size, began to tremble violently. The next second, with the stone tower as the base, walls rose rapidly from the ground, forming a huge circular arena. There were no stands, just a giant building encircled by giant stones. Like a bowl. Legion battle ended, Arena of Valiant Spirits opened. Task content, Trio Heroes Arena. Task description, the Lord must select 3 heroes from his subordinates to enter the arena. When one hero is defeated, the next hero takes his place to achieve final victory by defeating all enemies. Death rule, heroes who die in the arena will not truly die, all are eliminated, and the task automatically fails. The system prompt sounded again. Also introducing the rules for the heroic arena that followed. The Lord needs to choose 3 heroes to battle in turns. When the first hero falls, the second takes over, and when the second dies, the third takes over. This rule is very similar to the previous Street Fighter games. Still, it's easy to understand. The death rule is similar to before, even if a hero dies in the arena, they are merely eliminated. And not truly dead, which is quite nice. It saves the cost of resurrecting heroes, and it's somewhat more benevolent to the heroes themselves. Facing death is never an easy matter. Please select up to 3 heroes to participate in the arena. The system began prompting to choose heroes. Following the prompt, open the Book of Lords. Tap on the Heroes section, and immediately, the hero's information unfolds. In addition to one's own heroes, the name of Dragon Queen Tyralt was also seen. It meant she too could be selected to enter the arena. This was somewhat unexpected. Based on the relationship, the Dragon Queen is a collaborative partner, not considered an internal hero of the Lordship. Why did she appear then? From demigods to ordinary green heroes, neither Blood Clan demigod Isabella nor Lizard Queen Anastasia appeared. How is this evaluation mechanism calculated? Thinking for a moment, a few guesses came to mind. Dragon Queen was judged as an internal hero as she participated in the first phase of tasks in one's territory. The second possibility could be her loyalty, which increased to 73 points as she settled in the city. This loyalty is quite significant for heroes. Perhaps satisfying one of these criteria default her as an internal hero. With only 3 slots available, Fang Hao began to make selections. Zenith Blazing Sun Tyralt, demigod. The Beauty of the Lonely Night Rolina Antibias, demigod. Crimson Flame War God Alurug, Dark Gold Tier 10 hero. After devouring the divinity of the God of Deception, one's own divinity rank also increased from Tier 1 to Tier 3. Although still a lower god, the properties of the divinity received a significant boost. The Black Armored Sisters possess the divinity faith attribute, tightly connected to the deity they worship. Their ranks also progressed, elevated from Dark Gold Tier 3 to Tier 10. Just one step away from demigod. Swish swish swish. After selecting, streaks of light appeared on the 3 empty chairs next to him. The next second, the Dragon Queen in a golden dress, Rolina in a purple dress with a mask, and Alurug wrapped in black armor, appeared on the stone chairs respectively. The 3 instinctively made combat moves, nearly ready to unleash powerful attacks. When they saw the situation clearly, they looked puzzled and turned to look at Fang Hao, who was fiddling with the Book of Lords. "Where is this?" Dragon Queen asked in a stern voice, her eyes filled with caution. "This is the second round of transmigrator tasks, called the Arena." Fang Hao explained the situation here to the 3 briefly. Today he had a transmigrator task, and before leaving, he had a meeting with the heroes in the city. After the explanation, the 3 of them immediately understood the situation. Since they were already here, they were also willing to participate in this battle. Hero selection completed, matching opponents for you. Match completed, Fallen Body Malthus, demigod, Flame Marshal Commander Carrie Roderick, demigod, Bloody Terror Sebastian, demigod. Opponents will appear in sequence, and you may choose which hero to fight. Holy crap! It's all going downhill. Seeing the system prompts, Fang Hao was startled. This battle isn't from a slightly lower level upwards, but directly matches opponents based on hero strength. The scariest part is directly matching against 3 demigods. This is really screwed. Swish swish swish. On the opposite platform of the arena, 3 streaks of light flashed. When the light dissipated, 3 figures appeared. The most noticeable one was a giant figure wearing heavy armor, with flames burning on his head. That should be the Flame Marshal Commander, apparently of the same type as the previously encountered demigod Lord of Giant Stone. Both belong to the Giant Clan, former demigods. To the left of Flame Marshal Commander was a hero with a human figure, draped in a thick and broad cape, unrecognizable as male or female. Holding a wooden staff adorned with skulls, also looking this way. To the right of Flame Marshal Commander stood a horned orc, wrapped in thick iron armor, and exceptionally strong, standing 5 to 6 meters tall. The horns on his head were probably 2 to 3 meters high. Adding the height of the horns, he was almost equal to the adjacent giant hero. A quick distinction, Fallen Body is the black-cloaked human on the left, in the middle of course is Flame Marshal Commander, and the horned orc on the right is Bloody Terror. How about it? The ones on the other side are the enemies this time. Dragon Queen crossed her legs, casting a disdainful glance across. Yes, 3 demigods, this might be a bit tricky. Chapter 1296. Live Streaming Channel. The viewers could only see the circular gladiator arena, but the heroes and enemies on either side did not appear on screen. The empty gladiator arena seemed like a frozen still frame. Even so, due to the heavy promotion by others, The number of viewers from other channels kept increasing, directly pushing the live stream to the top spot, and the second was the elegant art-like battle of Elf Clan Transmigrator Savannah. In Fang Hao's live streaming room, as a large number of transmigrators flooded in, the chat box began to scroll rapidly. Wow! The 10th round, that's the real gladiator arena. This must be the Roman arena. It's spectacular, so the island was pieced together just to fit the size of the gladiator arena. Next, it's not going to be a core battle, right? It should be the heroes' battle, otherwise, they wouldn't circle an area out. Do you guys think it could be a battle among transmigrators? Really? Will transmigrators actually go up and fight? Oh man, I'm so looking forward to this. The battle had not yet begun, and the transmigrators were still discussing it. Mentioning the possibility of transmigrators throwing punches heated everyone up even more. Just as everyone was getting more and more excited, suddenly, the screen went black, directly returning to the channel selection interface. This live broadcast has been shut down. Everyone was startled, then they realized Fang Hao had turned off the live broadcast. Savannah's live streaming room. A huge crowd of transmigrators instantly flooded in. The number of viewers surged by tens of thousands. The originally Elf Clan-focused chat box suddenly erupted with bizarre comments. Damn it, closing the live stream at this time. Are you sick? I still wanted to watch the transmigrators fight, why did it close abruptly? What's going on? What's the situation? Vrak, to actually shut down the live broadcast. MS. Savannah surpassing him isn't anything grand. Curse him, stupid man. Savannah widened her eyes, somewhat surprised at the constant scrolling and cursing in the chat box. What did that person do to cause such a public outrage? On the gladiator arena, Fang Hao directly shut down the live stream. The upcoming battles involved many secrets. Rolina, Dragon Queen, these matters, the fewer people knew, the better. Whether it's transmigrators or the current human clan, they have never been a unified group. Revealing secrets would only bring trouble to oneself. What's your plan? Asked the Dragon Queen directly. Hearing that there were 3 demigods on the opposing side, all 3 ladies became very serious. This wasn't out of cowardice, but because there truly was a strength gap. Alurug was Dark Gold Tier 10 and had not broken through the demigod barrier. The gap between Dark Gold and demigod was like a huge chasm. Then there was Rolina. Rolina became a demigod by utilizing divinity directly at Dark Gold Tier 5. Though she had reached demigod, there was still a gap compared to a true demigod. If there were 1 or 2 demigods on the other side, it was still possible to fight, but now there were 3 demigods. The likelihood of victory was quite low. If it weren't for having the strongest demigod, the Dragon Queen, they might as well concede the match directly. We have to fight hard, the advantage is ours, don't be afraid. Fang Hao stiffened up and offered a word of comfort. Hey? The 3 were stunned. Was there any advantage? Without waiting for the 3 to respond, Fang Hao continued, the order they enter is the black-robed human clan, flame giant and that horned guy, let's also discuss our order of appearance. The task mentioned that the opponents would enter according to the announced order. Hence, some arrangements could be made here. The 4 immediately gathered to discuss. Initially, Fang Hao thought of sending Alurug against the Flame Martial Commander since Alurug was immune to flame among his characteristics. But after some discussion, it became apparent that the opponent might also be immune to flame, being a fire elemental demigod. With flames burning on his head, it was too obvious. If both were immune to fire and there was a gap in strength, Alurug would just be taking hits. After discussing for a while, the order was decided. The Dragon Queen, being the strongest, would obviously be the last. Lorenrug would avoid the Flame Martial Commander and go first, Rolina would naturally be second. Thus, the order was set. With only 7 minutes left on the countdown, there wasn't much left to discuss. They immediately confirmed their order of appearance in the Book of Lords. Order of appearance confirmed, initiate the heroic gladiator arena. Fang Hao looked at the 3 next to him and chose to confirm. Whoosh! The next second, Alurug's figure disappeared from his seat and appeared directly in the gladiator arena. Alurug directly transformed into a giant, facing the black-robed human clan on the other side. The 2 sizes formed a clear contrast. Dingling! A crisp bell rang above the gladiator arena. Whoosh! The giant form of Alurug raised a hand pointing, and a javelin-thick spear of fire formed out of thin air, shooting forward. Gurgle. A strange sound erupted with a PFT. From under the hood, a stream of green venom spurted out instantaneously, swift as an arrow, and shot forth. Alurug, seeing the incoming venom, immediately posed wielding his warhammer. The next second, Alurug vanished. Boom! The flying venom exploded like a bomb. The terrifying shockwave swept around. The explosion and shockwave affected the perceptions of the figure in the black robe. The vanished Alurug suddenly appeared behind him, the already posed warhammer swung fiercely. Bang! A heavy dull sound echoed. The body of the figure in the black robe, like a kite with its string cut, instantly flew backwards, with clusters of crushed tiny maggots falling out from under the loosened robe. Having landed a hit, Alurug continued forward, casually pointing a finger, summoning countless fire serpents from thin air, rushing toward the flying enemy. The demigod in the black robe had his cloak flapping, and his head twisted back in an eerie manner. His chest heaved, pf streams of arrow-like venom spewed out again, colliding with the incoming fire serpents. Boom boom! Explosions bloomed like fireworks, the shockwaves twisted the air around. Alurug, protecting his head with one arm, resisted the explosions and shockwaves and continued forward. He was leveraging his own advantage to engage in close combat with his opponent. The demigod in the black robe landed from his flight, his body spreading like jelly then reassembling. Once again, dodging the rising flames from below. The wand in his hand gently swayed, the skull hung on its end collided as it swung. Hoo-hoo! Spectres like ghosts burst forth from the skull, their faces ferocious and distorted, rushing towards the black-armored giant. Alurug still charged forward, using various fire elemental magic to restrain the enemy. Seeing the spectres flying towards him, he swung his warhammer. The warhammer passed through the spectres without causing any damage or obstruction. The spectres, however, wrapped around Alurug's body, gnawing persistently like bone-attached maggots. Alurug's body stiffened, clearly disturbed. Yet he still charged forward, trying to close the distance, albeit much slower now. The demigod in the black robe waved his wand, instantly conjuring countless venom droplets in the sky, which then violently fell like a downpour. Torrential rain. Boom boom boom. Dense explosions covered the entire area. Like cluster bombs, the dense explosions lifted clouds of thick smoke. On the stand, Fang Hao's eyes widened as he watched the scene in the arena. He knew the combat power of a demigod was terrifying. But the situation before him was still somewhat shocking. Was this some kind of liquid bomb? Each stream of venom was as potent as a bomb, utterly outrageous. The venomous rain kept falling into the battlefield, resulting in dense bombardments. Even Alurug, primarily trained as a warrior, struggled to withstand such attacks. The intense bombardment left the entire city enveloped in dense smoke. Whoosh! A fire spear shot out from the smoke, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The demigod in the black robe, having been hit by this technique before, was already prepared as he saw the fire spear emerge. However, the black-armored figure moved even faster than before, instantly appearing by his side. Boom! The warhammer swung down once again, crashing downwards. This strike, carrying immense force, caused the ground below to cave in, and the demigod in the black robe was smashed into a deep pit. At this moment, Alurug, covered in black armor with scars, blood-red traces oozing from its seams. And on the surface of the black armor, a layer of energy like flames began to rise. The skill Martial God activated. The four sisters of the black armor, with a technique called Martial God State, enhanced senses and perception, immune to various disruptive skills, and all attributes directly increased by 300%. Not giving the demigod in the black robe any chance to rise, Alurug's attacks fell like raindrops. Thump thump thump. Dense hammering sounds reverberated across the entire plaza. Alurug, at this moment, unleashed tremendous combat power. His warhammer moved swiftly, with each strike exploding like a bomb. The demigod in black robe, firing venom and various disruptive attacks, Alurug dodged none. Bravely enduring, he continuously swung his warhammer, aiming to hammer the opponent to death in one go. Snap! Perhaps unable to hold on, the body of the demigod in the black robe snapped loudly, exploding suddenly, transforming into dense, thread-like worms intertwining and scattering outward. Alurug, momentarily stunned, then began smashing the spreading swarm of worms, various fire elemental magic constantly falling. Hoo! Not far away, the worms intertwined again, reshaping the figure of the black-robed demigod. Only this time, the demigod in the black robe was noticeably smaller, shrinking from human height to that of a dwarf. The black-robed demigod let out an angry roar. The ground began to boil, forming a pond of green venomous fluid. Alurug still wanted to charge. Instantly, countless colorful venomous snakes emerged from the ground, their sharp teeth clamping onto her body. These venomous snakes managed to pull Alurug's giant body backward, dragged her little by little into the rising poisonous swamp below. Alurug struggled valiantly, but to little effect. As her body entered, boom! The swamp exploded violently, fire shooting up to the heavens. Battle concluded, fallen body Malthus victorious. Chapter 1297. A system prompt appeared, signaling the end of the first round of combat. The expected outcome, yet still somewhat disappointing. In fact, Alurug did quite well, and he actually had a chance to win. His physical strength, poison resistance, and anti-interference were all impressive. If it were any other Dark Gold hero, they probably wouldn't have matched Alurug's capabilities. Even so, he was unable to defeat the demigod. The gap between Dark Gold and demigod is indeed insurmountable. Swoosh! A light flashed, and Alurug's figure reappeared in the stands. The scars on his armor were restored to their original state, without a trace of injury remaining. His subconscious defensive and offensive gestures showed his nerves were still highly tense. Only when he clearly saw his surroundings did he realize that he had been defeated. He took a deep breath, set his warhammer to the side, knelt on one knee, and said with a tone of disappointment, "My lord, I have failed." "It's all right, you've done well. Take a rest, and leave the rest to Rolina," Fang Hao consoled softly, then turned his attention to Rolina. She nodded slightly and vanished in a flash of light, appearing directly on the battlefield. The arena returned to normal. The scarred ground became flat again, and a light breeze stirred up whirls of dust. After all, this was a task space. After the first round ended, the arena was directly repaired. Rolina appeared on the field, looking toward the other side. The black-robed demigod still stood there calmly, like a fixed wax figure. However, his height remained diminutive like that of a dwarf, and his wooden staff was gone after the battle, his hands empty. It seems the battle mechanics carried on, new combat would not restore the hero's injuries. This was similar to the combat games he had played before. Otherwise, if injuries were also restored, there would be no need for a 3 vs 3. This was a favorable point for Fang Hao's side. It proved that Alurug had not fought in vain, causing some wear on the enemy's condition. Ding dong! The clear sound of a bell chimed again. Before the sound faded, both figures moved simultaneously. Swoosh! Poison was instantly shot in her direction. With a flutter of her bat wings, Rolina soared into the air. Boom! The poison exploded in the distance, rolling up a cloud of dust and smoke. Rolina fanned her bat wings, her active armor quickly encompassing her body, and with a flick of her finger, 2 blood spears materialized at her side. Swoosh! Swoosh! The blood spears shot forth, targeting the ground below. Along the way, they collided with the venom and explosions sounded. The black-robed demigod, unable to fly, moved as if wriggling, swiftly and repeatedly changing positions. His chest heaved continuously, slinging poison like marbles at the sky. Constant explosions created shockwaves, attempting to block her pathway. Rolina, unruffled, used her advantage of flight to outmaneuver the figure below, countering continuously with blood spear moon blades. Now it was clear that Rolina, capable of flying, was much more composed than Alurug. The exploding smoke obscured the sky. Under the cover of smoke, strings of patterned venomous snakes shot into the heavens, attempting to pull the woman in the sky back to earth. The Blood Clan's vision was always far superior to that of common races. As the snakes sprang up, her long sword transformed into a series of sword glows. One by one, snake heads plummeted from the sky, their bodies limply crashing onto the ground. The black-robed demigod kept moving, his head eerily turning backward. With a forceful sweep of his hands, countless drops of venom were rapidly fired towards the sky. The intensity was comparable to a pouring rainstorm. Boom boom boom! The dense explosions covered the entire sky. Rolina spread her bat wings, elevating her figure once more, evading the incoming droplets and the shockwaves from the explosions. Twisting her palm, a mask with a crimson moon emblem on the forehead appeared in her hand. She looked coldly at the figure below in the black robe. and then placed it directly on her face. When the mask fully adhered to her face, swoosh! The sky was as if a curtain was drawn, a clear sky was instantly engulfed by darkness, and a crimson moon hung overhead. This was the effect of the crimson moon visage, capable of forcibly changing the nearby area's color of the sky. The entire place was as dark as deep night, and below it was even darker. Rollina's speed increased further, navigating through the droplets like a phantom. As the explosion cleared, Rollina once again stood in the air, with many blood spear moon blades gathering around her. Her gaze locked onto the figure below, and with a flick of her finger, swoosh swoosh swoosh! Blood spear moon blades, like swarms of swallows returning to their nest, flew down in formation. Boom boom boom! The crimson magic, colliding with several venom streams, covered the black-robed demigod. Explosions from the magic twisted the very space around them. Whoosh crack! The next second, the body of the black-robed figure burst open suddenly, and writhing worms began to scramble away in all directions. This strike sent the black robe activating his escape skill. Having watched the previous battle, Rollina was aware of this ability. She dove downward, brandishing her giant sword in the air with a downward swing. Hum-hoo! The heavy gravity field covered the area below in an instant. Densely entangled ironworms began to twist and struggle, then were crushed by the gravitational force, like flattened caterpillars. Rollina sheathed her giant sword, and the gravity field also instantly disappeared. One would have thought the battle was over. However, in the mud below, a small number of insects emerged again, reconstituting into a figure. The newly reformed figure in the black cloak, however, was short and emaciated, resembling a malnourished freak infant. Seeing her opponent resurrected, Rollina gripped her giant sword and charged once more. The black-cloaked demigod fled in panic, with colorful poisonous snakes bursting from the ground behind him, attempting to stop the giant winged woman's assault. Rollina moved with exceptional speed, closing the distance rapidly, then cleaved down with her sword from above. Puff! The black cloak's figure instantly caved in, and countless poison worms transformed into a black net, aiming to capture Rollina from above. Boom! With a thunderous roar, before the poison net could close, it suddenly exploded. The fragmented worms twisted and struggled on the ground, scrambling to escape once more. This time, Rollina exchanged her giant sword for the demon hatred tooth, slashing vigorously at the ground. Whoosh whoosh sssss. With every sweep of the hatred tooth, flames spread throughout the battlefield, and swarms of insects twisted into a mass, struggling in death. The insects on the ground were completely cleared. Yet again, several ironworms burrowed out from the earth, coiling into the size of a black-cloaked person as big as a rat. Pfft! As soon as it took shape, Rollina extended her long leg and stepped directly on it. Then she ground it ruthlessly under her foot. The battle is over, the beauty of the lonely night Lorana and Tobias wins. The prompt signaling the end of the battle indicated that the opponent was truly dead. This fallen body demigod had an impressively strong will to survive. Being killed over and over again, he could still come back to life. His body seemed to be made up of insects, and as long as the insects were not completely destroyed, he would not truly die. Luckily this was an arena, constrained by boundaries and rules. Outside of this space, controlling a few insects underground and avoiding emergence, it would indeed be very difficult to kill him for good. Although these insects are quite disgusting, this ability is not bad at all. At least, its survivability is much stronger than most heroes. Not bad. The Dragon Queen quietly praised. As long as we continue to fight well, we can achieve the final victory, Fang Hao also said in a soft voice. Rollina had made good use of her flight advantage and had hardly been injured. Moreover, both the Flame Dragon scale armor and Scarlet Mask provided good recovery effects, and the magic power consumption wasn't significant. Thus, both parties were back to being on an equal footing in terms of strength. It all depended on the outcome of the subsequent battles. Not difficult, the Dragon Queen spoke with her usual calm tone. She still seemed to have confidence in herself. Their gazes returned to the arena. A beam of light covered the battlefield, little by little restoring it to its original state. Once the battlefield was repaired, a light flickered, and the tall figure of a giant had already stood in the arena. 10 meters tall with a robust and muscular build. Rollina stood on the opposite side, looking up as if gazing at a majestic mountain. The Flame Martial Commander, a giant clan fire element demigod, had flaming crimson hair on the top of his head. Carrying a huge war hammer in his hand, it was not the black-armored sisters' spiked hammer but a heavy war hammer with round heads on both sides. Impressively majestic. Without discussing who was stronger or weaker, just standing there would make anyone believe he was a deity, such was his imposing aura. Ding dong. The crisp ring of a bell sounded again. The battle began. Both parties moved simultaneously. Rollina unfolded her bat wings, immediately feeling the intense heat overhead, as two huge fire pythons descended upon her. Quickly retreating, she widened the distance. Boom! The two fire pythons intertwined as they fell, instantly exploding into flames. This scene even made Fang Hao in the stands widen his eyes. The Flame Martial Commander had directly released two fire snakes, blocking Rollina's attempt to take to the sky. This led him to an unsettling guess. His opponent, having watched the previous battle, had analyzed that Rollina's first move would be to fly up. Meaning, the heroes on the other side were not just stiff, system-spawned AI. They also watched battles and analyzed their enemies' skills and moves. My goodness, this arena is getting more challenging. Boom! A stone wall rose abruptly from the ground, blocking the incoming giant hammer. The stone wall shattered upon impact, stirring up clouds of dust. The giant hammer spun back into the fire giant's hand, who casually deflected incoming crimson long spears with a swing. With her bat wings unfurled, Rollina took the opportunity to ascend swiftly into the sky. The fire giant reached out a hand, reconstituting several fire pythons for pursuit. Simultaneously, he stomped powerfully on the ground, reducing his height in preparation to charge. With every step that thundered against the ground, flames rose and persisted in the area he had traversed. Rollina concentrated her blood energy and shattered the fire snakes. Launching a volley of blood spears, she threw them decisively. The fire giant shielded his head with one arm, undeterred by the bombardment of magic, he kept closing in at high speed. Reaching proximity, he pushed off with a stomp and rocketed upwards with a thunderous roar, swinging the massive war hammer in his hand with force. Chapter 1298. Who? With the swing of the hammer, it carried immense momentum. It seemed to split the air itself, twisting the surrounding space. Rollina quickly dodged, but the wave of air made her wobble. The flame giant missed its strike and began to fall. With her long sword in hand, Rollina dove down, following the descending giant. Clang clang. The long sword danced, creating a dense series of shadows, hacking at the adversary in frenzy. During their descent, their weapons clashed hundreds of times. Sparks flew, and the collision sounds filled the entire battlefield. Boom! The flame giant's large body smashed into the ground. Several blood spears followed, targeting the point of impact. Boom boom! Dark energy exploded, rumbling thunderously. The flame giant stood up from the ground, its hands summoning streaks of flame into the sky. The flames exploded above, dyeing the sky red and scattering fiery embers. Leveraging her size and agility, Rollina dodged while countering with magic. Crimson magic and red flames kept sweeping back and forth, releasing their energies, spectacularly beautiful. The whole battlefield, under the shower of fiery embers, was now covered in flames. The circular battlefield, like a lit brazier, with flames rising. The flame giant, slightly tilted its body to avoid two crimson attacks, planting one hand on the ground, bellowing loudly. The next second, the fire in the field suddenly converged. One by one, fire elemental spirits and flame birds emerged continuously from the inferno. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with fire elementals and flame birds. The fire elementals condensed fireballs, starting to hurl them towards the sky. The flame birds, dense like swarms, surged towards Rollina in the sky. In a moment, the one-on-one fight on the battlefield turned into a one-sided group battle. In the stands, Fang Hao slightly frowned, looking tensely at the state of the battlefield. The abilities displayed by the opposing flame demigod were quite different from those of the black-armored sisters. The strength of the black-armored sisters lay in close combat, whereas their long-range fire spells tended more towards disruption and support. However, the current flame demigod was highly skilled in magic. The frequently appearing fire pythons and the fire elementals and flame birds covering the battlefield indicated a formidable spell-casting ability. In close combat, the opponent's giant physique dominated, and at range, a natural gift for casting fire spells. He held the advantage on both fronts. Worried, Dragon Queen glanced at him, speaking softly. It looks a bit difficult to fight, Fang Hao nodded. This was the gladiator arena, not some friendly match. To go up there was to beat the opponent, to earn higher rewards. If Rollina failed, the remaining pressure would fall entirely on the Dragon Queen, and the outcome would be uncertain. He even thought that when choosing heroes for the fight, he should have picked 2 heroes of a lower tier to lower the difficulty. So it wouldn't be as tough as it is now. The giant race has only been recorded in history, and it's normal for Rollina, who has just ascended to demigod status, to be slightly inferior to the giant demigod, said the Dragon Queen, draping her legs over the railing in front of her, with the hem of her dress falling and revealing her round legs clad in black stockings. Before the transmigrators arrived, the giant clan had already vanished from this world. Their existence was due to some people's enthusiasm for archaeology. Yeah, I'm just upset about the unfairness of the battle, I'm not blaming her. Fang Hao said and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Flocks of flame birds rushed towards the sky in kamikaze fashion. Between flames and fiery embers, Rollina's figure weaved through. More and more fiery assaults continually shrank the space she had for flight. This was the gladiator arena, and whether on the ground or in the sky, boundaries existed, preventing unlimited distancing. Breaking through the sky filled with fiery embers, she took out a mask and placed it on her face. The next second, day turned into night, with a red moon above. Dense moon blades and blood spears started raining down on the returning flame birds. Approaching, a massive black tornado condensed in the middle of the battlefield. Like a vortex absorbing everything, it shredded nearby fire elementals and flame birds into pieces. The flames burning on the ground were also sucked into the tornado, gradually forming a fiery whirlwind. The fire elementals on the field were cleared. With a fierce spread of her bat wings, Rollina brought another round of bright moon above her head. 1 red, 1 silver, 2 moons hung high in the sky simultaneously. Bloody, thick, and dark energy filled the gladiator arena. Rust began to show on the flame giant's armor, wounds inflicted in the fight no longer healed but started to wither and rot. As if the entire being was eroded by the years. Rollina didn't continue to linger in the air, diving directly downwards, moving swiftly like a spectre. In the blink of an eye, she was already upon the giant. Clang! The clash of weapons sent shockwaves rolling. Blessed by the twin moons and with the gravity slash bestowed upon the longsword, the enormous force made the flame giant take a half step back. Rollina used this momentum to swing around for a strike. Puck-crack! The sounds of the sword entering flesh rang out, and the long sword cut into the giant's neck. The blade lodged into the flesh but got stuck on bone. The giant stabilized itself, and the warhammer swung down onto Rollina's head. Hoo! The wind whistled. Unable to pull out the sword, Rollina simply let it go, dodging the blow. She drew another vicious red giant sword, Hatred Tooth, from the ring and swept upward, aiming between the legs. The flame giant bent its knees slightly, blocking the sword with its armor, and swung the warhammer again. Dodging once more, Rollina shifted and stabbed towards the waist. Shriek! The long sword slashed against the armor, striking sparks. The flame giant reached out to grab, and Rollina shifted position again. Taking advantage of her size and the boon of the twin moons, Rollina unleashed an assassin's tactics, wielding the giant's sword. Clang, clang, clang! In the blink of an eye, Rollina's weapon left a series of dense wounds on the giant's body. The armor was mottled, blood dripping. Even the gravity greatsword around the neck was still stuck in the collar. The flame giant roared angrily, flames rising all around it. Held high in hand, the giant hammer smashed down directly onto the ground. Boom! The earth, like shattered glass, revealed dense cracks. The next second, with a whoosh, a column of fire surged to the sky, enveloping the giant. The sudden flames also wrapped around Rollina, causing her to stagger and roll to the side. The flame giant quickly charged forward, slamming down the warhammer in its hand. Boom! A huge explosion echoed across the entire battlefield. The ground cracked again, like a magma eruption, completely covering Rollina. Battle finished, Flame Marshal Commander Carrie Roderick wins. The system prompt appeared, signifying the end of the battle. Swoosh! A beam of light shone, and Rollina's figure reappeared in the stands. Her injuries were healed, but her face looked somewhat unsightly. Any hero, upon dying, would have to endure a certain psychological pressure. When she realized she was back, Rollina, with a somewhat helpless tone, said, "I did my best." "It's okay if you did your best, it doesn't matter." Fang Hao comforted softly. In the battle just now, Rollina really had given it her all. And the combat power she displayed was much stronger than usual, truly fighting with all her might. If it wasn't for the flame giant using a self-immolation technique, Rollina might have even managed to whittle it down to death. Of course, the current battle record was also not bad. Her fiercest strike cut right through the gaps in the armor into the neck. If she had applied even more strength or her weapon had been sharper, she could have chopped off his head. Okay, Rollina didn't have much to say and took her seat back. Meanwhile, Fang Hao turned his gaze towards the Dragon Queen, who had yet to enter the battlefield. Dragon Queen, it's up to you now. You are our last hope for the entire village, Fang Hao immediately said. Dragon Queen retracted her leg that was resting on the railing and frowned. Why do I feel like what you're saying to me is different? On the one hand, others are told to just do their best and not to have pressure. But it's suddenly about the whole village's hopes when it comes to her. Do you have any storage items? Fang Hao continued to ask. Dragon Queen stood up and patted her belt. Yes, what about it? Take this, you might be able to use it during the battle. Savannah's live stream. The 10th round, Legion Battle. The elves, equipped with splendid and elaborate armor, stormed the fortress for the final melee. Eagles circled in the sky, and silver-armored infantry pressed forward in an orderly fashion, killing all the obstructive enemies. Elf archers and mages continued to pour out bullets and spells. The battlefield was entering the final phase. However, the victories were bitter, taking longer than expected, and many had died. It's feared there wouldn't be a good evaluation. In the chat box. Elves are so beautiful, this female elf's legs are so white, my brother wasn't that pale even 3 days after he died. The combat movements are as graceful as a stage play, so elegant. You guys are focusing too hard on gender, I'm up for any elf. The 10th round is about to end, really looking forward to the future battles. Trash Fang Hao, thinking he's the only one who can fight up to the 10th round. If a transmigrator really went up there to fight, they've got to give that Fang Hao a good beating. The crowd started cheering. After such a long wait, Savannah finally got to the 10th round. According to normal sequence, what follows is that large circular gladiator arena. Everyone was curious about what kind of battles would take place in the circular gladiator arena. Whether or not there would be a segment for transmigrators to fight one-on-one. The battle finished. As expected, the venue changed. A giant circular gladiator arena was formed. Savannah was even more surprised. It seems everything said in the chat box was true. What kind of military power does Fang Hao have, to make it through the 10th round of battle so much earlier? She watched as messages scrolled in the chat box. After reading the rules of the gladiator arena, she clicked to close the live stream. Swoosh! Instantly, everyone watching the live stream was sent back to the main live stream lobby. Somewhat bewildered. Damn! In an instant, countless people flooded into Aragon's live stream room. Aragon's battles were a bit slower, having just finished the 9th round of battles. In the chat box, messages were also rapidly scrolling. Holy crap, cut the live stream again. Trash first place, and now trash second. Aragon, it's on you now, you can't close the live stream, alright. Aragon was briefly startled, his fingers hesitated while deploying his troops. Just a bunch of people came in and started cursing Fang Hao, and now even second place started being cursed. What on earth happened, such tremendous pressure? The light flickered. The Dragon Queen, clad in a golden dress, appeared on the battlefield. Opposite her, the tall flame giant had not yet recovered from his injuries. The results of Rollina's battle were significant. At this moment, the giant was covered with wounds. Especially at the neck, where a particularly shocking wound nearly severed his entire neck. But the giant's body had a strong recovery ability, the blood had stopped flowing, but the flesh was still split open. Ding dong! The crisp sound signaled the start of battle. Dragon Queen pushed off the ground, and with a loud bang, a blast of air and dust rose, and her figure already shot out explosively. Chapter 1299. The Dragon Queen's method of battle differed from Rollina's. She didn't choose to leverage her advantage in flight, instead, she charged forward directly. The fire giant's palms stretched forward, and several fire pythons appeared, pouncing towards the golden figure. Swoop! Without any visible casting movements, beams of golden light shot out, piercing through the fire pythons like precise lasers. The fire giant's expression turned serious, carrying a wave of flames as he also charged forward. The two rapidly closed the distance. As they advanced, golden rays and flame pythons continuously formed and shot towards each other. The fire giant's giant sword charged up, its body glowing with a crimson light as fiery as flames. In a contest of strength, the giant clan truly never feared anyone. Blinking up close, the giant sword suddenly swung out. The dragon queen dodged to the side, her figure soaring into the air, transforming into a dragon form and diving downwards. Her dragon claws clamped down on the arms, and large vertical pupils coldly met the giant's gaze. The next second, the chest of the golden dragon heaved, and a surge of golden energy moved from the throat to the mouth. Roar! Golden dragon breath poured down onto the giant's head. The metallic helmet began melting, drops of crimson molten iron dripping down. The giant started to struggle, the giant sword in his hands swinging wildly. A series of wildfire element spells were unleashed indiscriminately up front. Like a wild beast that had lost control and gone mad. The dragon queen quickly retreated, her form shrinking, transforming back into human shape. The dragon breath dissipated, revealing the giant's head, too gruesome to behold. The flesh on his face had disappeared, mixed with the melting molten iron. The two eyes had become hollow, the eyeballs nowhere to be seen. The giant sword in his hands still swung wildly, an angry and pained roar erupting from his mouth. The opponent's terrible state did not for a moment halt the dragon queen's actions. Her body leaped, snapping a kick towards the opponent's head. Despite losing his eyes, the fire giant's senses remained sharp, feeling the strong wind approaching, his giant sword blocking in front of him. Bang! He only felt a tremendous force coming from the giant's sword, almost losing his grip, his body using the momentum to fall back, and then struck towards the target with a direct punch. The roar of the wind, a huge fist as large as a cauldron came flying toward the face. The dragon queen's expression unchanged, a punch was also thrown out. Boom! The two fists collided, creating an explosion-like boom. Both stumbled backwards several steps, instantly widening the distance. The fire giant's giant sword heavily fell to the ground, and flames began to spread across the field, spell casting anew, with fire elementals and flame birds gradually emerging from within the flames. The dragon queen's gaze sharpened, and she quickly stepped forward once more. Golden rays around her body shot out like bullets, dispersing all the approaching groups of flame birds. The two closed in again. The fire giant swung his giant sword once more, the dragon queen dodged and leaped up. Her right hand transformed into a dragon's claw, grasping the opponent's head. With a twist following the grip. The neck, already half cut by Rolina, emitted a crack sound of breaking shin bone. The dragon queen landed from the air, her hands holding the giant's head. Blood poured down like a waterfall, and the headless body slowly fell behind, stirring up a cloud of dust. The dragon queen looked up at the stands and held up the head in her hand. The battle is over, Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt wins. The system announcement appeared, signifying the end of the match. It's no surprise that the dragon queen was able to defeat this giant. After all, the reputation of the dragon queen was there for all to see, and the fire giant had already been severely wounded by Rolina. It could be said to be expected. Still, the appearance of the fire giant was somewhat pitiful. Not to mention being disfigured, flesh and iron melted together. Lastly, his head was twisted off. The dragon queen's dragon breath seemed to be more than just the element of fire, otherwise, with the fire giant's resistance to flames, it shouldn't have ended like this. Are there any more enemies after defeating these three? Rolina's legs were also resting on the railing. It seemed as if everyone was showing off their long legs. Whether there are more enemies behind is not easy to say. Having fought up to demigods, there shouldn't be much left. Even if there were stronger enemies, this group combination couldn't beat them. Hard to say, but the chances are slim. Yet, if it's just these three, the Dragon Queen is likely to win, Rolina said directly. This was also easy to judge. The Dragon Queen hadn't used many moves, her strength was well preserved. As long as the battle began, with the Dragon Queen launching a move like Golden Sun, the opponents would almost be finished. After all, she's the first demigod, and she certainly has the capability to deal with one. Right, that's what I said, the advantage is on our side. The body of the fire giant also disappeared in a flash of light. When the battlefield was repaired, the last giant horn demigod also appeared on the field. Bloody terror, Sebastian. This hero, robust and tall, standing close to 5 meters, clad in heavy armor as tough as iron plates. Atop his head were a pair of huge bull horns, more than 2 meters in length, almost 3 meters tall, giving the impression of walking with 2 antennas. The weapon in his hand was an exceedingly broad and thick giant sword. Broad and thick to the extent that it could be compared to a door panel. It felt as if the design of this weapon valued appearance over practicality. After all, who would battle with such a weapon? Ding ding! The bell rang, and the two moved simultaneously. The Dragon Queen soared into the sky, transforming directly into a golden dragon and flying towards the front. The giant horn demigod, holding the giant sword, also charged head-on. They rapidly approached one another. Roar! The wind howled, and dragon breath streamed down from above. The giant horn demigod, giant sword raised diagonally above his head like a shield, blocked the dragon breath. Dust and fiery light soared into the sky. As the dragon breath swept past, the giant horn demigod once again lowered the giant sword. Unscathed. This scene made the Dragon Queen, who was hovering in the sky, also suddenly widen her eyes. Even the strongest defense shouldn't be entirely unaffected under the Dragon Queen's dragon breath. The giant horn demigod's gaze swept towards the sky. He slapped the giant sword with his palm, and clank clank, several iron chains shot toward the sky. The Dragon Queen easily dodged, her figure soared instantly. Without any hesitation, a golden sun rose abruptly in the sky. Hum-whir! The humming sound and brilliant light filled the battlefield, instantly depriving everyone of their senses. Fang Hao and the others sitting in the spectator stands were also surprised by the Dragon Queen's tactic. Starting with a big move? This is the rhythm of casting it early to cool down early. After a brief blindness, their vision gradually returned. The earth was like a parched dam, covered in cracks. Not far away, the giant horn demigod stood up from behind the giant sword, unharmed, with only the door-like giant sword's surface showing a layer of molten iron sliding down along the blade. The giant horn demigod looked somewhat gravely at the woman slowly descending from the sky. Surprise filled the Dragon Queen's eyes. The three people in the spectator stands also widened their eyes. Damn! She actually blocked the Dragon Queen's big move. Damn it, the outcome is unpredictable now. And the battle on the field continued. The Dragon Queen landed, and the giant horn demigod charged forward with his sword. Golden rays crackled onto the giant sword, leaving no mark. The two rapidly approached, with the giant horn demigod charging his strength first. The giant sword slashed horizontally at the waist. The Dragon Queen leaped up, stepping on the sword blade, took 2 steps forward, and kicked at the head with a whip-like leg. The giant horn demigod did not dodge or avoid, and even head-butted the incoming leg. Thud! The dull collision sent shockwaves rippling. The Dragon Queen's kick landed, she turned and kicked at the chin, the giant horn demigod's body sank slightly, and he took it with his head again. At the same time, he flipped the giant sword, the blade upright, and thrusted it upwards. Her toe lightly touched the front of the giant horn's chest for leverage, then she somersaulted backward. Her shape once again changed into a dragon, giant wings extended, and dragon breath spewed forth. Roar! Golden dragon breath enveloped the shadow below. The giant horn demigod, crouched behind the giant sword, was pushed backward by the force of the dragon breath, his legs plowed 2 deep furrows in the ground. After the dragon breath dissipated, the opponent still showed no change. 2 chains shot out from the giant sword, like writhing poisonous snakes, charging towards the retreating figure. Clang clang! 2 flashes of golden light shot out, knocking the chains down. Whoosh whoosh! The giant horn demigod, holding the heavy sword, kept swinging, creating gusts of fierce winds that formed wind blades shooting in all directions. The wind blades cut into the border stone walls, dust billowed up. Whether it was the Dragon Queen or Fang Hao in the stands, they also noticed something. Each demigod has their own characteristics, which can also be understood as the direction of their training. The first was poisonous insects, the second were giants and flames, and this third giant horn demigod seems to focus more on defense, truly like a tank armed to the teeth. Against the Dragon Queen's big move, it didn't cause much harm to him. Whoosh whoosh, bang bang! The howling winds turned into scattered wind blades, leaving sword marks on the walls. Besides dragon breath and the zenith blazing sun, the Dragon Queen's punches and kicks were gradually left undefended by the giant horn demigod. He just kept swinging the giant sword, trading blows with the opponent. The Dragon Clan's physiques at this moment seemed as weak as children's, not displaying any lethality. The Dragon Queen's expression also grew unsightly. Such an enemy was indeed somewhat troublesome. Suddenly, movement in her peripheral vision, she noticed Fang Hao on the distant stands gesturing incessantly. She retreaded upon the sword blade, taking the opportunity to look towards the stands. She saw Fang Hao continuously making thrusting gestures with an empty hand. The Dragon Queen nodded, and with a push from her foot, she leaped up again, turning into a giant dragon in midair, with dragon breath spewing out once more. The giant horn demigod still blocked with the giant sword. As the dragon breath scattered, the giant sword obscured the view. The Dragon Queen quickly closed in, her body already at the side. Each side's probing had basically figured out the other's methods of attack. The giant horn demigod confirmed that the opponent's attacks could not break through his own defense, the rest was figuring out how to attack the opponent. The Dragon Queen stood at the side, her hand touched at her waist, and already a dagger was in her grasp. The dagger in her palm flipped, thrusting straight at the target's lower ribs. Shik-purr. The thick armor was cut open like tofu, the blade driven straight through, piercing into the target's body. The dagger was pulled out, and blood flowed from the wound. The giant horn demigod's eyes bulged, showing an expression of disbelief. Seeing the effectiveness, the Dragon Queen's dagger flipped again, slicing horizontally towards the lower back, the armor still gave way, flesh bursting open. The dagger rapidly stabbed towards the lower back, spine, and right rib. The giant horn demigod let out pained wails, swinging the giant sword backward. The Dragon Queen ducked down, her dagger swinging wildly. A series of wounds appeared, and blood kept flowing, turning the towering demigod crimson. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing. The giant sword blocked the dagger's thrust. The dagger spun in the air, the Dragon Queen jumped up, stepping on the giant sword, her right foot kicking upwards, the dagger piercing into the jaw from below, blood spilling out like a waterfall. Her right hand once again transformed into a dragon claw, grabbed the head. A forceful twist. Crack! With a twist, the horned head was likewise twisted off. Spinning several circles, it was twisted off and held in the hand. The headless body, still waving the giant sword. The Dragon Queen kicked the head away, transformed back into a giant dragon, and spat golden dragon breath at the body, now missing its head. After the dragon breath passed, the body's movements with the giant sword gradually slowed. With a thud, it slowly fell to the ground. Battle over, Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt wins. Congratulations to the Lord, for successfully completing the task The Arena of Valiant Spirits. Chapter 1300. Battle concluded, Zenith Blazing Sun, Tyralt victorious. Congratulations, my lord, for successfully completing the task Hall of Valiant Gladiators. Battle report, slightly advantageous killed 3 demigod heroes. Battle points, 4-5 million, base, 3 million, slightly advantageous, 1-5 million. Several prompts appeared in succession, confirming that the battle had officially ended. Such a hero's gladiator fight even has a battle report. The given rating was no longer great victory or total victory, but slightly advantageous. The battles of Alurig and Rolina were actually at a disadvantage until the Dragon Queen took the stage, turning the tide. A slightly advantageous is indeed sincere, even generous. 4-5 million points were awarded for the gladiator arena. The points awarded should relate to the level of the heroes challenged, facing 3 demigods, it's natural to receive more points. Risk and reward go hand in hand. Unless something unexpected happens, his points should be the highest, nobody could surpass him. If someone could surpass him, they wouldn't let him stay in first place forever. Swish! A flash of light appeared, and the Dragon Queen's figure reappeared in the stand. Ding! A crisp sound as a dagger was thrown directly onto the stone table, its blade piercing through the table, stuck by the handle. Life-claiming crimson-level dagger, capable of ignoring defense and decaying bodies. It was after Rolina's sword got stuck in the giant's neck that he remembered this dagger. He had given it to the Dragon Queen before the battle started, meant to be used to kill the fire giant. Unexpectedly, it wasn't used on the first round of fire giants, but on the second round's giant horn demigod. Fortunately, he had given it to her, otherwise, even if they could continue fighting, it would have prolonged the battle duration. This dagger is pretty good, praised the Dragon Queen. Crimson level, in the equipment classification, belongs to the treasures left by the gods. Put simply, it's a divine artifact. The effect is definitely good. Well, no matter how good it is, it depends on who uses it. In the hands of someone who can utilize it well, it's a divine weapon, Fang Hao responded with praise. The Dragon Queen paused, and then, realizing the implied compliment, her eyes flickered with a smile. What's next? The Dragon Queen sat back down. Fang Hao put away the dagger and shook his head, not sure, let's see how it goes. As they chatted quietly. Soon after, a system prompt appeared again. Hall of Valiant Gladiators, task ended. Return countdown, 10,9,8. As the system prompts appeared, it was time to go back. The countdown for returning also began. Fang Hao reminded the three women beside him, we're about to go back. 2,1. Swish. A blur before their eyes, and as their vision restored, they were already in the main city's central square. A squad of skeleton soldiers patrolled past, their heads clacking as they turned to look this way. From afar, the sounds of the maids' training could be heard from the Blackstone training ground. Finally back home, home is indeed best. He glanced at the time, 2 p.m. This task took quite a long time. They looked at each other, then headed towards the Lord's mansion. The Dragon Queen was still amazed by the magical aspects of the Transmigrator's mission. It must be some powerful deity's ability to send them to other realms. Sitting down in the Lord's hall, the Dragon Queen continued, is that the end of the task? Rolina and Alurag also looked over. With the current strength of the territory, facing 3 demigods was already the limit. That includes the external support of the Dragon Queen. If the difficulty of the task increased again, they would be helpless. Fang Hao shook his head, not sure, it should be over. What about the Transmigrator rewards you mentioned? Continued the Dragon Queen. They're dealing with demigods now. The Dragon Queen and the others were curious about what the Transmigrator reward could be. Usually, it's given when everyone's tasks are over. If there's any special reward, I'll let you know, Fang Hao answered. Okay. After a brief chat, Fang Hao asked them to go back and rest first. Also to psychologically prepare, just in case there were more tasks. After the 3 women went back to rest, Fang Hao poured himself a glass of fruit wine and sat down again. He opened the Book of Lords, on the task page. The right side's live broadcast channel still existed. He casually opened a few channels and found they were still in Legion battles. Savannah, Aragon, and few others who were previously leading, were all gone. Not in the live broadcast page. The likelihood of being eliminated was small, probably, like himself, they had turned off the broadcast when it came to the gladiator arena. No one wants too many people to know their secrets. Especially when it involves heroes and some trump cards. Entering the top live broadcast room, he could still see a stream of abuse. Fang Hao, watching the battle in the broadcast, was somewhat lost in thought. He didn't know when it started. The system tasks had increased in difficulty. Like this second phase task, most transmigrators were unqualified to participate. Although allowed to watch the live broadcast, they also had a sense of participation. Skeleton craftsmen, they also have their own tasks. Even the relatively unpopular stonemason is busy carving statues of Rolina and the Dragon Queen. Moreover, the craftsmen work day and night. Other than enjoying their work themselves, Fang Hao is worried about wearing them out. Time passes bit by bit. 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky has already darkened, and the huge nightstone in the industrial area emits a hazy glow. Then, a series of system prompts appear again by his ear. Congratulations Lord, successful completion of all stage tasks. Reward issuance, all faction influence plus 3,500, 1 piece of dark gold treasure, 1 piece of orange equipment, tiger talisman plus 500, warfire coin plus 3,000. Point Mall opens, points owning Lord can exchange rewards in the Point Mall. Point Mall opening countdown, 5 hours 59 minutes. You can check your points on the task page. Indeed, the all-stage tasks have ended. Having fought up to a demigod on this side, further tasks actually don't hold much meaning. Several prompts appeared, issuing task rewards and opening the Points Mall. Just as I thought. Points must have some special use, otherwise, there would be no need to include them. As the prompt sounds disappear, the issued rewards also appear in hand. The first item, a massive book. Supreme Code of Faith, Dark Gold. Category, Missionary Codex. Effect, Faith Spreading plus 35%, Mission plus 20%, Faith Guard. Faith Guard, Mental Resistance plus 35%, Soul Resistance plus 30%. Description, a bulky book carrying the blessings of a god, protecting the most devout believers. This is a very hefty leather-bound book, feeling distinctly heavy in hand. Unopened, it's about half a meter wide and 10 centimeters thick. The brown leather cover has metal clasps on the side of the pages. There are no names on the book. Opening the pages, flipping through several, all inside are yellowed blank papers, not recording any content. It seems, this is just an item for attribute enhancement. If it were really some sort of codex, at least there would be some text in it. The effects this book provides are primarily faith-spreading and missionary work. Both attributes previously appeared on Divine Item Props. These are special attributes. Aside from the attribute boosts, there is also the Faith Guard effect, which increases mental and soul resistance. The positioning of this item is quite clear. It's for the missionaries in the church. Fang Hao has already started constructing temples everywhere, and it will depend on who will be given this book. After all, as he doesn't have many followers, choosing shouldn't be hard. Continuing to the second piece of equipment. Whalebone Sting, Orange. Category, One-handed sword. Effect, movement in water plus 20%, sharpness plus 10%, command sea beasts. Command sea beasts, can command up to 5 nearby sea beasts to assist in battle. Description, made from the spine of a sea monster. A one-handed sword used in the ocean. There actually aren't many ocean-related heroes under his command. Most of them use magic wands. The only one who could use this one-handed sword is Biahu from the Sea tribe. Given the rate of territorial development, Biahu's level is slightly falling behind. Giving her this weapon to boost some strength, then urging her to enhance her training and improve her level, so she doesn't fall too far behind. After looking at the two rewards, what follows are common tiger talisman and warfire coins. Nothing much to see, he stows all the spoils of war. Next is the point mall mentioned by the system. Not sure what's inside, hopefully not a bunch of junk. Following the prompt, he opens the mission page in the Book of Lords. In the top right corner, he finds his points. Legion Battle Points, 450,000, Valkyrie Colosseum Points, 450,000. Total Points, 495,000. Both 45, this number is quite fateful for him. The total points have also reached 4,950,000, barely missing 5 million. Having found the points, Fang Hao immediately opens the exchange mall. He starts looking item by item. Ruined Iron Sword, blue, exchange points 500. Hooligan Heavy Armor, purple, exchange points 4,500. Tusked Wild Boar Shepherd's Flute, purple, exchange points 5,500. Knoll Ruins Camp Blueprint, blue, exchange points 15,000. Hooligan War Camp Blueprint, purple, exchange points 55,000. The types of rewards available for exchange are many. Finished equipment, mount flutes, construction blueprints, and hero recruitment vouchers. Hero recruitment vouchers, the highest recruitment level is orange. The rewards are indeed quite generous. As long as one can hold out to the end, at the very least 2 pieces of purple equipment or blueprints can be exchanged. This could be considered a direct enhancement for the territory. There are many types of equipment, and many blueprints too. Fang Hao briefly glanced through, then directly flipped to the end. Divinity, Level 0, exchange points 3,500,000. Divinity, Level 0, exchange points 3 million. Divinity, Level 0, exchange points 3 million. Watcher, Dark Gold, exchange points 1,700,000. Burning Furnace Warhammer, Dark Gold, exchange points 1,500,000. Blazing Battle Armor, Dark Gold, exchange points 1,200,000. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.